You're looking live at the immaculate facility here on the Indiana State Fairgrounds inside the Fall Creek Pavilion. It is the 2024 Hoosier State Relays here on the ISC Sports Network. I'm Kurt Darling alongside Pete Smith, joined by Coach Pete Smith, mind you. Of course, Coach, good to be with you here today. A long but exciting day for some good competition to cap off the indoor season here for high school track and field.
It's a beautiful but chilly morning outside, so I'm glad we're inside. I think we're going to have some great results today and some great efforts by our athletes here, both girls and boys.
Definitely. Of course, we will have two big broadcasts for you today. The one you're watching right now is coverage of the small school championships here for the Hoosier State Relays. Then after that, we will be followed up later on this afternoon at about 3 o'clock for coverage of the large school Hoosier State Relays. Of course, those are separated out by football classification, Coach. So you have football classes 1A through 3A competing here this morning, and then this afternoon you will have football classes 4A through 6A, depending on how those schools fall into place. So that kind of breaks up the competition a little bit, kind of a difference maker from what you see in later on in the spring when you have the outdoor IHSAA track and field championships.
It's neat that they do split this up to give athletes a chance to compete against size schools. But I love the outdoor too, and that's when you're competing for the state championship. But that being said, we've got some really good teams here today that have had an indoor season already done. I mean, they've had 3 or 4 dual meets even. It's amazing.
Definitely. We'll go ahead and take a quick timeout. When we come back, we will have coverage of the national anthem, and we'll get the ball rolling with the opening heats of the girls' 60-meter hurdles. You're watching live coverage of the Hoosier State Relays here on the ISC Sports Network.
This school and the people here hold themselves to a very high standard of helping and supporting each other and making this a safe and welcoming environment for everyone.
Awesome.
Helpful.
Teamwork.
Learning and listening.
I would say diverse because we are a bilingual school.
The word I use is excellence, and that's what the administrators, teachers, everybody expects out of their students.
We have many different teachers from many different places.
The way that they connect with the students, they just understand how teenage years are really hard for students.
I've learned to treat others the way I want to be treated, and I feel like I can take that anywhere that I go and be successful with that.
This school is just great for college readiness and career readiness. I'm 100% prepared.
That's one thing I'm going to take with me for the rest of my life is the amount of support I get here. I found everything I need in Lawrence Township to become the best version of myself.
Welcome back here inside of the Fall Creek Pavilion here on the ISC Sports Network. Live coverage of the Hoosier State Relays alongside Pete Smith. I'm Kurt Darling. So, Coach, let's go ahead and kind of get a little bit of a feel for what we're going to be seeing here today. Now, remember, it is the Hoosier State Relays, which means it is primarily a relay event, so you're not going to be seeing any particular individual races such as the 200 meters, the 400 meters, and of course, the 1600 meters later on today, but you will have some individual events. We're going to start things off with the 60-meter hurdles as well as the 60-meter dash trials, and we will also have an individual 3,200-meter run. But once we get all of that out of the way, Coach, it's all straight relays and some unique relays, to say the least.
Well, and it shows your depth in the upcoming season, how you can score in many events because you've got contributors that can be in the relay finals. And you may want to talk about how they qualified to get here. This wasn't just, okay, let's just put a team in. Let's get 3 people out of the hallway and give them a baton and find a real fast runner and see if they can do something here. So there's some qualification to get here.
Definitely. You have to hit a minimum standard to get to this particular meet, as you have to make a certain height as well as a time as well. With that, we'll pause here as we have coverage of the national anthem. Well, there we go. Stage is set now as we get set for a long day of competition here inside of the Fall Creek Pavilion, getting set for the Hoosier State Relays. Again, alongside Pete Smith, I'm Kurt Darling. While we have a moment, today's coverage is brought to you by A1 Awards. At A1 Awards, we are more than just awards. For more than 65 years, we have been a family-owned and operated business and take pride in our top consumer service that sets us apart from other award companies. Our small but mighty team is ready to help you achieve your recognition and promotional goals. Call 800-444-9569 or email us at a-1awards.com today, and we look forward to helping you with your next event. We are A1 Awards, creative recognition since 1958. Well, Pete Smith, there you see the competitors in our first heat of the girls 60 high hurdles here on the infield of this beautiful facility here inside the Fall Creek Pavilion. And Coach, and needless to say, this is going to be an interesting field here to try and really gauge who could be competitive later on down the road. But one in particular that we're looking at here, Coach, for the girls 60 high hurdles here in this small school division is Isabella Sotelo. She is a freshman from Eastern Hancock, already has the top seeded time this season at 9:11. She won her first high school race at the Pike Individual back on March 9th.
And as track fans know, there's no 60-meter dash in the outdoor season. They extend it to the 100. So indoor-wise or facility-wise are beautiful, but we are limited in space. And the 60 has always been something that is, you know, what was your 40 time? What was your 60 time? For an indoor meet, the 60 time can tell you if you really can fly and how fast you can accelerate.
It's certainly about accelerating speed. You don't have a lot of time for closing speed like you see in the 100 meters in the outdoor season. You're going to have a lot of big competitors here today as well. Another one to look out for in this opening heat as well will be Alexa Yeomans from South Ripley, a junior this season, coming into this one with a very good time, to say the least. She has a qualifying time of 9:49, which she also put up at the Pike Individual Championships at the University of Indianapolis back on March 9th. So runners going through some final warm-ups here before we get set to go here right at 9 o'clock. They will keep us right on schedule here today for the Hoosier State Relays. So at the center of your screen there will be Isabella Sotelo from Eastern Hancock, wearing the Royals jersey. And then Ellie Knepp from Bar Reeve, the senior, immediately to her left.
That is extremely athletic family, the Knepp family down there in Montgomery and down there in that county.
Ellie Knepp this season had her best time at the Last Chance Hoosier State Relay qualifier just a week ago at 9:49. She's also a high jumper and long jumper when the time calls for it.
Certainly has the build for it, doesn't she?
You said it, partner.
I would walk the hallways trying to get kids out for track to be hurdlers if they were tall and lanky. I said, you only have to run 100 meters. It's not like you have to be a miler or anything.
So there you see Sotelo in the middle of your screen wearing bib number 4. She is the favorite here in this opening prelim. You also have Yeomans and Knepp on each side of her. The meet record in this one, 8:64, set by Rachel Meringer of Forest Park just a season ago. So here we go with the opening prelim. And it's a clean start and an excellent start there by Sotelo of Eastern Hancock. And she is going to make this one look easy as she will take the opening heat. The freshman gets it done, followed by Knepp and Yeomans as we expected. 1, 2, 3. And remember, Coach, you qualify for the final based on time, which means you can't exactly shut it down if you want to at the end of this one. You have to make sure that you have some insurance to get to the final.
In a lot of ways, that's a good thing, too, because sometimes runners in like the outdoor season will slow down towards the end, and that can lead to some injury. You pull up too fast, you pull a hammy. So
there is Isabella Sotelo. She will be a favorite to watch out for later on at about 10:30 when we get with the girls 60 hurdles finals coming up later on today.
Yeah, she looked real smooth out of the start. Great form.
And so now getting right to the next heat here of the girls' 60 hurdles here in the prelims. As Sotelo once again getting some coaching from her coaches on the sidelines. She was also the runner-up at the blue and white relays in the 60 hurdles. But other than that, not a whole lot to tell about this young lady because her career is just getting started.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, bright future ahead for her. You know the importance of the track clubs.
Oh, yes.
I mean, you can tell she's been trained, even though she's a freshman in high school, she has been trained very, very well on her form and technique going over those hurdles. And she looks pretty happy. She looks, looks pretty happy as we keep the camera on the Eastern Hancock Royal.
So right along here with this second heat here in the prelims of the 60 hurdles. This one in particular, you will have Landon Rash from Northeast DuBois going to be one of the favorites here. She is coming off a win at the Last Chance qualifier where she set her personal best. She was also a state qualifier in the 300 hurdles last season. So Rash, the center of your screen. And another clean start. And this one a little bit tighter here as we come down over the final barrier. And at the line, it is going to be Catherine Eisen getting the win from North Central. Eisen, another one of the favorites coming into this one. Of course, North Central of Farmersburg, mind you, not North Central of Indianapolis, who will be competing in the large school meet later on today. But Eisen coming away with a big win right there in this prelim to get to the final.
She was wobbling just a little bit. I watched the start. She was wobbling just a little bit coming out of the blocks. You pointed out that Roush from Northeast DuBois came in with the fastest time, but I think Eisen, after that first hurdle, just had a little bit of an advantage, and she flew through those hurdles. Nice time for her.
9:35 for Eisen, 9:45 for Roush, so that might be right on the cusp to see if we can get into the final. You also had a good effort there from Kenzie Crook from Heritage Christian, whose sister Kaya Crook we will be seeing a lot of later today. She has been an excellent athlete in her own right. But there you see Catherine Eisen of North Central getting it done. She was second in the finals of this event just a season ago.
Crook, another outstanding freshman, too, in that race. So we've seen two great freshmen coming up.
So moving on now to the final prelim here of this one. This is going to be the proverbial fast heat, if you would call it that, of course. Again, the top 8 fastest times from each of these 3 prelims will be going on to the final here later on today. And here we will see Patience Purnell of Heron going up against Reese McKinney of Bishop Chittard as well. And of course we neglected to talk about it in the pre-meet here, Pete, is the fact that Chittard is probably the outright favorite here today to try and win the team title. They have a lot of individuals in a lot of different events today.
Lane 1, Betty Shepard from Tippecanoe Valley. I was just up there last week. Shepard is a big family name up there in the Valley area, Mentone and Akron.
So final heat underway here in the 60 hurdles. And it looks like a pretty good start there. And at the line, making it easy, closing speed there for Purnell from Heron, as well as McKinney getting the job done as well. 9:26 for Purnell, her best time. That'll put her solidly in the field, along with Reese McKinney as well. Colin Trulove also in there from Central Noble. In fact, it was Trulove who had the best start out of all of them, but couldn't quite keep the pace going over the final few barriers.
Yeah, McKinney not with a great start. Something we haven't talked about yet, but it's hard to train for the indoor season when you have to finish and go up a ramp. Your exit ramp, and normally you're in straightaway, you get to just fly down there. Then after you pass that finish line, you've got to go up the ramp. What do you call that term? What's the term of those ramps called? The slow down ramp?
And just call it the slow down ramp.
Well, you were the star track athlete in college, but the slow down ramp, I thought you indoor runners probably had a name for it.
Honestly, just call it run it until you hit the barrier. That's basically how it would be. So the qualifying times here, Isabella Sotelo had the overall top time, besting Patience Purnell by a full 1/10 of a second, along with Eisen, Rosh, Knepp, McKinney, Yeomans, and Crook just getting in there on time. So that is a pretty solid field that we will be having later on today in the final for the 60 hurdles for the girls. Now we turn our attention to the boys' side of things, and we get going with the first of what will be 3 prelims here in the boys' 60-meter high hurdles. Of course, they had to adjust the hurdles just a little bit since the stride's a little bit different for the boys. And coming into this one, William Walden, who is the top overall qualifier coming into today, he is going to be the pretty much the one to watch for here in this opening heat. He's from Tri-West, a junior. He's the Sagamore Conference runner-up in the 110 high hurdles last outdoor season. And then another one in there to look out here, of course, Sefrin Smith from Garin Catholic, where, of course, my broadcast partner used to coach for a long time, winning a state championship in basketball there, also establishing 2 state championships, mind you. I apologize there, my friend, but also establishing a really good track and field program there as well.
Tom Gallagher, the head coach, has just done a wonderful job starting it from its inception. He's had a lot of athletes in the state finals, and he's got a good one here.
Look out for Brady Deutsch as well of Mechaniqua. He will certainly be in the mix as well. But Walden going to be the one to watch here as well. He was 7th in the 110 high, in the 60 high hurdles last year here in the HSR small school.
Well, we have 3 with sub 8.5 times coming in. One will run in each heat, and obviously they are the favorites of each heat. We'll talk about them as we get there.
The meet record set by Michael Defoe of Hamilton Heights all the way back in 2016, 8:11, a blistering time. James Finley was the previous champion from a season ago from Andrean at a time of 8:60. So that time could very well be bested here today amongst these competitors.
Got a shot at it. This track is so fast, too.
So the boys will take the blocks here. So again, William Walden in lane number 4. Sefrin, lane number 5. So far, clean starts today, and Walden with a good start out of there for Tri-West. He will take the early lead and make quick work of it. He takes it. Photo finish for second there at the line, and it looks like it is going to be the aforementioned Sefrin Smith of Garin Catholic. He goes across at 8:70, so some slower times than what we would probably see from these competitors, but Walden right at the moment the top qualifier here from this first prelim.
Well, if you're watching live too, you'll know it's pretty early in the morning, and they look just a little shaky coming out of the blocks, but he got going. Walden did after that. It's 9:10 a.m. live time.
It's not every day you're going to be running a prelim race at 9 o'clock in the morning, but it's a long day ahead of us, so we got to keep things rolling.
Yeah, Bruins took 1st and 4th, Tri-West did in that race, but again, top 2 times in each heat qualify.
And now back on the track, prelim number 2. And in this one, Marcus Bright of Delta will be one of the top qualifiers to look out for. He was 6th in this event just a season ago. He has had a busy indoor season, though, with wins in the Taylor qualifier as well as the Owl qualifier. And then he was also one of the featured runners in the Indiana opener and the Sprints Indiana runner opener and showcase for sprints. He's also coming off a 3rd place finish during the outdoor season in the 110 high hurdles at the HHC meet.
And he'll be starting in lane 4. You saw him with his number on as he was taking his run outs there.
Another to watch in this heat as well will be Cooper Alter, who is from Tipton.
Yeah, he's strong in the outdoor season. I think the 110 or more adapt for him, or he runs those a little bit better here.
He was the runner-up in the 110 high hurdles at the Hoosier Conference Championships during the outdoor season. So you'll have Bright in lane 4, Alther in lane 5.
Ryan Hinthorn running in lane 3. He's a Lawrenceburg Tiger, the junior. So
Hinthorn coming in at a qualifying time of 8:92 this season, so he'll have to put together a pretty good performance here to get to the final. Another clean start. And it's a solid one here for Bright as well as Alther. And it will be Bright making easy work of it out of Delta. And he's across the line at 8:40, so he now has the top overall qualifying time. Cooper Alther in there as well. But Marcus Bright already besting the championship time from last season in this prelim here to get to the final.
Yeah, real strong race right from the start. Alther at 8.61. He came in with a time of 8.6, so right on his scheduled number there as you take a look at it.
And then Hinthorn.
We take a look at it, yeah.
As in Hinthorn, as we talked about earlier, coming in third in that heat at 8:72. So he has a personal best this season by 0.2 of a second. And we'll see if that time is good enough to get to the final. At the moment, James Noren of Cascade is on the bubble to get to the final at 8:93. So that might be just enough to get to this final, but we still have 8 more competitors to go here in this final prelim. And here we will see Spencer Stout of Wabash. He is the 3rd overall qualifying time coming into this meet. He qualified for the state finals down at IU in the 300 hurdles in the outdoor season just last year.
Wouldn't surprise me if he has the fastest time. I'm just going to go out on a limb here. I'm familiar with the Wabash program. Very strong program, starting with Nick Eccles when Nick was a state finalist for the Apaches a long time ago, now the superintendent of North White Schools, and he does not look quite like a hurdler anymore, but but Spencer Stout in that tradition of Apache good hurdlers.
You'll also have Phoenix Boyer in this one. He's only a sophomore from Bishop Chatard, but he won, and not only won, he dominated the Warren Central Hoosier State Relays qualifier back on March 6th, but he is the runner-up from last season in the City Alliance Championships in the 110 high hurdles. So there you have Boyer from Chatard in the middle of your screen. Right next to him, Spencer Stout in lane number 4.
There's Stout finally gets in the picture. He was kind of blocked by the first couple runners there.
So Stout lane number 4 and Boyer lane number 5.
Obviously blocks stick much better in this track. I just think all the years I would send guys when I was a head tracker to say, okay, go stand on his blocks, because the blocks would pop out of the track sometimes on that asphalt.
Jordan, be ready to take a minute break here after this. Final prelim here in the 60 high hurdles. So far, so good starting, and well, there is Stout. And right there with him is Boyer, and it will be Stout and Boyer, the top 2 runners across the line. Stout 8:51, so that is the new overall top time, followed by Boyer at 8:66, and Carson Heath of Manchester with a solid heat there as well at 8:76. We'll have the qualifying at times when we come back. Live coverage of the Hoosier State Relays here on the ISC Sports Network.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community.
We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to support our high school track and field athletes, coaches, teachers, and all of the community schools throughout Indiana. Congratulations to all the championship competitors that have paved their way through the local and regional qualifiers to become participants in the 2024 Indoor Hoosier State Relays. This athletic contest showcases the very best in Indiana high school track and field competition, sportsmanship, and excellence found in every community and school throughout our state. We are proud to be gold sponsors of the 2024 Hoosier State Relays. The Hoosier State Relays are more than just a statewide high school track and field championship. It's a winning event for all of Indiana. Globe Asphalt Paving Company has paved the way throughout Indiana since 1931.
Rolling right along here on the ISC Sports Network alongside Pete Smith. I'm Kurt Darling. You're watching live coverage of the Hoosier State Relays here inside the Fall Creek Pavilion at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. Pete, we haven't talked a lot yet about just how immaculate this facility here is. You know, we were here for just about a month ago for the Crossroads League Championships. We got our feet wet here. Now a lot more people here to watch some excellent competition here in high school. Yeah, it's just so unique because you've got a plethora of schools, so they all have their individual coaches. Their parents come, usually a girlfriend or boyfriend, depending on, you know, if we're watching the boys meet or the girls meet from that standpoint. But yeah, a little bit different than doing a college meet where the teams are here and the teams travel, so they don't have a lot of following. This place will be packed here, I think, as they have the flip over a little bit later here. But a really good crowd here, a great facility here, the old swine barn, and kudos to everyone involved for bringing that to Indianapolis. It's going to bring a lot of great events here. So moving right along here to the first prelims of the girls 60-meter dash. Going to be ramping up the speed here, and some big competitors to watch out for here in this opening prelim. Kaya Crook, as we mentioned earlier, we saw her sister Kenzie Crook, the freshman, going up in the 60 hurdles. Well, Crook, the elder Crook, will be going in the 60-meter dash from Heritage Christian. She is the top overall qualifier this season, and of course coming off a third-place finish at the blue and white relays in Anderson, but she was also 8th in the 100-meter finals at the IHSA Outdoor last season. So you'll have Crook in lane number 4. Also watch out for Emerson Harper of Whitko. She has been a solid performer so far this season. Comes in with a qualifying time of 8.05, the Whitko Wildcat. So things will be shaking out here. We will also have some double duty from a couple of competitors here. We just saw Patience Purnell and Reese McKinney in the hurdles. They will also be taking part in the prelims of the 60 dash here in the second prelim coming up after this one. And sometimes, Kurt, that can be a great warm-up for them because, you know, it's a short sprint event. It's different than the outdoor season where you usually have some built-in time. In the indoor season, there is no built-in time just because the way the track is configured. They've got to get the sprints out of the way before they go to the relays because they can't be doing those at once at the same time. And then you'll also have Kiara DeGroot, the junior from West Vigo, coming in with a seed time of 8:05. She was 7th in this event just a season ago. She also qualified for the state finals in the 100-meter dash, but was unable to qualify for the final. Another DeGroot name is a big name in Vigo County, as you know. Steve DeGroot, longtime basketball coach for the Vikings. There you take a look at her, next to Crook. Crook, the prohibited favorite coming in on this one, the junior. And underway, and Kyra Crook making it look easy. She's not even taking very fast strides. She gets across at 7:83. That long stride pays off for her, and she is solidly in the field. Adeline Miller looks like she's going to be second. Bishop Chichard Trojan. Emerson Harper, who we talked about pre-race, third at 8.13. Again, it's times. So it's not your placing as much as your times as they put them all together here. And then Emerson Harper across in third at 8:13. So Kyra Crook setting a high bar here to get to the final here in the 60 meters. And not a bad start. Right from the get-go, she had a long stride, and there she pulls away at the end. Good look at it there. We've got cameras all over this place. Today's coverage is brought to you by Insurance Management Group. Life is a race, and Insurance Management Group is here to champion your dreams on and off the track. Just like those lighting fast track stars, we've got the speed and agility to tailor insurance plans to fit your needs. We understand life's twists and turns so you can focus on breaking records and chasing dreams. From health to home, we've got your back. Insurance Management Group, your journey, our commitment. Get ready to race with confidence. Favorite coming into the second heat is Reese McKinney from Bishop Chittard. She'll be running in lane 5. And then again, as we mentioned, Patience Purnell, who was the top overall qualifier in the 60 hurdles, now going to try and do the same here in the 60 dash. Reese McKinney gained a lot of her experience as a relay sprinter a season ago and a hurdler as well. She was part of Chittard's state qualifying 4x1 and 4x400 meter relay teams. She's also the reigning Circle City Conference champion in the 100 hurdles as well. So just shows how versatile she can be for the Trojans. Purnell seated at 797. She has a personal best of 794 in her career. And they're away. Good start from lane 3. That's Holzenleiter. And it'll be tough at the line here. It looks like it'll be Holzenleiter who comes across from Eastbrook. How about that one right there? So Kennedy Holzenleiter at 798, a new personal best for her. Patience Purnell and Colin Truelove and McKinney is 4th at 8:05, and believe it or not, Coach, that still might be good enough to get her in the field.
Yeah, that was a fast race. They all got off to a great start.
So let's look at this again. That's Holzenleiter here in lane number 3, wearing the bib number, and just gets an excellent start and just holds on to it there at the end.
You know, starts aren't important in a lot of races. They certainly are in the sprint races because you can get yourself out and about and be the hunted, per se. That got her into the race right there as we take a look in a little bit of the pole vault area.
Some of the pole vault competition going on. Of course, that was the first event to get underway today at 8:30, and they've been going ever since. The boys will be following them as well. You'll also have some other cut and field event coverage as well from the girls' shot put and long jump as well, which are going on as we speak. So getting set for the final heat here of the girls' 60-meter prelims.
I tell you, for anyone to qualify for this meet is just a tremendous accomplishment when you get to this level.
Today's coverage is brought to you by MF Athletic Everything Track and Field. We're still more of everything than ever, and we have the track and field brand that you need or want, with everything backed by our famous 100% satisfaction guaranteed. We're proud of our same-day shipping policy, backed with a team of track and field experts to advise and make suggestions, and also all with sensible low prices. MF Athletic Everything Track and Field, a proud supporter of today's Hoosier State Relays.
Dusty Welker comes in with a 7.98 qualifying time from West Vigo. She's running in lane 4. See her in the green there.
And as you mentioned, another West Vigo Viking. West Vigo with a solid showing here in these 60 meters. They could quite possibly get 2 in the field here for the final. Welker, as you mentioned, Coach, was 5th in this event a season ago. She was 25th overall in the 100 meters at the IHSAA state finals last outdoor season.
Kind of leads me to believe they may have a good 4x200 meter relay team coming up later in this event. Again, this is the relays, so we're going to see a lot of relays coming up, short events and relays, except for the proverbial 3200.
That'll be the one long race today. Watch out for Mia Bollinger, the sophomore from Delta as well. She is in lane number 5. So away we go here in the final prelim here of this meet for the 60. And is Welker across the line as expected, and Bollinger was also across at 8:04, and Sinks in there as well from Delphi.
Sinks at 8.04, running out of lane 3.
It is a crowded field here, Coach, for who will be in the 60-meter final. And as we can see here on our timing and scoring, it looks like Bollinger will be the final qualifier at 8:07. So that means Emerson Harper as well as Adeline Miller of Bishop Chittard will, of course, unfortunately not make the final, but Reese McKinney just getting in there on time at 8:05. This is going to be a fast final here, Coach.
Yeah, Kirk by far the class of that race at 7.84 in the qualifying round. But it'll be a fast one. Boy, there's not much time between 2nd and 8th, and actually 2nd through about 10th. At 8.13, Emerson Harper and Miller, as you just made reference to, did not make the finals.
So now we move on to the boys 60-meter dash, which is brought to you by Barnes and Thornburg, Indiana's largest law firm, proud to support the Nike Hoosier State Relays. So we'll ramp it up a little bit here, moving on to the boys section here of the 60 meters. And in this first one, you will have the likes of Gray Backus, as you see right there from Delta, but also going to be one to watch out for, Sam Feeney. He is the top overall qualifier in the boys 60 meters small school. He is from Bishop Chatard right there, wearing bib number 4. 7:01 his seed time. He's going to be looking to try and break that 7-second barrier here in this meet.
Well, and as I look at these qualifying times on my laptop, boy, it's going to be a dogfight to get in, but Feeney, the favorite in this one, running out of lane 4, the Trojan. Brody Saylor will flank him in lane 3 from Tri-West. Gray Backus from Delta will be in lane 5, so that's who's his 2 top competitors in coming in time-wise, but that's why you run the races, because you never know when you're going to have a great race, and sometimes you don't have a great start or just don't bring your best sometimes, but you see them.
And you're going to be seeing a lot of Gray Backus later on today. He is a staple in the relay teams at both 4x2 and 4x4 for Delta. He's only a sophomore, too, so adding a lot of young athletic ability.
Yeah, that Delta's got a really nice program and a lot of good sprinters. We're going to see one coming up here in another heat, Braden Stanley from Delta, who I know personally.
You mentioned Brody Saylor as well from Tri-West. He placed 7th in the 100 meters at the Sagamore Conference meet last outdoor season. He was a little inconsistent this season, so he's hoping to try and get a good meet here today to try and qualify for this final. So the ones to watch, Feeney in lane 4, Backus in lane 5. And don't count out Christian Hamilton of Springs Valley out of lane 6. Good start there from Feeney of Chatard. He has a high knee stride, and it pays off for him as he gets there along with Gray Backus, 1 and 2, and a couple wipeouts there going up the track right there.
Again, that's something you can't practice. You can't practice the finish in your gymnasium or typically your field house if your school's lucky enough to have a field house. But you have to do it here because of the space. You can't tell that on the camera as we watch the replay, but the shot put's going on right behind them, so they don't want to get hit by a shot put.
Sam Feeney across at 7:05, so right there consistent with his best time this season. Gray Backus at 7:19 as well, just a little bit short of his season best as well.
Yeah, Backus was the one that went down hard after the finish.
But he's able to get safely in the field. Well, I Want to Race is a full-service timing and scoring company with 50 years of experience. And that's right, they've been timing races since 1974. The I Want to Race staff are some of the most experienced and knowledgeable around, and previously were the owners of the largest timing company in America. They do it all from the IHSAA high school to middle school cross country and NCAA Division I meets like the Big East Horizon League and the Crossroads League Conference Championships and road races, small, including the from small all the way up to the Boston Marathon as well. To find out more, visit iwant2race.com. That's IWANT2RACE.com, and to also look up for upcoming races that they'll be timing as well. Again, that's iwant2race.com for all your timing and scoring needs. Heat number 2 here of the 60-meter dash.
Chase Guthrie there to your right on the screen there.
And Braden Stanley from Delta. He is in on this heat as well. He is going to be one to watch here. He was part of Delta's IHSAA state qualifying team in the 4x100 meter relay, which placed 8th out of both small and large schools.
He's got an older brother that runs at Butler University, was a state finalist, running for Delta, now at Butler.
Also adding to the mix here, Chase Guthrie from Cardinal Ritter. Primarily a hurdler and long jumper, but is the reigning Indiana Crossroads champion in the 300 hurdles. Clean start here in the second prelim, and as expected, It's going to be Braden Stanley getting right there with them, and Guthrie from Ritter coming in second. Stanley, now the top overall qualifier at 7:02.
Yeah, Braden had a great race. Strong the whole way, stayed in the middle of his lane. You can probably talk about that, but if you see runners going back and forth and they're staying in both sides of the lane, that's shortening up their stride, and they're not as fast as they would be if they can just stay on the straightest line to the finish line.
Certainly comes down to how things play out with that, as well as Mason Toms from Western Boone at 7:23 in third place there. So right now the bubble time here, Coach, is set by Jalen Scott at 7:26 from Oak Hill. That is going to be the time to beat, maybe along with Bryce Compton from Wheeler at 7:25 to get into those top 8 spots to get to the final.
Well, you got Kugler, coming in from Wabash with a time of 7.06 for the qualifying time. So you can expect a few of these guys to drop off that you just mentioned, but you see them taking their run outs.
You mentioned Colson Kugler from Wabash, the sophomore in this field. Also in this one, Quentin Williams, you see on your screen from Yorktown. He is the reigning sectional 17 champion in the 100-meter dash, was also third in the 200 meters last outdoor season. And then Kugler from Wabash, who will be immediately to his left. He's coming off a runner-up result in the 60 meters at the blue and white relays. He's also the reigning Wabash County and Three Rivers Conference champion in the 100 meters. So the final heat here in the boys' prelims of the 60-meter dash.
You know, you have qualifying times to come in, Kurt, but at the same time, you don't know what kind of track they ran the qualifier on. We have some beautiful indoor tracks, don't get me wrong, but sometimes I look at where they came from, and I know those tracks. I thought they'll be faster when they get here.
Oh, yes. Brand new facility here, too. Brand new track. Excellent running. Final prelim. And it's tight between Kugler and Williams. And it looks like it will just be Williams.
I think Williams got him, yeah.
Getting him at 7:07. Kugler coming across at 7:12. And A.J. Kelly looks like he will just get into the field as well, along with Carwin Pope from Princeton. Going to be in as well.
That was the fastest of the 3 heats, yes.
And Gray Backus of Delta just getting in at 8th at 7:19. So there are your qualifiers here for the boys' 60-meter dash coming up later on. We'll take a quick timeout. 3,200-meter run coming up next right here on the ISC Sports Network.
It's the 50th year for the Midwest Meet of Champions. From the honor of being an All-Star selection, to the great new friends you make, to the great competition on All-Star Saturday, to the Midwest Meet Olympian Banquet, this is an experience you will cherish and never forget. Do you have what it takes? For more information, visit iatccc.org.
Getting set now here to go do some long distance running here at the Hoosier State Relays here on the ISC Sports Network alongside Pete Smith. I'm Kurt Darling. Pete, the girls 3,200 meter run. Again, this will be the only distance race that we see individually here at this meet, and it will feature a very stout field of runners, to say the least. One in particular to watch will be Nicole Sutherland of Delta. She is the top overall qualifier at 10:27 this season, but she has a personal best of 10:14. Well, the meet record here, Coach, was set by Sophia Kennedy of Park Tudor just last year at 10:16. So with this fast racing surface, that record might be in jeopardy here today.
Yeah, Sutherland, an outstanding runner from Delta. Finally a senior. It seems like she's been running 6 years to me, being the PA announcer of the state boys track and field meet down at IU. But Nicole coming in with the fastest time. Libby Dowdy from Indian Creek will expand on her kudos and qualifications here as we get started with the race here. But those two are by far, I think, the class of the field time-wise coming in. Austin from Seeger comes in with the third fastest time as they take their run out there.
Again, it'll be a waterfall start here to start things off. So what that means is they're going to have a group of runners start above lane number 3, and they will have to stay above lane number 3 until they hit the brake line at the start of the front straight. That way they can get a few more runners here at the start while also having it be a fair distance between them.
Much trickier, Kurt, indoors than outdoors on a 3,200 meter start because you're anxious as a runner. I know, our runners are anxious, but at the same time, it's tough to get there because you're right on a curve, right to start out with the 3,200. So a little bit of strategy, but at the same time, you got to have a little bit of patience.
So in this top group, again, they'll stay above lane number 3. Allie Black, Addison Coe, May Emmenheiser among those here in this top group.
And again, you don't know sometimes how much training some of these runners have already put in as we are towards the end of March. Some runners get off to a late start, some are in a winter sport and maybe just joining.
Hannah Moore, also one to watch out here for from Northwestern. She's in the bottom group. 11:04, she was 5th last year in this event. She's also the reigning Howard County champion in the 800 and the 1,600 meter run.
To that point, Chesney Miller from Tippecanoe Valley, the senior, just came off an excellent basketball season, and she's already here and she's already qualified for this meet.
So we're underway here. It'll be 16 laps around this 200-meter track. In the outdoor meet, you typically have 8 laps to circumvent a 400-meter track here in the 3,200. You simply double everything coming into this one. So again, the field well spread out here as they will condense down from this waterfall start at the top of the track. And already out well is Libby Dowdy of Indian Creek. She's going to set the pace here in front of Nicole Sutherland. Libby Dowdy seated at about 10:35 coming into this one. That is her season and her personal best. Already showing some improvement. Only a sophomore is Dowdy, mind you, and already one of the more competitive runners here distance-wise here in the state. So a field of 3 has already separated themselves here. It includes Dowdy and Sutherland, who is in 2nd. And then coming up in 3rd place here at the moment appears to be Mallory Weller from Concordia out of Fort Wayne. So Dowdy coming across at a 72nd 400 meters here for those first 2 laps.
When you're used to running outdoors, you've got to figure out what your pace is when you're doing something on this small a track indoors. Though it's fast, it can be tough on the ankles a little bit. You're turning a lot more than you would be on the outside. But as you'd mentioned, those 3 have pulled away from the rest of the pack here in this race.
So Dowdy continues to hold the pacing duties here at the moment. She comes across at 600 meters at 1:49, and now things are kind of settling out here a little bit as they come to the half-mile mark. As we mentioned, Libby Dowdy, only a freshman, or rather a sophomore now, but was a freshman a season ago based on my notes when I'm looking at here. She was the runner-up at the Western Indiana Conference Girls Championships last year for Indian Creek. So 800 meters down at 2:28. Pretty brisk pace here, all things considered, for 3,200 meters.
Yeah, for this early in the morning particularly.
Nicole Sutherland from Delta sitting right there on her hip, though. Again, she is the top overall qualifier and appears to be buying some time. And that's another thing to mention here too, Coach, is the fact that there are some teams actually competing for points. There is a team championship that will be handed out. Park Tudor was the winner last year. Bishop Chatard appears to be the favorite on the girls' side as well. But Delta bringing several athletes here that can certainly compete in that regard.
Yeah, and those relay points will really count big also, which is really cool. We'll talk about the team scoring here as we go on later today. We've got a lot of meat going on. You can see the nice crowd starting to fill in that have arrived from their destinations all over this great state of Indiana.
So the field kind of strung out here as these competitors continue to wind down the laps. So as we turn laps here in the girls' 3,200 meters, today's coverage brought to you by Mac Designs, which has been the provider of team uniforms, spirit wear, and custom t-shirts and apparel for 35 years. Local to Carmel, you can work directly with Mac Designs' experienced staff to find just the right garments and their on-staff artists to design your look just for you. Mac Designs has uniforms and apparel for all sports and from all major brands, including Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and New Era. With Mac Designs, you can work directly with people who make your order happen, not through a broker or a middleman, but through it directly from us. The entire process is managed in-house from design and ordering as well. To find out more, reach out to Mac Designs and their team at macdesignsincorporated.com. That's macdesignsinc.com. Approaching the halfway point here through these next 200 meters here, and it has still been Dowdy across at 1,400 at 4:29. So she is looking to go just above the 5-minute mark here at the halfway point.
No one has really caught up to that pack. In fourth place is Hadassah Austin from Seeger, gaining on the pack there, but these three have just from start to finish so far, or start to the point we're at now, as they start to begin to lap the trail runners.
So they will lap the field here as Dowdy's still looking quite comfortable out in front. But Nicole Sutherland appears to just kind of be buying her time here and letting the sophomore take these pacing duties here for the time being.
I was thinking the same thing, Kurt Darling. I just think the veteran runner is a senior. Let the sophomore go out and set the pace and be right on her hip, her right hip. Anytime she feels like she wants to try to pass her, I think she feels like she's in pretty good position. But Mallory Weller running a really strong race also from Fort Wayne Concordia.
Weller right there. Just a few tenths of a second behind the front runner here. That is Dowdy. So we are now past the halfway point and then some. The halfway mark was 5:10 for the opening mile, and they just crossed 1,800 meters there at 5:50. So we're looking at a pretty brisk time here. If they hold this pace, it will be right around 10 minutes, 20 seconds if they hold the pace, but we can expect one of these runners to start maybe picking it up here as we hit the final few laps here in this one.
There's something to think of also. You've got to maneuver between those runners ahead of you when you're lapping the field. You've got to do it properly. You can't just run them out. You know, outdoor meets a lot of times the slower runners will move out to lanes 2 and 3 that are not having fast races and allow the courtesy of letting the runners come inside. This track's so short you can't do that, the indoor track season. Another element of strategy you got to be thinking about, both as a coach and as a runner.
So these top three continue to work their way through some lap traffic. Back in the field, Hadassah Austin of Seeger is in fourth, as well as Hannah Moore from Northwestern in fifth. And that fourth place group is about maybe a full turn behind this front pack, as Dowdy now still looking comfortable, keeping the pace, lapping at about 40 seconds per 200 meters. The pace has kind of dwindled a little bit here by about a couple seconds as they just do their slowest 200 meters at 41 seconds. So Dowdy appearing maybe to start to ail just a little bit here as we hit 1,000 meters left to go. Again, 3,200 meters, equivalent to 2 miles.
Dowdy is the hunted. Sutherland is the hunter.
And it looks like Sutherland is about to pounce here, and she does. So Sutherland will now take control of this race as we now have 800 meters, 1/2 mile left to go here. 7:52 is the time at the moment that they cross. And now Sutherland will start to pick up and push the pace here.
Yeah, can Weller go with him in third place? She's got the stride for it, but does she have the stamina this early in the season to go with them? Both Dowdy and Weller sophomores.
So Sutherland still scored as the leader here. And now Sutherland gonna start pushing the pace here. She has given herself a little bit of room here, maybe about 10 meters or so, and she is really starting to pick up the pace here, trying to take control of this one as Dowdy starts to drop back.
Yeah, she really is picking up the pace. She's gonna finish strong. The Delta Eagle. She ran a great race. She is running a great race.
2 laps to go here coming across for Sutherland. She is going to try and go right at the 10-minute mark. She has 50 seconds to do it. Probably not going to get that in 2 laps, but still, it's going to be a solid effort here from Sutherland of Delta. Dowdy still in second, along with Weller from Concordia in third. And so far, Dowdy and Weller are still neck and neck with each other for the runner-up position, but now Sutherland has opened up a full turn lead coming to the final lap.
Yeah, the race is going to be second and third now. Sutherland's just run a really nice, smart race.
So here is the bell lap. She is going to push it. She was 35 seconds that last 200 meters. And so it's probably not going to be quite a personal best here today for Sutherland, but it will undoubtedly be a new season best. Seeded 10:27 coming into this meet. She will certainly best that time here today as she comes to the final 50 meters. So Nicole Sutherland leading the Delta Eagles across. She is across at 10:18, a new season best for her. 4 seconds shy of her overall personal best. And a very smart race, and Concordia's Weller will come in second with a big kick. And Dowdy, the sophomore from Indian Creek, will come in third.
Yeah, with about 100 meters to go, I was watching that one. Mallory Weller just really turned it on and used that leg speed she has. Gets second place, Libby Dowdy in third. Libby Dowdy ran a great race. She went out and set the pace. Sutherland kind of played off of her for 2/3 of the 3,200 meters and then decided it's time for me to go. I'm a senior. I've been in this before. I'm really good, and I'm going to go ahead and win this race.
You talk about Dowdy. She was third place after leading that. She ran a new personal best in that race at 10:28, 7 seconds better than her personal best from coming into this one. As there you see Nicole Sutherland talking with Mallory Weller of Concordia, also a sophomore in her own right as well. And an excellent race from both of those competitors.
One of the things I like particularly in the girls' side of things is the camaraderie they have after races. I mean, they compete hard. They've all suffered through the 3,200 meters. They've done the best they can. Usually not very many hard tensions. Like, they just smoothly go, and they get done. They suffer together, and they run together, and they sprint together, and they smile together, and they congratulate each other. Not always like that in the men's. Not always like that in the boys, I should say, but a lot of times.
You see Weller there. She was also 8th in the girls' state finals last outdoor season in the 1,600 meters, going sub 5 minutes there. We'll take a quick timeout as these competitors finish the boys' 3,200 meter run coming up next here on the ISC Sports Network.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community.
We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to support our high school track and field athletes, coaches, teachers, and all of the community schools throughout Indiana. Congratulations to all the championship competitors that have paved their way through the local and regional qualifiers to become participants in the 2024 Indoor Hoosier State Relays. This athletic contest showcases the very best in Indiana high school track and field competition, sportsmanship, and excellence found in every community and school throughout our state. We are proud to be gold sponsors of the 2024 Hoosier State Relays. The Hoosier State Relays are more than just a statewide high school track and field championship. It's a winning event for all of Indiana. Globe Asphalt Paving Company has paved the way throughout Indiana since 1931.
The reviews are in. Circle City Driving Academy is the preferred choice to help your loved one drive with confidence. Pick your plan and let our instructors lead the journey to independence. Schedule a consultation so you can sit back and enjoy the ride with smiles. Call us at 317-401-8000. Circle City Driving Academy. We're steering you in the right lane.
Welcome back here inside of the Fall Creek Pavilion here on the ISC Sports Network. Moving on to the boys' 3,200-meter run here in just a matter of moments. But want to also give a quick shout-out to the girls' shot put results that just went final here a few moments ago. And Emory Jackson of Greensburg setting a new meet record at 49 feet 4 inches. That bests the previous record by a couple of feet, mind you. Gwen Howard of Whitco and Haley Cole of Belmont coming in third in that one. But what a performance right there for Greensburg's Emory Jackson.
That's a great attempt and a great distance of the shot put there, the Greensburg Pirate senior.
Did it on her final throw, too, mind you. She had a 46-4 opening throw before she fouled the second throw, and then she was able to knock that one home on her third and final throw. So nicely done there by Emory Jackson. We go back to the track now here as we go to the boys' 3,200-meter run, and we move right on time here. In fact, we're ahead of schedule here, Coach. The 3,200-meter run was due to go off at 10:05. It's 9:54 meet time. So we are ahead of the game here as we get things going with the boys' 3,200 meters. And one to watch for in particular here, Coach, will be Hayden Temple of Clinton Prairie. He is the overall qualifier coming into this one with a seeded time of 9:25. He was third in the small school division here at this meet just a season ago.
Yeah, really good field there. You've got Bontrager from Westview, also Riddenauer from Lakewood Park Christian out of the Fort Wayne area. Should be a good race. LaPatra from Griffith.
You mentioned Riddenauer, Xander Riddenauer, a freshman from Lakewood Park, seated at 9:47 coming into this one, but he has certainly burst onto the scene here in the distance realm here of things when it comes to running here in Indiana. He swept the 800 meters, the 1,600 meters, and the 3,200 at the indoor meet up at Churubusco on March 12th, just a few weeks ago. Also watch out for Joseph LaPatra, the senior from Griffith. He is seated 4 seconds behind Temple here in this race. He qualified for the state finals last year, finishing 19th. So we're underway here on the boys section here for the boys' 3,200-meter run.
They make a lot more noise on the track. I mean, obviously, if you can't tell, well, you can see right there, it's elevated. It's an elevated track, so you do get a little bit of noise from the distance between the actual concrete surface and the track.
So the field will kind of form up here out of the waterfall start. And setting the early pace here will be the aforementioned Hayden Temple. So Temple from Clinton Prairie representing the Gophers. Of course, that is a school that we're very familiar with here on the ISC Sports Network. Do a lot of their basketball and football games in the fall and winter.
Home of the Mulberry Telephone Company and the ISC Sports Network.
Where we are based out of, certainly proud of that relationship. So things kind of shaking out here. Again, it is still Hayden Temple out in front. And then adding to the mix here as well, coming up here in what is the de facto peloton here of this 3,200-meter run, you have Addison Coe of Monroe Central in on that as well as it's actually Aiden Alston of Gibson Southern leading the backpack there, but still, as I mentioned before, it's all Hayden Temple here in the early going. He is setting some blistering times here already at the 400 meters of 66 seconds. He is knocking out about 34-second 200-meter splits as they wind down through these laps. And now Joseph LePetra of Griffith has settled into that second position, and Luke Moster of Guerin Catholic here in third at the moment.
Yeah, Golden Eagles, very good distance runner, one of the best ones in the Circle City Conference.
Hayden Temple, the defending, third place in this meet a season ago. He is the reigning Hoosier Heartland Conference champion in the 16 and 3200 meters during the outdoor season. Also the reigning champion out of Clinton County. So these laps will shake out here. Today's event brought to you by A1 Awards, where we are more than just awards. For more than 65 years, we have been a family-owned and operated business, and we take pride in our top customer service that sets us apart from other award companies. Our small but mighty team is ready to help you achieve your recognition and promotional goals. Call 800-444-9569 or email us at sales@a-1awards.com today, and we look forward to helping you with your next event. We are A1 Awards, creative recognition since 1958. Hayden Temple looks quite comfortable out here by himself, Coach.
Yeah, after 1,000 meters, he was ahead by 5 seconds over Riddenauer, the freshman.
Riddenauer starting to make his presence known there, leading the backpack behind Hayden Temple. Kemple has been consistent between 34 and 35 seconds out in front here for Clinton Prairie. And now Noah Bontrager of Westview starting to make his presence known as he is now setting the pace out ahead of that backpack, and he is starting to reel in Kemple here as we work through the halfway point. So a mile is down here in this 3,200 meters. And Kemple across awfully close here, actually 1,200 down so far here, a little bit behind on our timing and scoring here, but he was across right about 4:04 at the 1,400 meter mark. And so now coming up here is Bontrager. And so now it is back to a two-man race between Kemple and Bontrager. Also, Joseph LePetra is a little bit back, about maybe 5 or 10 meters or so from those front two. .437, the halfway point for Kemple, 4:38 for Bontrager.
Getting close to where you start to have to maneuver between traffic and runners when you start lapping them. Kemple in that position. That's a nice position to be in. That means you're leading. Bontrager has to figure out ways to make up that time behind him to get back in it.
He was certainly able to do it on those last couple of laps to at least get back to the hip.
Oh, he's closed,
of Kemple.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they're running a little bit further away here from Joseph LePetra of Griffith in third. Xander Rittenauer in fourth, leading that backpack from Lakewood Park. So Kemple from Clinton Prairie, Bontrager from Westview. Westview all the way up in LaGrange County, coming all the way down here to compete in this meet today. Times continuing to wind down here as Kemple is keeping it consistent, about 35 seconds a lap. And Bontrager, just to put it in perspective, Coach, was able to narrow that gap originally by putting in about laps that are about a 1 second quicker than Kemple And now Bontrager going to move to the outside, and he will take over the lead. So it's Noah Bontrager now out in front leading Kemple. Kemple a junior, Bontrager a sophomore. And Bontrager is going to not only take the lead, but really put a gap between he and Kemple here as we work through the final 1,000.
Again, you like to be out in the lead, don't get me wrong, but it's nice to be the hunter in this case. And I think Bontrager did a good job of pacing himself, maybe a little bit better.
This really could be a leaping off year for Bontrager in the distance realm. He qualified for the state finals in the 3,200 meter last season. He also is coming off of a win earlier this indoor season at the Trine Hoosier State Relay Qualifier back on March 5th. So Bontrager not only taking that lead, he is absolutely pushing the pace now here. He has put down laps of 34 seconds. He is lapping about 2 seconds quicker than Kemple.
Kurt, have you mentioned the state record time on this?
I have not. Of course, the meet record set by Bishop Chatard's Andrew Poor of 9:12 back in 2007. The previous champion last year was Ryan York from Hanover Central, which was 9:24 last year. And we're pushing that pace right now here for Bontrager.
That's the only reason I brought it up. He's actually picking up his splits a little bit when I'm looking at the timesheet here. So for this distance-wise, he ran that one split in 34.2 after 2,400 meters. That's a great split for that late in the race.
And so the top three really strung out here now. Bontrager has about a full straightaway lead here on Kemple. And then Kemple has, in that like manner, another full straightaway on Joseph LePetra, who is in third. So we're in the final 400 meters here. Bontrager across at 8:07 for 2,800. And now Bontrager going to come to 2 laps to go. And now the final lap for Bontrager, it appears.
He's certainly not laboring. He looks really strong.
So final lap here for Bontrager. Through the final 100 meters, he's been lapping consistently 34, 35 seconds per lap.
You got a shot at it.
And a dominating race here by Bontrager over the back half. He is going to be awfully close to that state record. Not quite there for the meet record, but he is going to best the previous time from last year's champion Sam York by 8 seconds. Across the line at about 9:16 is Bontrager for Westview.
Nice race by the Warrior.
So officially 9:16.65 for Bontrager. That is a new season best and a new personal best, mind you. He came in with a personal best, coach, of 9:34. Nearly a 15-second difference right there for Bontrager. Kemple comes across in second. And how about Xander Rittenauer making a big run there late? A 33-second final lap to come across and get third, the freshman.
Yeah, great kick by Rittenauer. As you see Lane Custer there getting the runners off the track so they don't impede the ones that are still in the race and racing. Lane, the legendary West Lafayette head coach. There you see him right behind.
So while we have a moment, when we come back, we will continue on with Hoosier State Relays coverage here on the ISC Sports Network.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community.
We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to support our high school track and field athletes, coaches, teachers, and all of the community schools throughout Indiana. Congratulations to all the championship competitors that have paved their way through the local and regional qualifiers to become participants in the 2024 Indoor Hoosier State Relays. This athletic contest showcases the very best in Indiana high school track and field competition, sportsmanship, and excellence found in every community and school throughout our state. We are proud to be gold sponsors of the 2024 Hoosier State Relays. The Hoosier State Relays are more than just a statewide high school track and field championship. It's a winning event for all of Indiana. Globe Asphalt Paving Company has paved the way throughout Indiana since 1931.
So there are your final results here of the 3,200-meter run on the boys' side. Welcome back here on the ISC Sports Network alongside Pete Smith. I'm Kurt Darling again. So a dominating race there by Noah Bontrager of Westview, only a sophomore.
Yeah, a few guys dropped down towards the end I was a little surprised of. Luke Moster from Guerin Catholic, not one of his strongest races from the standpoint of where he was at with some of those people, but as you take there, great race there by Bontrager.
So now we'll focus our attention back on the center of the track on the indoor straightaway as we get set for the girls 60-meter hurdle finals. Some competitive times put up in the morning session in the prelims. Of course, Isabella Sotelo, the top overall qualifier in easy fashion, an Eastern Hancock freshman, along with Patience Purnell from Heron, and also Catherine Eisen. Kind of a, not exactly a surprise, but certainly one that it was certainly good to see her get a big result in her prelim as well from North Central Farmersburg.
Yeah. One of the smallest schools here competing today. Thunderbirds just outside of Vincennes.
And so as we work through the introductions here of the finalists for the 60 hurdles here on the girls' side, Alexis Yeomans in lane 1, along with Knepp, Eisen, Sotelo, Purnell, Roche, McKinney, and Crook. Kenzie Crook, a freshman from Heritage Christian, the younger sister of Kyra Crook, just getting in here as well in the 8th qualifying spot. And Coach, we talked about there's some good qualifiers there, but that's probably about who we expected to be in this final.
Yeah, Sotelo came in with such a great time, and she ran so well there. But again, this is not the starting lanes they'll be in. This is just where they qualified time-wise. Kurt Darling just gave you what lanes they'll be in there, but Sotelo will be in the middle of the track. She'll be in lane 4. Purnell, if you're keeping track at home, will be in lane 5 from Heron. Isom will be in lane 3 as they come in with the 3 fastest times, and a little bit ahead of the rest of the field when it comes to time-wise there. As you take a look at the runners, getting their instructions from our starters.
Landon Roche, lane 6 from Northeast DuBois, right next to Patience Purnell of Heron, and Isabella Sotelo there in lane 4 from Eastern Hancock.
Roush is a Northeast DuBois Jeep.
Indeed she
but
is.
She does not run like a Jeep. She
Nope.
runs like a Ferrari.
Roche, a senior from Northeast DuBois. Again, was 13th in the 300 hurdles at the IHSAA state finals just last season. She has also dabbled in the high jump as well, along with the discus throw. So she is multifaceted, is that young lady.
Yeah, we are on a rolling schedule for those that may be just joining us and thinking, boy, this was supposed to start a little bit later. Once we get ahead of the schedule, just because you never know what's going to happen, may have to have a re-race later on if there's a false start or two. So we are now on a rolling schedule since we did get ahead of time.
They are certainly efficient with how they run things here for this prestigious state relays. So here we go for the 60-meter hurdle finals on the girls' side of this small school event. Clean start, a good one there for Purnell, but Sotelo is able to really glide over those hurdles, but so is Purnell. And how about Roush getting in there as well, right at the line? And it is going to be Patience Purnell, literally by a chest hair. That is a really good one there by Isabella Sotelo, as well as Catherine Eisen. What a run there by Patience Purnell, the senior from Heron, 9:12. A very good run there by her.
She ran a great race right out of the gate. She's got kind of a crooked little setup where she starts with her left hip on one side of her body instead of staying equilibrium, I guess you'd say. But ran a great race to beat the freshman who came in with a really fast seed time.
And how about that run from Sotelo, though? She was the overall top qualifier, comes across at 9:17. And there are your results. Patience Purnell getting it done right there for Heron. She was a sectional and regional champ in the 100 hurdles just last season. Couldn't quite get to the IHSAA state finals, but after that big performance right there, she'll have a lot of momentum going into the outdoor season.
Yeah, Landon Roush, I mentioned during the race, she got off to a great start, was right with the leaders there, faded towards the end, but Alexia Yeomans with a good run. She's a South Ripley Raider.
And as you see by the scoring right there, Coach, they have it shook out there by time, and they might have some overall times going back to the prelims that just might be better for overall scoring. We'll have to get some clarification on that as well. But still, a big 10 points right there for Heron, and also Eastern Hancock getting in on the mix as well. So we have a break in the action here before we get going with the boys' 60-meter hurdles. So while we have a break here before we go on to the boys section, life is a race, and Insurance Management Group is here to champion your dreams on and off the track. Just like those lightning fast track stars, we've got the speed and agility to tailor insurance plans to fit your needs. We understand life's twists and turns so you can focus on breaking records and chasing dreams. From health to home, we've got your back. Insurance Management Group, your journey, our commitment. Get ready to race with confidence.
So adding to the quality of the meet, Kurt, after the finals have taken place, they present the awards, they go to their chairs, they sit in their order, they have a nice little podium for the competitors and athletes to stand on here for their award presentations of medals. It is on the east side of the track, so you can see just over the shoulder of Reese McKinney there, the track coming up, elevated off the concrete, but girls are pretty excited. Again, this is a 60-meter dash, so they don't get too winded compared to like those 3,200-meter runners we saw them come across the line. They were gassed, and Coach Custer was moving them off the track so they wouldn't get dizzy and impede any of the other runners still in the race, but that's why they're sitting there. But I think we're probably going to run, it looks like, the boys' race of this finals and the 60-meter hurdles coming up next. Let's take a look at their runners, Kurt.
So again, Ryan Hinthorn of Lawrenceburg will be in lane number 1, followed by Phoenix Boyer in lane 2. William Walden of Tri-West Hendricks in lane 3. Marcus Bright, the overall qualifier, in lane 4. From Delta, Spencer Stout of Wabash in lane 5. Cooper Alter of Tipton in lane 6. Sephron Smith of Garin Catholic in lane 7. And Carson Heath of Manchester just getting in lane number 8.
I used to be the head track coach at Manchester, so good to see Carson there, the sophomore. I'm going to pick Spencer Stout. Not going to say it's an upset, but I'm going to say the senior has the most experience in this race. He and Alter, both from Tipton, are the only two seniors of the 8 finalists here in the 16-meter hurdles. Then at the conclusion of this race, I believe they will present the awards to the girls in the 60-meter hurdles.
And the boys in like manner. So here we go for the 60 hurdle final on the boys' side. Another clean start, and it is Bright out well, as is Stout right there in the middle of the lanes. And at the line, it is going to be Marcus Bright, it appears, just outleaning Spencer Stout of Wabash, 8:32.
Great race. Great lean at the end. Stout ran a great race also, but.
And that bests the previous championship time from last year, and James Finley from Andrain, which was 8:60. And Marcus Bright from Delta adding things on here for the Eagles on the boys' side. Great camera work by our ISC Sports Network crew, getting that shot over the final barrier. And Cooper Alter of Tipton squeaking in there at 3rd place.
You see Bright there, very excited about his race. Boy, this is a strong, strong run. Scoring some big points for Delta. They've got to be one of the favorites coming. They were one of the favorites coming in to win the team competition here.
And those are the first points here for Delta on the boys' side. Right now, Delta is actually the overall leader now on both the girls and boys meets as they present the awards now here for the girls' 60-meter hurdles. And they'll be rolling right through it here as they get everything awarded there. Again, Patience Purnell, your champion in the girls' 60-meter hurdles here at the Hoosier State Relays. We'll be moving right along here to the girls' 60-meter dash here in just a matter of moments. We'll, of course, stick around here for the presentation of the medals on the boys' side of the hurdles.
Making Heron High School proud there in our small school relays.
Heron from right here in Indianapolis. Here you see your top 3 finishers in the boys section of the 60 hurdles. And once again here, Coach, you talked about the camaraderie amongst that competitors here. You can see this is a great way for them to commiserate here as they sit ready to go for the trophy presentation.
Well, you know, I coached basketball for a long time. I coached track for as long as I could before basketball kind of took over that time frame. But that being said, it's a different kind of competition because you're running against the clock. You're not running against someone that is trying to block you out from getting a rebound or trying to stop you from getting a shot up in basketball. So I think the camaraderie lends itself to be a little easier in track and field. But I'll tell you, there's some strategy. There are some people that cut off runners at time to time. You never know.
Meanwhile, we have to have a slight wait here as they're going to get into some run-throughs because, well, they have to wait for Patience Purnell, who just got awarded the top spot in the 60 hurdles. She has to go right back here as she just enters your screen as she gets ready for the 60-meter dash.
I'm glad she took the medal off. It would have weighed her down a little bit here in the 60. This is going to be a fast one, Kurt. It's going to be a real fast one. She's going to be running in lane 6 as you saw her come to the track there.
It'll be Reese McKinney of Chatard in lane 1. Maya Sinks of Delphi in lane number 2 as you see the presentation of the medals for the boys 60 hurdles. Kennedy Holzleiter will be in lane number 3 for Eastbrook. Kaya Crook in lane 4 of Heritage Christian. Dusty Walk-Wilker of West Vigo in lane 5. And then Purnell in lane 6. Colin Trulove of Central Noble in lane 7. And Mia Bollinger of Delta in lane number 8. As once again you see the results of the boys 60-meter hurdles.
Yeah, the trials coming in. Oh, yeah, there's your results. I'm sorry. Yeah, the results of the hurdles as you see there. Marcus Bright with a great time, the junior.
And so back to the competitors again here as it was Kaya Crook along with Dusty Welker, the overall qualifiers in the straight line dash here for 60 meters.
I like that straight line dash.
No barriers. We just go right unimpeded.
Straight line dash.
Kaya Crook, a junior for Heritage Christian, was 8th in the 100-meter finals at the IHSAA Outdoor last season. And she's also a competitor in the field events as well. She was 3rd in the high jump and in the long jump at the IHSAAs last year. And right next to her in lane 5 is Dusty Welker of West Vigo, who was 25th overall in the 100 meters at the IHSAA state finals last year. Meet record in this event set by Samira Killebrew of Brebeuf Jesuit back in 2019. 7:42 is the time to beat. So
I remember her. She's really good, Kurt.
You're going to need a pretty good run here to try and best that one, as well as Kaya Crook of Heritage Christian. As we talked about, she is the defending champion in this event. Going to try and double it up here.
Good start, so key to this as the starter gets ready.
Held him for a while, but it's a clean start, and Crook is out well from Heritage Christian, and she will dominate the field. Back-to-back championships for Kaya Crook of Heritage Christian, and coming in second, Dusty Welker at 7:92, and Kennedy Holzleiter with an excellent run here today in both the prelims and the finals. She comes home in 3rd place from Eastbrook.
Yeah, you see Pence at the bottom of the screen. She'll get another medal. She'll finish 4th in the race, but great race by Kaya Crook.
7:76 coming across in the finals, a little bit off her personal best, but a heck of a competition there from Kaya Crook, the junior.
Got a little bit of competitive advantage, Kurt, being tall. I mean, that can be a detriment too, but when you know how to use that length, when you have, your strides can be longer, and she really used advantage of it. She got the acceleration going about the 20-meter mark, and then she really pulled away. Start was important for all the runners, don't get me wrong, but get to that 20-meter mark, and then when you're really accelerating, that length can come in if you can control your length. It's not easy to be a tall sprinter, not at all.
Meanwhile, you see the competition getting ready to go in the boys' shot put ring. Some big competitors to watch there as well in this small school meet. Again, this is the small school competition, classes 1 through 3A as far as designated by the football classifications competing here today.
Yeah, good point. We made that at the start of the broadcast, but yeah, they go on what your school is size-wise for the IHSA football classifications. So you see some of the smaller schools there, but some of the, like, see Morgan Township up there at the top, the Cherokee. I mean,
that is Chase Butts,
yeah,
the junior, with a best throw of 54.3 this season. But the overall qualifier this season, Luke Himes of Heritage Christian, 66-1. He would be up among the competition, among the large school competitors with that kind of throw.
He will be in the running for a medal at the state finals in Bloomington as we turn our attention back to the medal winners in that 60-meter dash.
Heck of a run there by Dusty Wilker. Second place from West Vigo. And Kaya Crook, your champion this season. Back-to-back championships here for Crook in this event. And she's only a junior. She could do this again next year.
We'll see her in the spring, too, I know, down in Bloomington. Injury prohibiting.
She was 8th in the 100 meters last year at the outdoor meet. Meanwhile, back at center track, the boys' 60-meter dash about to get underway. Again, we're running ahead of schedule here, which is certainly a good thing as we keep knocking out these events here in this fabulous indoor competition. And so this will be certainly a good one to watch. But here, Coach, this is really one where Bishop Chatard can really set the tone for the rest of their meet as Sam Feeney, the top overall qualifier, along with Braden Stanley. There you see the lane assignments for the 60-meter dash here for the boys.
You got A.J. Kelly from the Maconaquah Braves in lane 1. Kugler trying to score some points for Wabash in lane 2, and he will score points. Once you make the finals, you are guaranteed points. Quentin Williams in lane 3. Braden Stanley, one of the pre-race favorites in lane 4, along with Sam Feeney. I'm going to go on a limb and say Stanley's going to get him at the edge. Stanley, the senior. Feeney, also a senior. Chase Guthrie in lane 6 from Cardinal Ritter here in Indianapolis. Carwin Pope, Princeton, down in southern Indiana, lane 7. And you got Gray Backus, another Delta Eagle in lane 8. So Delta can really get some points in this race.
Delta has had quite the showing here in the sprints. And now trying to double up the efforts here again on the boys' side. So again, Stanley and Feeney, lanes 4 and 5. Watch out for Chase Guthrie as well. He won the final prelim to get to these finals here for Cardinal Ritter. Clean start here amongst these competitors. Out well is Stanley, but closing speed right there from Feeney, and it is a photo finish at the line. We will see how this shakes out here. Braden Feeney, Stanley at 7 seconds even. Sam Feeney is in second by Coach. 1/100th of a second separates those two competitors, and Quentin Williams of Yorktown grabbing third place.
Boy, that was a tremendous finish as you take a look there at Braden Stanley, the senior from Delta. What a great finish. Feeney right there pushing him. Quentin Williams right there from Yorktown had a long stride as he was coming in. Boy, those are great times. Look at that. 1/100th of a second separates them.
That is a new personal best for Braden Stanley. And we were talking about here, he was looking to break that 7-second barrier. He literally just matches it, but sets himself up for a really good outdoor season with that result.
Yeah, here's the replay of the finish. The lean is so important. Looked like Feeney had him towards the end.
Just barely.
Yeah. I think Feeney was just a little surprised there. Braden celebrates.
As Feeney and Stanley commiserating there, but Stanley with the flex there at the end.
Do you notice though the boys don't quite talk as much afterwards, like they go, okay.
Might be a little more competitive tension right there amongst those competitors right there.
Yeah, very competitive there.
But Stanley, runner-up in the 60 meters this season at the Taylor HSR qualifier, but he won up at IWU as well. And now comes up big in the biggest meet. But no time to waste here as we go right back to the track and get ready for the next event on the docket. That is the girls 4x800 meter relay. Competition underway in the boys' shot put ring as well, but also here are the competitors who won the girls' shot put. And again, Emery Jackson getting some praise for her result. Again, a new meet record, 49.04, 49 feet 4 inches. Her winning throw by best of 5 feet over runner-up Gwen Howard, Coach.
Yeah. A nice little surprise. Ella King, the freshman from Batesville, finishes 4th. She's the only freshman on the medal stand. But that Jackson, that's a great effort there. Only 2 broke the 40-foot barrier in our small school race, or small school meet here, I should say.
And so award ceremonies will be happening here as we keep progressing.
2 Pirates on the stand there taking a picture together. And they're the boys sprinters that just completed the 60-meter dash. Going to take a seat here. They'll probably do that after the race here in our first relay, the girls 4x800 meter relay.
And so here on the track, again, it'll be another waterfall start here in the 4x800 meter relay. They are also doing just a general start here. Typically on the outdoor track, you would have competitors start in their individual lanes and break at the top of the 100 meters after the turn, but they are going to be doing a general start here for this 4x800 meter relay.
Yeah, good job pointing that out.
The team to watch here in this one, the top qualifier of Concordia Lutheran. Going to be one of the ones to watch here. And again, this is the first of 2 heats in the 4x800 meter relay. So you'll have Westview, Elkhart Christian, Seeger, Heron, Yorktown, Churubusco, Prairie Heights, as well as Randolph Southern, Bar Reeve, Hanover Central, Central Noble, and Cardinal Ritter here in this event.
There you see the break-in point as they've all now can go into lane 1 and competitively race after that. Our first runners.
Churubusco is the top qualifier here in this particular heat at 8:41 this season.
Yeah, this is a timed final, so time is important more than the places almost from that standpoint. You can get a second or a third and think that's pretty good, but it'll all go back into the timing finals and we'll match them up together.
So coming through this first leg here of the 4x800 meter relay, it is Westview along with Elkhart Christian out in front. That's Anna Gale Werner of Westview holding things out in front along with Lydia Birch of Elkhart Christian.
Westview always has a good number of participants. It's just a school that does it way up there in northeast Indiana. You mentioned earlier in LaGrange, Westview. Shipshewana, Topeka makes up that school district.
So Westview, again, their best relay time this year, 11:08, as now Elkhart Christian will move into that top spot as Birch holds things firm here as she has 1 lap to go. This is an Elkhart Christian squad that finished second at the Northwest Indiana Championships back on March 9th. And that is also where they set their qualifying time to get here to this particular meet. So Birch will be handing things off here to Leah Huber of Elkhart Christian here for this second leg. Again, it is 4 laps per competitor here in this 4x800. So Birch gives it off to Huber. And now coming up in second here is going to be Heron, as Raya Grilly will take it from Sophia Mondrazo.
Bar Reeve with the Exchange is in third. At the Exchange, Westview settled into 4th. Hanover Central in 5th out in the Exchange, followed by Randolph Southern in 6th. Tigers of Yorktown in 7, it looks like, on the Exchange. Central Noble in 8.
And now coming around the horn here, Heron is going to make up the gap here on Elkhart Christian as Grilly is going to put some pressure here on Leah Huber.
Just a little side point, Heron does not have a football team. Heron actually is a pretty large school because of their campus and so forth, but because they don't have a football team. Very unique school, great school. That being said, they are running in these small class schools today.
Well, the field bunching back up here as you see Westview back in the mix here with Bailey Manns in third spot there in this second leg of the 4x8. You also have Hanover Central and Bar Eve in there as well, as you mentioned, Coach. But still, it is all Heron here at the front with Rhea Grilly.
And you can see in the backdrop just the crowd really starting to pack it in now. Usually that's how a track meet works. You kind of get off to a good start, and then they know the relays, the time finals are coming in, and they find out when their favorite runners, and actually kids a lot of times, are running, and they'll show up. And as you can see, a great, great crowd here at the pavilion, the Farm Bureau Pavilion.
By the way, that opening split by Elkhart Christian, 2:33 for that first 800, 2:34 for Heron. But now Elkhart Christian gapping themselves a little bit here as Leah Huber has put together an excellent leg here as she comes to her final lap of this leg.
Yeah, she has. She's really stretched it out.
And now you see Randolph Southern taking over second place now, and that is Allie Black on this second leg. So Black is going to start reeling in Huber here for Elkhart Christian, and it appears it'll be Randolph Southern putting the pressure and possibly coming to the lead here for the final exchange.
Striding out well. She's got a lot left.
And now we may have start having some concerns about lapping the field here, which will certainly make for an interesting thing with we have to get up with some exchanges here. But Randolph Southern here as Black will hand it off now to her teammate. That is Brooklyn Gerber.
Boy, she ran a great split. We're going to get it come up here in just a minute, but she ran a great split on the second leg of that. A 2:34.04 split for Allie Black. If we do say the wrong runner, I'll apologize in advance. We get the heat sheets and we get the cards, but sometimes they do switch, but that should have been Allie Black running second for Randolph Southern. I want to wish all those in Randolph County our blessings here as they recover from the terrible storm that hit particularly Winchester in that county. But Randolph Southern also affected there, the students and the residents of that county.
Certainly good to see them here and competing. And so far it is still was Randolph Southern at the moment, but now checking in now to the front of the field. Can't quite see the bib number there on that particular runner, but still moving right along here as once again it is back to Westview, it appears.
Well, I think
no, it's still Randolph. That she's a lap traffic. Okay, my fault there. Couldn't quite see.
I didn't catch early enough. Yeah, she laps the Cardinal Ritter runner there.
So it's still Randolph Southern out in front. Brooklyn Gerber putting together a pretty good pace here as they settle things in with 2 laps to go on this leg. Randolph Southern qualified with a time of 11:13 coming into this one. They did that at the OWL HSR qualifier back on March 2nd, so they were able to solidify themselves in this meet well ahead of time. And now Gerber starting to slow up here as it looks like we have a change in lead now. And that is going to be Heron taking over the front spot.
Oh, yeah.
So Gerber really falling off here as they'll come with 1 lap to go.
If their lineup card's right, it's Ruth Miller running the third leg for Heron.
So Miller here in on this one. Ruth Miller also a competitive high jumper as well in the field events. So there is Miller. Took first place at the Arsenal Tech Track and Field Classic back on May 2nd in the outdoor season. And she has the overall lead here for Heron. So it is Heron, and then it appears to be Westview here in second place.
Yeah, it is difficult. There's the exchange.
And now they have to kind of do some traffic control here during the exchanges and some lap traffic.
Now you blink in this type of relay and you lose track of who's where because you've got fresh runners on the track.
And now pushing out to the lead here It appears to be Churubusco. So Churubusco right there in front. And also in on this as well as Westview. So you have Westview, Churubusco, and Heron right here at the front. We'll get timing and scoring all figured out here as the splits come in. But on your screen at the moment, it is Westview now back out in front with Adeline Rainsberger taking up the final leg here.
Yeah, at the exchange, it was Randolph Southern in the lead on the third exchange, or the second exchange.
But Randolph Southern fell way back after that leg from Brooklyn Gerber. Right now, the leader on the track is Westview, followed by Churubusco and Heron. So timing and scoring will have to get that sorted out here on the computers. But at the moment on the track, it is Westview as the leader with Adeline Rainsberger. Rainsberger, a really solid 400 runner, also 800 runner as well. In fact, Rainsberger was 7th at the IHSAA Cross Country Sectional Championships, sectional number 4, going 5K at 20 minutes 31 seconds. She is very versatile as she comes to the final lap. Again, no more exchanges here. And this is going to be a very fast time here for Westview.
Again, we have one more section of this coming after the completion of this race, so it's a timed final.
So Adeline Rainsberger gonna bring things home here for Westview. Meanwhile, Heron looks like they've moved into second place, followed by Churubusco. Patty Wiggs, the final leg there for Churubusco. So Heron will come across here in second, but there is Westview's Adeline Rainsberger bringing things home here for her squad. Heron crossed in second place, and Churubusco moves across here in third. So those are your top 3 finishers as things continue to roll on. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll have the second section of the girls 4x800 meter relay here at the Hoosier State Relays on the ISC Sports Network.
The legend, Harry L. Gill, athlete, record holder, champion. Began coaching in 1902, winning 18 national titles. Dissatisfied with the equipment available for his athletes, a world-renowned track and field coach becomes a pioneer. Setting up a small workshop in 1918, he launched the Harry Gill Company. By 1922, his endeavor thrived, offering the only full line of track and field equipment. And by 1954, the name Gill is ubiquitous in track and field, producing 90% of all U.S. track and field equipment. Innovators in the sport of track and field, Gill Athletics continue to lead the industry.
Well, there are your results of the girls 4x800 meter relay. Westview with a dominating performance right there with a time of 10:29. That is their best performance this season over Heron and Churubusco.
Well, they teamed really well. Randolph Southern with a lead there in the middle of the race. But you just got to keep battling. Your third runner is so key. And that's where Bontrager, I believe, from Westview really made up some time, and then Rainsberger kicked it home for him. Heron with a nice time there for second place. But Westview now will have to see if that time of 10:29.68 can beat out these teams in the second section of our
Before we
4x8.
Before we get to that, though, a big quick check-in with the girls' pole vault competition. As you see the medal presentation getting ready to go here for the boys' 60-meter hurdles. But Annalise Sloan of Evansville Christian just cleared her opening height of 10 feet 6 inches and now goes on and then passed to 11 feet. So the bar is now at 11 feet 3 inches. She is the overall favorite from Evansville Christian to win the girls' pole vault as she continues to move on. She is the lone competitor left in that competition.
Now that was the first event that started this morning. They started at 8:30.
And they've been going for the last 2 hours. And that's certainly how pole vault meets go. You saw a lot of sitting around and waiting. She passed up to 10 foot 3 inches, so her opening height was 10 feet 6 inches. And so that's not the final results yet. Annalise Sloan is the lone competitor left, but we'll have to see how high she chooses to go as that competition rolls right along. We go back to the track now as we get started with the girls 4x800 meter relay second final here in this one. And the one to watch, as we talked about earlier, will be Concordia Lutheran, the top qualifying team coming into this one, along with Bishop Chittard and Corydon Central. Going to be a couple of the ones to watch as well, but West Lafayette and Garin Catholic in there as well.
State record in this event for the Nike Hoosier State Relays is 9:26.38. That's an incredible time. That was by Eastern of Greentown back in 2013, and because I was announcing the outdoor meet that year, I also know they won the state in later on in that season of Avery Ewing, Jesse Sprinkles, Brittany Neely, and her sister Bethany Neely. That was a great relay team that Eastern had, the Comets.
So this one will be a little bit more competitive here as you have a lot of top teams that will assuredly be meeting again at the IHSAA state finals here later on in June. So at the moment, at the start of things here, kicking things off, it's going to be West Lafayette out in front, I believe, followed by Concordia Lutheran in second place. Concordia Lutheran, their opening leg here from Hannah Clark, who is third in the SAC championships in the 800 meters last season as a freshman. So these two teams kind of separating themselves here at the moment.
There's a new state record in the pole vault set. You brought your attention to it. Nice job. We caught that. Caught her getting ready to take her jump, and she just cleared the bar. What was it, 11.6?
11 feet 3 inches.
11.3. Okay, thank you. 11.3.
And so that's a new state record.
Well,
we'll check in on that one right here as we'll get a look here at this next one. So this was 11 feet 10 inches, I believe.
Yeah, 11.10 and maybe a little bit more because they announced it as a state record.
Excellent jump right there by Annalise right there.
That's an old record she just broke. Sophie Brown had it from Fairfield. She jumped 11 feet 10 inches.
And we just got confirmation on the height. It was 12 feet even.
Yeah, I apologize. We couldn't get communication of how high the bar was set. 12 feet for Sloan, and she cleared that pretty easy.
And she did, and she is going to keep that. And mind you, Coach, she has not missed yet. She has clearances on her first attempts at 10.6, 11, and she moved the bar up all the way a foot to 12 feet on her third jump.
Yeah, pretty confident girl, only a junior.
Pretty good day's work when you only have to take 3 jumps in a meet. Meanwhile, back on the track here for the girls 4x800 meters, it is West Lafayette still out in front, leading Concordia Lutheran out of Fort Wayne. We've moved on to the second leg here. This is Jocelyn Jundos of West Lafayette, who is a heck of a runner in her own right. She has a best 400-meter time at 57 seconds, a state qualifier in that regard as well. She holds out in the lead right here. But here in the second leg is Maddie Jentz of Lutheran, who is a solid sprinter in her own right.
Yeah, right now those teams have kind of stretched it out a little bit from their competitors. It's a 1-2 race right now. Way back in third's Bishop Chittard right now currently. Corydon Central is in fourth, the Panthers.
This is also a different team for Concordia Lutheran at this meet than who qualified them for the finals. For Lutheran, it was Clark, Crass-Weller, and Schumann. Of course, Schumann and Clark are the only 2 runners on that team that qualified earlier this season back on March 5th at the HSR Midwest.
Garin Catholic has moved up to fourth now.
That was at the last exchange.
Yep. Brenda Wolf has overtaken
By the way, that first exchange for West Lafayette, 2:19, Concordia Lutheran 2:20. So about an 8 to 10 second difference from the previous heat as we get ready for the next exchange. So it is still West Lafayette out in front as they come down the back straight here. And to the final 100 meters for West Lafayette, Jocelyn Jundos, but also Maddie Gents as well, holding things firm here. So Jocelyn Jundos doing an excellent job of keeping the lead here for West Lafayette, and she'll hand it off here to Charlotte Simpson.
Yeah, she stretched it out. Concordia now in second place, but has some track to make up as Lexi Panning takes the baton.
And then for Chittard coming in third here at the moment, it'll be Maggie Ruschenberg here for the Trojans, holding the fort down here, but an excellent split there by Jundos, 2:26.69.
Speaking again as a former coach, Kurt, strategy is very important where you want your runners to run, what leg. We saw that in the first race.
Meanwhile, Charlotte Simpson taking the baton now. She was part of the West Lafayette state qualifying 4x400 meter team at the state finals back in June, which finished 11th. And still well back, though, is Chittard, as they now had about an 8-second gap from first place West Lafayette. Again, the overall top qualifier was Concordia Lutheran at 9:20. Their seed time coming into this one.
But to that point, you change runners from when you qualified. So you qualified your school and your team, but that may not be the same runners. You have injuries. You have someone maybe have a time trial and beat out one of the runners for the spot. And right now, Westside looking really good.
West Lafayette now moving through some lap traffic here, as it is still Charlotte Simpson who will come to the line with 1 lap to go here in this leg. And she will hand things off to Shannon Deneen after this quick lap here. So here is pole vault now here as we once again keep things going in just a big clearance, almost there that time. Good camera work by our ISC crew to get to that one as Annalise Sloan gets her first miss at 12 feet 3 inches that bar. She knew she had it that time. She'll have 2 more attempts right there.
We saw that bounce on the standard maybe 3 times before it came tumbling down, in the words of John Cougar Mellencamp.
Back on the track here, we go to the final exchange of the girls 4x800. And it is still West Lafayette out in front as Shannon Deneen takes it up here for West Lafayette. Concordia Lutheran now going with Sydney Schumann. And Shannon Deneen.
Oh, wow.
Getting
Schumann
picked up big time here by Schumann. It is now Concordia Lutheran out in front, and Bishop Chittard coming in here as well out of third place. That is Julia Score. Julia Score is a sophomore who placed 12th in the 5,000 meters 2 weeks ago at the Nike Indoor Nationals.
Boy, Schumann, though, acts like she's running a 400 instead of an 800. If she can keep that pace, what a great, great leg this is going to be for her. But she does take the lead, as we can see her up at the top of the track.
Sydney Schumann, an excellent relay runner. She was part of the 4x800 meter state qualifying team for Concordia Lutheran just last year. But right there with her, though, is Julia Score. Bishop Chittard, the second best qualifying team coming into this one. They were at the state championships for the IHSAAs last season, and now Chittard will take over the lead as Schumann drops back after that hot start to her leg.
Well, she established herself right away, but I don't know if she burned herself out or not, because right now she is really dropping back the pace. We'll see if West Lafayette can get back in the race here with their anchor, but Chittard looking good right now. Julia Score in the lead.
And the final lap here of this leg and this race. So Julia Score looking to score a big 20 points here for Bishop Chittard. So here is Julia Score in the final 100 meters. And so that'll be a big one here for Julia Score to take things home here for Chittard. 20 points for the Trojans in the team event and a championship at 9 minutes 35 seconds, about a 15-second best on their season best this season. Julia Score brings things home for the Trojans. And it will be West Lafayette fighting home in third place rather, as Concordia Lutheran took second. Excellent job right there by those young ladies. Meanwhile, an update in the girls pole vault competition. Annalise Sloan did not make her second attempt at 12 feet 3 inches. We'll try to get her final jump live as things shake out here through this competition. Back in a moment here for the next section of this event, the boys 4x800 meter relay here on the ISC Sports Network.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community.
We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to support our high school track and field athletes, coaches, teachers, and all of the community schools throughout Indiana. Congratulations to all the championship competitors that have paved their way through the local and regional qualifiers to become participants in the 2024 Indoor Hoosier State Relays. This athletic contest showcases the very best in Indiana high school track and field competition, sportsmanship, and excellence found in every community and school throughout our state. We are proud to be gold sponsors of the 2024 Hoosier State Relays. The Hoosier State Relays are more than just a statewide high school track and field championship. It's a winning event for all of Indiana. Globe Asphalt Paving Company has paved the way throughout Indiana since 1931.
It is no surprise that throughout the duration of its use, every vaulting pole goes through a considerable amount of wear and tear. As time goes on, this can become apparent when looking at the outer wrapping of a pole either being torn and frayed, or weathered by the sun. At FiberSport, not only is our equipment on the cutting edge of sport performance, it is also built to maintain a clean, pristine look throughout its lifetime. Our pole wraps are printed in-house on a specialty automotive wrap adhesive printer, with a 3mm UV coating built to last against the elements. The poles pictured here have seen 4+ years of sun almost every day, and the labels are still holding strong and prominent. If you have any questions, please visit the website linked in our profile to chat with a sales representative. FiberSport, where innovation meets longevity.
Back live here at the Hoosier State Relays here on the ISC Sports Network. Well, just a moment ago at the girls pole vault competition, it was Annalise Sloan taking her final jump here at 12 feet 3 inches. She already has the state indoor record in her grasp, and she can't quite get over there at 12 feet 3 inches, but still an excellent day for her. 3 perfect jumps until she no-heighted here at 12 foot 3, but an excellent day for her, Coach.
Yeah, that was a great attempt at it. Just couldn't get her elbows over the bar there, as you see her. She looks pretty happy. She should be. She sets the state record in the small school indoor meet, and she's only a junior.
So here's a better look at it here as this was the state record jump here at 12 feet. And definitely an excellent jump there when she got that one here. Ecstatic at that again. She bested the previous record by 3 inches at 12 feet even now. As the awards about to be presented here and are currently being presented in the girls 4x800 meter relay. We get ready for the 4x800 meter relay finals into the boys as well. Well, MF Athletic Everything Track and Field, we're still more of everything than ever. We have the track and field brand that you need or want, with everything backed by our famous 100% satisfaction guaranteed. We're proud to have same-day shipping policies, as well as backed by a team of track and field experts to advise and make suggestions, all with sensible low prices. Be sure to find out more by calling 1-800-556-7464 or visit us online at everythingtrackandfield.com.
"32 young ladies getting their medals from that 4x800 meter relay.
Again, Bishop Chittard, 9 minutes, 34 seconds, and a big 20 points, as now the Chittard Trojans take the overall lead in the girls' team standings. As you take a look at the final results there, Concordia Lutheran putting together a solid race, but Chittard, with Julia's score on that final leg, really set the tone for the Trojans.
Yeah, Sydney Schumann went out and scared everybody when she got the baton. She went and took the lead on that last leg, but could not sustain it, and Julia Score just ran a really nice paced 800 to get that.
So here's the boys section of the 4x800 meter relay, just getting underway.
Again, this is a 2-section final, timed final.
So a couple big competitors you'll see here in this particular final: Concordia Lutheran, Bluffton, as well as Heritage Christian. But also watch out for Pioneer as well. They have a qualifying time of 8:42 coming into this one.
Looks like McConaughey is going to be in the lead. The Braves right there at the start. Heritage Christian right there also. That's Caleb Baker.
So McConaughey really getting out and getting going. They're one of the slower qualifiers here to get to this meet. Out in front here is Isaiah Wittenberg of McConaughey, followed by Heritage Christian's Caleb Baker. And so Baker going to sit right there with Wittenberg. Baker was fourth at the City Alliance Track and Field Championships in the 800 meters last season in the outdoor variety. Wittenberg, on the other hand, sectional runner-up in sectional number 8 of the IHSAA postseason. He's also the reigning champion in the Three Rivers Conference in the 400, or rather the 800 and the 1600 meter run.
Traditionally a very strong track conference, the Three Rivers.
There is Bluffton in third place, led off here by Levi Johns. Bluffton are the reigning ACAC champions in the 4x800, running in third place. So again, McConaughey setting a pretty solid pace here with Isaiah Wittenberg out in front. And he will hold things firm here, as it will be McConaughey coming to the lead in the first exchange. And there, as you can see, the lactic acid burn in his face of Wittenberg as he will hand things off to Dalen Schrock. So it's Dalen Schrock here for McConaughey. And Bar Reeve, I believe, came across in second right there. No, it was Wabash.
No, it's the Apaches, yeah.
With Jonah Church with an excellent lead off there at 2:04 for the opening 800. He hands it off to Caden Vogel, and Bluffton right there in the mix as well with Heritage Christian.
Wabash, another Three Rivers Conference team now. Didn't used to be a longtime CIC member of the Central Indiana Conference. Made the switch over because they had a lot of schools in that area that had grown and or shrunk to the size that they were.
And now Heritage Christian moving into the second spot here with Willem Hobson.
Now we have a change in the lead now. Wabash 1, Heritage Christian 2.
So Caden Vogel holding things out in front for Wabash now, but here comes Park Tudor wearing bib number 1 here. That is Hayden Souza.
Yeah, the Panthers making their move.
Park Tudor had an excellent showing last season in both meets for the girls and the boys. The Panthers, the defending champions in this meet on the girls' side for Park Tudor. And so now the Panthers putting some pressure here on Wabash, as Caden Vogel will just hold the lead here with Souza right there on his hip. So Hayden Souza now kicking it in, but here comes Heritage Christian. Willem Hobson now taking the long way around here to get to the lead.
He did. That's not usually the most opportune place to make a move, is on that, coming out of that curve.
But he is flying here.
He is.
So Hobson with an excellent second leg here. He will hand things off here to Cole Riggle. So the Eagles out in front, followed by the Apaches and then the Panthers. A 2-0-2 split right there for Hobson.
Great job. Wow, this early in the year, a 2-0-2 for your second runner.
But how about Souza of Park Tudor, a 2-minute even split for Park Tudor to get them back in the race.
I think he got the baton in 5th place, made up some good ground.
Meanwhile, it is Heritage Christian still holding the lead here with Riggle. But Park Tudor right there with Miles Wiley right there on his heel. Park Tudor bringing an entirely different team to this state finals meet as to then who qualified them earlier on this year. And so far the Panthers looking pretty good right now with Wiley holding right to the hip, and he will move around to the outside to give Park Tudor the lead.
Wabash has settled into a comfortable 3rd place right now in this relay. Looks like Bluffton's in 4th, but they are well back off the pace of the leaders.
Drew Guerin Hobson of Wabash is the 3rd leg here for the Apaches. But Park Tudor still led here by Miles Wiley as he now has 1 lap to go here in this leg.
Again, this is a timed final, so we have one more section coming up, this 4x8. So
quite possibly could be points scored here from this opening section as well.
Absolutely.
Through 5 events scored here on the girls' side, Bishop Chatard has a 5-point lead over Concordia Lutheran. Meanwhile, on the boys' side, through 3 events scored, it is Delta and Wabash up in front. And Wabash could get some more points right here. As we go through the final exchanges now. Park Tudor anchored here by Spencer Hughes, as it was a 2-0-4 split there by Miles Wiley. Meanwhile, Pioneer, though, putting together the fastest 3rd leg with Leighton Dott getting that one for Pioneer to move them back into the 5th position here, but they are still well off the pace and have a lot of ground to make up. And now, speaking of making up ground here, challenging for the lead over Park Tudor now. And coming around the horn here, it appears you get the big numbers right. That's look, that's not Bar Reeve.
No, so I'm staying quiet because I can't tell.
Yeah, we'll have to get clarification on who's in the lead right now here. It looks like it looked like it was Park Tudor, and can't quite get a bib number there on the runner in the white jersey out in front. So the bell lap is amongst us here as the 5 runner there is of Bar Reeve. That is Caden Busey out in front as Park Tudor was scored with the lead. Couldn't quite tell if Bar Reeve was a lap down or
I think they're a lap down.
They must be a lap down here, and they must have gotten that lap back, because I was going to say he was running pretty quick here. So Bar Reeve is a lap down here as Park Tudor is in the lead now here, wearing the number 1 bib. And so Spencer Hughes will bring it across.
Yep.
And there is confirmation right there. So Spencer Hughes gets the win here for Park Tudor. 8 minutes, 14 seconds. A new season best for them. Followed by Heritage Christian and Bluffton coming across in 3rd after running in about 4th place there for a long while. Tyler Goodwin, the anchor leg right there for Bluffton, getting them across in 8:26. We'll take another quick timeout. Don't go anywhere. The second half of the boys 4x800 meters coming up next right here on the ISC Sports Network. Moving right along here inside the Fall Creek Pavilion, live coverage of the Hoosier State Relays here on the ISC Sports Network alongside Pete Smith. I'm Kurt Darling. Moving on to the next section of the boys 4x800 meter relay. And among the top qualifiers to watch out for here, Indian Creek, Oak Hill, and Corydon Central going to be the ones to watch. Indian Creek, the top overall qualifier at 8 minutes 18 seconds this season. This is an Indian Creek squad that only got as far as the regional in the 4x800 in the outdoor variety last year, but we'll look to try and add on to that this season. State record in this event, West Lafayette, set back in 2016, 8 minutes 1 second. Bishop Chatard, the defending champion, they are also in this event as well. They set a mark of 8:04 last year. Competitors in the girls pole vault being recognized in just a little bit. Of course, looks like a three-way tie for 8th place there. That certainly happens in pole vault depending on how the meet shakes out. And once again, recognizing Annalise Sloan from Evansville Christian, setting a new state record mark of 12 feet even, besting the previous record by 3 inches.
Had no misses until she went to 12-3, so just an outstanding series of jumps for her today. Mike Hanna presenting the awards, the legendary pole vaulter himself in the black there.
Certainly a well-respected name in the pole vaulting community. Warm-ups in the boys pole vault are commencing right now. That meet will be getting going here in about maybe 15, 20 minutes or so.
Kurt, when I think of you being a pole vaulter, I start to get a nosebleed. You vaulters get up there so high with no protection. You're just you're unbridled up there in the air. An event I never tried. The high jump was high enough for me to try and do in junior high, but that was it.
And there are the results of the girls' pole vault competition. Again, Annalise Sloan getting that meet record mark. But I can confirm, Pete Smith, that you do have to be let's just say, of a special mind to run at a stationary object with a 15-foot long object and with the efforts of going 15 feet in the air or plus.
With a fiberglass type pole that may shatter any time you put it in the box.
I have broken many a poles in my day. It is not a fun feeling.
It's kind of like falling off a horse, isn't it? Have you ever fallen off a horse?
I've never fallen off a horse.
Okay, so you don't know that feeling. It's
no,
not
I
a very
don't know
good
that
feeling.
Although I can confirm my sister knows that feeling. She was a very good equestrian in her day. Fast section here of the boys 4x800 meter relay, and a little bit of a chippy start there amongst the competitors on the bottom section here of this waterfall start.
That was Delta and Garin Catholic. Wesley Street and Tyler Dillon looked like they were blocking out for a rebound on the hardwood.
So Garin Catholic leading things off here with Wesley Street. And Delta on top of it. Delta so far has had an excellent showing here in the early events of this small school division, as Wesley Street holds things off. 54-second caliber 400-meter runner going at twice that distance here today.
8:14, the winner of the first race, 8:14.77 in the first of the two timed finals.
And now moving up to take the lead here from Bishop Chatard is J.D. Haynes. And Delta, in like manner, going to follow right with them in second place. This is Tyler Dillon of Delta out in front, a sub 2-minute 800 runner in his good days. He was third place in the Delaware County Championship in the 800 meters just last year. So Chatard and Delta, 1-2 here in the early going. And Oak Hill has now moved into third place here. This is Lance Wyrick kind of holding down the fort here for Oak Hill as he now comes up behind Bishop Chatard, who has fallen into second. But here is Wyrick going to be coming to the first exchange, going into second place. Wyrick was third in the sectional in the 800 meters last year. He will hand it off to his teammate Corbin Tibby. Meanwhile, Delta out in front here with Noah Parrott getting it from Dillon.
Yeah, nice job by Tyler Dillon in that first leg, a 2:01.11 split. But here comes Bishop Chatard. No, I'm sorry. We're still got Delta on the screen there. Bishop Chatard in third.
Chatard has actually regained the lead now there after a really hot start there from Ian Kolbus.
Yeah, I apologize. You look down in an indoor meet and you miss a lot because it's so fast and the track is so short. I thought that was Bishop Chatard. Then I thought, wait a minute, he made that up pretty fast.
Ian Kolbus, more of a 1,600 meter and 3,200 meter specialist, but he can turn it on speed-wise here in this one. His best result last season was third place in the mile at the Kendall Randall Invitational back in mid-April. So Chatard out front. Delta still holding on in second place here with Noah Parrott. And now West Lafayette and Oak Hill battling for the third spot back in the peloton.
Yeah, Kolbus is really taking a big lead there for the Trojans.
Kolbus still holding on to this lead here for the Trojans.
Yeah, you don't like that, though. You saw him turn, look over that left shoulder. You just run to your point, especially when you are the second leg after the first exchange. That kind of gives you as a coach and a runner behind you, like, he's getting a little tired.
Here comes Garin Catholic in third place, trying to challenge for second place here with Delta.
Yeah, it's Max Fish for the Golden Eagles.
And it will be Garin Catholic challenging for the runner-up spot here, well back behind this runner on your screen. That is Kolbus of Chatard. He is fighting some pain here, but he gets the lead and holds it for the Trojans going to the next exchange. This is Jack Steedham for the Trojans. Delta going to be going to the services of Drayton Swanson, and Garin Catholic gives it to Johnny King.
Oak Hill in fourth.
Don't count out Oak Hill just yet, as they move now to Trenton Sweet, who is one of the better 800-meter runners in the state. Sub 2 minutes he is capable of, but it is still all Bishop Chatard here with Stedham out in front. Stedham working through his paces right now.
Right now he's maintained about the same pace and the same clip as his last runner to hold on to this lead, maybe even stretch it out just a little bit more.
Delta here working with Drayton Swanson. Not one of their best 800-meter runners, but he has certainly filled some gaps when he can. And now Garin Catholic going to challenge Swanson here for second place. And they will here again. Johnny King holding the baton here for the Golden Eagles. Johnny King, the champion of the Garin Catholic Cecina dual meet, back on May 2nd in the 800 meters. But still, it is all Bishop Chatard holding the lead here with Jack Stedham. Delta starting to fall back. Oak Hill now taking up the third place.
Oak Hill making a nice run there, their third leg.
Again, Trenton Sweet, a sub 2 minute 800 runner. He is now going to challenge Garin Catholic for second place as we get ready for the final exchange here in this second heat here of the 4x800. So Chittard coming to the change. It's going to be Zach Gantz with the next one, and now it'll be neck and neck here at the next exchange between Oak Hill and Garin Catholic.
Well, you've got a pretty famous person running this leg for Garin Catholic.
That is Ben Grissom.
What's he known for? He made SportsCenter 2 weeks ago in the sectional basketball final, throwing the ball over his head to a teammate.
And that was an excellent, excellent finish to a sectional championship basketball matchup. But now Oak Hill and Garin Catholic have the tall task of trying to chase down Zach Gantz here on your screen of Bishop Chittard.
Yeah, Gantz has a very comfortable lead.
This is Owen Jackson for Oak Hill, and he is a solid 800-meter runner. 1:58 is his best split time.
They are gaining on him, though. They are gaining on Gantz.
A lot of real estate to make up here. Chittard still well out in front. Coming now with 2 laps to go here in this one. Oak Hill slowly but surely reeling in the Trojans. This would be a miraculous split here by Owen Jackson if he can hold on to this lead, or hold on to this pace, as Zach Gantz now just trying to hang on for dear life here for the Trojans. Coming to the final lap. This is going to be close here, Coach.
Tell you, Owen Jackson looks good. Does he have anything left in the tank?
There you see Jackson in your screen, just coming up here on the back of Chittard. Gantz still holding the lead. Jackson fighting for every stride. It looks like he is about out of gas, though, here as they move through the final 50 meters. And it will appear to be Bishop Chittard just holding on. A valiant effort by Owen Jackson this final leg, but Chittard comes home with the win. Zach Gantz with a really good final split, followed by Jackson here for Oak Hill, and it will be Garin Catholic coming home in the 3rd spot here in this final. Heck of an embrace right there between Jackson and Gantz. 8:06 your winning time here for Bishop Chittard, a new season best for them. Oak Hill 8:09 in second place, and Garin Catholic across the line in 3rd at 8:16.
Okay, refresh my memory. Who won the first race in this? Because they're going to get 3rd place overall, I think. They ran an 8:14.77.
As we look at the times here, it is Park Tudor who will end up getting points. In fact, they had the 3rd best time out of that opening heat. So that just goes to show you how the time finals can play a factor here.
Yeah, I wrote down that time when Park Tudor won that last race, thinking that's pretty good for this early in the year indoor. And they end up getting 3rd as they combine the 2 races together time-wise. There you see the finish there by Zach Gantz. Ran a really strong race. Really strong race here.
And then not only that, just looking at this as well, both these runners with lots of respect for each other.
Yeah, you love to see that. Love to see that. I mean, they're all suffering. My gosh, they're all suffering. They've given it all they've had for 800 meters. You see them all come across, and whoop, boom goes the dynamite there with the Delta guy. Hits the track.
That was Cameron Deckman hitting the deck as we move right along here in this one. So a big win right there for Bishop Chittard. That gives them the overall lead in the boys' team standings by 5 points over Delta. As we move on to the next event here on the docket, this will be the girls 4x200 meter relay, which is brought to you by Barnes & Thornburg, Indiana's largest law firm, proud to support the Nike Hoosier State Relays. So we'll pick up the speed here a little bit, Coach, with the girls 4x200 meter relay about to get underway here on the outside track. We also have some girls high jump competition commencing on the infield as well, along with the long jump as well. As we take a look here at the long jump competition on the girls' side. So lots of field events to get to here, as that was Jillian Barr of Delta taking her jump, the 6th best seeded jumper here today at 17 feet even coming into this one. Kaya Crook, the aforementioned Heritage Christian Eagle, who won the 60-meter dash earlier today. also a competitor in this long jump as well.
There's the athletes in the high jump, as you can see, in the girls' high jump on your screen.
Some ones to watch out for here as well in this one.
Yeah, they're getting ready to start their competition. They're listening to the judge right now over there.
And Kaya Crook's going to have to pull some double duty here. She is the top qualifying high jumper as well. Again, they'll go through a couple of heats here as well, as we take a look at some more long jump competition on the infield.
Cardinal Ritter Raider there with that jump.
And that was McKenna Means of Ritter. Warm-ups for the boys long jump commencing as well, along with competition. So we are moving right along through both, and that's the other thing too. You can run both boys and girls long jump competitions next to each other. There are 2 full-length long jump pits here at this facility.
Yeah, they didn't they didn't cut anything back when it comes to quality too. They're both great pits. I walked down there when you and I did a conference meet here a few weeks ago.
So once again, we'll be moving here with the girls 4x200 meter relay.
Starting out in lane 1 of this first heat is Heritage. Lane 2 looks like it's going to be the Bruins of Tri-West Hendricks. Woodland in lane 3 from Northeast Indiana. Riverside right here in Indianapolis in lane 4. Thea Bowman Academy from Gary in lane 5, and in lane 6 the Golden Eagles of Guerin Catholic. Those are your teams in heat 1 of the time section there, and there you see it on the screen, and the runners on there also, as long as they stay with that order of the lineup cards.
Again, this is the first of 4 timed finals that they will be running here in the 4x200 meter relay.
Also on the screen is your competitors in that 4x800 meter relay that just finished on the boys' side of the meet. Trinity Greenlawn you see right in the center out of South Bend. Nice job medaling and making it to the finals here of the Hoosier State Relay sponsored by Nike. But as you see, there's the top 2 teams coming up on the podium now. Golden Eagles of Oak Hill High School in second. And here comes the Trojans, your champions this year in the 4x800 meter relay.
By the way, the team standings, Bishop Chatard on the boys' side, 33 points, Delta with 28 points, and Oak Hill with 16 points. Those are your top 3 in the team standings as you look at the final results there of the boys 4x800 meter relay. Also on the girls' side, Chatard leading Concordia by 5 points. So it's been all Bishop Chatard here on both sides of the coin here in the small school meet here at the Hoosier State Relays.
Yeah, they have good numbers. They always have good athletes come out. A lot of their boys' athletes are football players. We know their dominance in football, the most state titles ever by any school in football, Bishop Chatard.
So while we wait for the 4x200 meters to get ready to go, another look at the long jump pit as they get things checked in for the boys' long jump. We'll keep you apprised of those results as they come in. Getting set for the 4x2 on the girls' side, I Want to Race is a full-service timing and scoring company with 50 years of experience. That's right, and they've been timing races since 1974. I Want to Race and staff are some of the most experienced and knowledgeable, and previously were owners of the state's largest timing company in America as well. From the Division I meets all the way down to high school, they have everything. iwanttораce.com for more information. First section here of the 4x200 meters, 1 lap per leg.
Love this race indoors. It's just a dead out sprint around the oval.
And again, they will stay in their lanes for the first leg before they filter down for the next exchange. And so at the early going, it is already a neck-and-neck race, maybe in the lead. Heritage down in lane 1 as they make up the stagger. But how about this one? Out Thea Bowman Academy rather with Aaliyah Murphy now holding the lead out in front. But how about this from Heritage? This is Piper Pierce challenging down in as all the runners will now filter down into their lanes. And now it is anybody's game here for the next exchange.
Oh, a sprained ankle there on the exchange there. Lead runner looked like she pulled up.
That was Piper Pierce.
Yeah, left ankle.
And she handed that off here to Deneste Williams-White, who is now the lone runner on your screen, and she has the lead here for Heritage. Heritage with a best time of 1:55 this season at the HSR Midwest qualifier.
Boy, they got a relay team. They have ran this very, very smoothly and have a commanding lead here. Can they hold on, though?
This is Trinity Brown.
Ooh, I don't know.
But flying down the back straight here are a handful of runners.
Can't tell if that's Woodland or not from our viewpoint.
That is Tri-West. This is Riley Regalado. But it will be just Heritage just holding it off as Tri-West can't quite get the real estate to come in, and coming in third place is going to be Woodlawn High School.
Great leg, though, by Regalado.
So let's take a look here at this exchange here for Heritage. Again, this is Piper Pierce coming in. And
yep.
that's one of the things you have to be aware of as an athlete, knowing that you have that metal railing on the inside. And that's also why they filter you to the outside on exchanges to avoid stuff like that. That's the tough break there for Pierce.
Yeah, most indoor tracks or outdoor tracks have a little bit of a gap area between the railing, but to utilize all this great space the swine barn used to be, it still was the barn, but it's not the swine barn anymore, but you've got to make that railing right inside there, and that last step hurt me a little bit, spraining my ankle. I think I'm going to go get some ice. Kurt, I'll be back a little bit.
Yeah, you do that. I'll hold down the fort while you do that. As we get ready for the next section here of the girls 4x200 meter relay. Again, there are the winners of the opening heat. That's Heritage as they set the benchmark at 1:52.
How about this crowd, Kurt? Wow.
It is a fantastic crowd here, and this is the small school meet, mind you. We still have another meet to go here for the large schools from Class 4A to 6A amongst those seeded from the football classifications. And so you'll have a lot of competition coming up here later on here. We are just getting started here as we move through about the 11:30 hour.
I'm looking behind us from our vantage point where the shot put area is at, and those bleachers are packed behind us too. Just got so much action going on here in this building with the high jumpers warming up now. You got 2 high jump pits. You got the vaulters warming up, getting ready for the boys competition. We've already had a state meet record.
And
the girls, yeah.
Girls high jump and boys high jump going on in tandem right now on the infield, as is the boys shot put competition, where the leading throw right now in that event is by Andrew Smith of Danville at 48 feet 1 inch. And still a few more to go here as they will be going through one of 2 sections in the boys shot put. We'll keep you apprised of those results as they come in. Back to the track here, the second section of the 4x200 meter relay for the girls. Hanover Central, Delta, Heron, Central Noble, Ileana Christian, and Park Tudor in this heat.
Ileana Christian, an interesting score, a high school that was in Illinois and decided to move its building and facilities and grounds to Indiana. They were already a dual member of both state associations, but now the school located in Indiana up in the region.
And they're off and running as that is Paige Dill of Park Tudor.
Actually, that is not Paige Dill because I know Paige Dill.
That is correct, actually. They have a quick substitution there on the timing and scoring there. Yeah, you're right. That is not Paige Dill.
I know Paige Dill.
I was looking at the timing and scoring.
Paige Dill kicked a 50-yard field goal for Park Tudor.
Indeed she did.
She is an outstanding kicker and soccer player, state champion in soccer, so I know that's not Paige Dill.
Either way, though, Park Tudor off and running here as they have the early lead in this second section. But how about this run coming down here from Central Noble on the inside, as this is Riley Paris taking things up. So Central Noble out with the lead only for a brief moment, though, as Ileana Christian will now come to the lead in the next exchange. Ileana Christian now with Audra Davids. Really extending the lead now here.
Yeah, stretched it out there. Park Tudor now has regained second place. One more exchange coming up for each team.
Audra Davids will hand things off here to Hazel Porter. An excellent split right there by Davids. So Ileana Christian dominating this one as Central Noble falling back a little bit now here as Heron will take up second place, and then Park Tudor here in third.
Again, it's a timed final. You're going for time, but here comes Heron.
So how about this here? The final one by Patience Purnell, who was the champion in the 60 hurdles.
I thought she looked familiar.
And she will just make up a little bit in second place. But again, time finals, so you still have a little bit of an opportunity to get in there as Ileana Christian now sets the top mark in the compiled standings, followed by Heron, Park Tudor as well. So they knock Heritage down to the 4th spot there in the overall standings. 1 minute 50 by Ileana Christian. An excellent time there. That best their season best by 3 seconds.
Very nice race.
Warm-up still continuing here in the boys' pole vault competition. Meanwhile, the boys' high jump and girls' high jump are still well underway here on the infield. In fact, the final section here of the girls' high jump is now underway with lots of different competitors. Ellie Knepp going to be among them as well. But there is the finish of that section here of the girls' 4x200 relay. And there are your final results here of the second section with Ileana Christian with a really good time there. Looking at the an update on the boys' high jump here, which is now underway with their next section. The bar at 6 feet even on the infield. There's a look at the long jump. As the boys' long jump continuing to move through their paces. Right now, the leading jumper in that regard is Chase Guthrie of Cardinal Ritter with a best jump of 22 feet 3.5 inches. And competition just getting underway there. That is Keaton Kewer of Bishop Chatard taking his next jump right there. Of course, they did the prelims of the boys' high jump, and now this is the finals where they will score some points. Back to the track for the next section of the girls' 4x200. Oak Hill, Lawrenceburg, Tippy Valley, Whitgo, Indian Creek, and Franklin County in on this third heat. And they're off here out of the blocks. That is Franklin County in your screen. Audrey Harper getting things going for them. And she is out well in that far lane. Again, you have to go uphill on this banked track before you go downhill exiting. Also a nice start here outside by Indian Creek. And so the handoff here for Indian Creek will go to Elena Hughes.
Here's where the inside lanes get back in the race there. Tippy Valley right in the middle of the race. Tippecanoe Valley, I should say. Oak Hill.
Ella Flannery, though, the leader for Franklin County on the outside as they filter in down the back straight. And now Oak Hill, as you mentioned, Coach, Audrey Rex, the second leg here for them as they go to the next exchange. A little early, Oak Hill. That might be close to a violation. They didn't call it there, so that is still a good exchange. Again, you don't have a whole lot of room here, but you have to wait until you are in the exchange zone to hand off your baton.
Yeah, still Franklin County in the lead. At the exchange, Tippecanoe Valley was second. They're third right now. Chesney Miller, the runner for Tippecanoe Valley, an outstanding basketball player, making up a lot of ground for the Vikings.
And now here comes a few other competitors as well. Franklin County still out in front. And now Tippecanoe Valley coming across in second place here. This is Chesney Miller.
No, it's Hadley Wise.
Or rather, Hadley
this is
Wise
anchor,
now.
yeah.
This is the anchor now. I was one behind there. Excuse me. Thank you, Coach. Mackenzie Brzezinski for Franklin County trying to hold things on here, but here comes Wise and also Oak Hill into the mix here with Leah Hiley.
Nice
so Franklin
race, yeah.
County holds things off here, and a blistering time, 1 minute 50 seconds. That gives them the overall lead, and Tippy Valley now actually third. Ileana Christian besting them by 0.3 of a second.
Coming out of that first relay, yeah. There's the finish, just looking at the goal, looking at that finish line. Nice race. Valley got back in it. They're third overall going into this final heat. Actually, third heat. One more heat coming up? I lost track.
One more here. There will be a final heat here. This will be the quick heat here of the 4 sections of the 4x200 meter relay.
And we say quick only because it's the times they have coming in that they have posted earlier in on the season.
They do it based on the seeds.
Yep. Not mean to slam the other teams. They just have the fastest seeds coming in. So it is the quick heat from that standpoint. But Franklin County's got the time they're shooting at for 150.39.
And so here you will have in the final heat of the 4x200 relay for the girls, Bremen, Corydon Central, Chittard, West Lafayette, Hamilton Heights, and Heritage Christian. Heritage Christian getting a lot of work here in this relay from the Crook sisters, Kenzie and Kaya. But you'll also have some excellent competition in Chittard as well as you take a look at the relay lineups here for this final heat of the 4x2. For West Lafayette in particular, they are going to be having Jocelyn Jundos be the second leg here of their relay. She qualified for the state championships for the IHSAA Outdoors at the 400 meters a season ago. She's also the reigning Hoosier Conference champion in the 400. Hamilton Heights, they're the next best qualifier here as well. They were third in the team standings for the Hoosier Conference champions in the 4x100 meter relay, but they also boast 2 freshmen, a sophomore, and a junior on this squad, so they have a young team.
They do. They're a very young team, have a really, really nice program. They have some really good coaches up there that work it really hard. Bill Trackman, one of them. The old West Side Red Devil.
Chittard in on this as well. Chittard, the reigning City Alliance and Circle City Conference champions in the 4x100 relay outdoor.
Yeah, this should be a really good race.
Lots of accolades amongst these 6 teams. And they're off and running.
This lane 6 you're looking at, that's the squad from Heritage Christian, Kenzie Crook.
And they're even, but still making up the stagger here on the inside is Chittard. They're going to come to the lead here to the first exchange. And you see different philosophies of exchanges here as they still stay in their lanes now, as Hamilton Heights now will take it out here coming to the pole. But also Chittard really coming on strong here, as this is Mary Kate Feltz of the Trojans putting the pressure here on Lizzie Smith of Heights.
And she's going to overtake her there.
And so an excellent run here by Feltz. She will hand off here to Addison Duncan.
Handoff's really key here. You got to get the baton.
And good exchanges here from the top 4 squads. It is Chittard, followed by Hamilton Heights. And now putting some pressure on here is Hamilton Heights. Coming all the way in, back on the heels here of Addison Duncan of Chittard.
Yes, Gracie Bortone.
Meanwhile, West Lafayette in on the mix as well. That is Charlotte Simpson. It is going to be a dead heat coming to the final exchange. Chittard, followed by Heights and West Lafayette. But don't count out Heritage Christian here. This is Tanisa Pendleton.
Whoa, here comes the Huskies.
And actually, they moved Kaya Crook. Or no, this is Pendleton, excuse me. But either way, Heritage Christian coming in third. But how about this from Hamilton Heights?
Here come the Huskies.
Holly Andrew. But here is Heritage Christian, and at the line, what a run there by Heritage Christian at the end there. And that was Kaya Crook on the anchor leg. They just changed up their leg order at the last minute to Heritage Christian, and they come home second 1 minute 46 though for Hamilton Heights. What a run here by this squad. And as we mentioned, the youngest squad in the field as well. No seniors here.
Nice race. Nice race. They lost the lead. They had it after the first exchange. Lost it, and the anchor comes through for the Huskies.
So the compiled results we'll have here in just a little bit, and there you have it. Quick work here by our ISC Sports Network crew. 146-49, or rather 94 for Hamilton Heights. Heritage Christian and Bishop Chittard, your top three finishers. With that, we'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, the boys section of the 4x200 meter relay here on the ISC Sports Network.
It is no surprise that throughout the duration of its use, every vaulting pole goes through a considerable amount of wear and tear. As time goes on, this can become apparent when looking at the outer wrapping of a pole either being torn and frayed, or weathered by the sun. At Fibersport, not only is our equipment on the cutting edge of sport performance, it is also built to maintain a clean, pristine look throughout its lifetime. Our pole wraps are printed in-house on a specialty automotive wrap adhesive printer, with a 3mm UV coating built to last against the elements. The poles pictured here have seen 4+ years of sun almost every day, and the labels are still holding strong and prominent. If you have any questions, please visit the website linked in our profile to chat with a sales representative. Fibersport, where innovation meets longevity.
Rolling right along here, live coverage of the Hoosier State Relays here on the ISC Sports Network alongside my partner Pete Smith. I'm Kurt Darling. Small school competition. The first of two meets today. We'll have the large school competition coming up later on this afternoon as you get a live look in on the boys long jump finals taking place right now, as there's a solid jump by that competitor from Cascade. That is Gavin Weekly, who just took his fifth and final jump of the competition. Rather, he gets 6 jumps, excuse me. You get 6 jumps for the finals. You also see the boys pole vault warming up and the live coverage of the girls high jump progressing, as well as that bar right now sits at about 5 feet even. And they'll be rolling on here to go on to the finals later on today. Here's some more long jump competition coverage as well, as you see a bunch of different competitors. That is Owen Utterback of North Montgomery taking a big jump right there.
Jason Harmon or Norwell. I had to recognize the jersey there.
And there was Gavin Weekly again from Cascade. And then here is Delta's Cameron Wilson, who just completed his 6th and final jump at 20 feet 5 inches. And so far things still just kind of shaking out here as they rattle home this very deep field of competitors here in the boys long jump. Hard to believe, Coach, we're on the back half of the running events now here. We only have 3 more events to go here on the track between the next section of the 4x200 meter relay. That'll be followed by the girls distance medley relay and the boys, and then we close things out with the girls and boys 4x400 meter relay.
Moving right along. We see one of our starters. Jay White is our starter today, along with John Yantis and the legendary Kurt Parrish.
First section here, the boys 4x2, Cherubusco, Wabash, Hamilton Heights, Fairfield, Indian Creek, and Brownstown Central. Of course, Brownstown Central in a week's time going to be competing for a boys 2A state championship in basketball. And there you see the Braves in lane number 6. That's Hudson Fritz leading things off here. But on the inside lane here for Wabash is Colson Kugler, who came screaming around that front. It'll be Wabash here with the early lead along with the Braves. Troy Gannon-Hobson. All right, that's Spencer Stout in the second leg here for Wabash.
Yeah, the hurdler for the Apaches.
And he's going to do all he can here to hold this lead with that long stride here as Brownstown Central's Jack Pace will put pressure on him. But Stout will now hand things off here to Troy Gannon-Hobson. So it is Wabash, followed by Brownstown Central.
Apaches and the Braves are coming up on them.
And now Pace going to try and take the long way around here, and he is just able to sit right on the hip there of Hobson. Final leg here, dead heat at the exchange, and they will stay neck and neck, but Brownstown Central will now come down here for the lead here on the final leg.
Again, it's a time final, so they're running for time besides the personal gratification of beating the team around them.
And now coming up in third place here is Indian Creek, as Wabash is going to die hard here, going for third place, and it'll be Brownstown Central, followed by Indian Creek, and then Wabash. .134.61, the winning time there by Brownstown. That'll be the benchmark here going into the next three timed finals.
Nice finish there. Isaiah Engel appears to be the last runner. Again, we don't have the exact lineup cards. We have who was supposed to run in what order, but coaches can always make that change there before. Typically they don't, because they've worked on those relays and those particular handoffs to runners, but you never know. As you see the winning Husky team, great race, and as you made a point of mentioning, Kurt, a very young relay team there. So
2 freshmen, a sophomore, and a junior among that squad. So Hamilton Heights gets the winning time there in the girls' competition for the 4x200 meter relay. Updating again on the team standings, Bishop Chittard leading in both categories, boys and girls. Chittard has about a 5-point lead on Delta on the boys' side after 4 events scored. Chittard with a much larger lead, 11 points over Heritage Christian on the girls' side after 7 events, as we get a live look at the high jump competition still going on right now from our roving camera on the inside.
Really roaming. Roaming all over the rafters.
This competition still moves along here. This is Macy Smith of Hamilton Heights, and she gets a solid clearance right there at 5 feet. Another one here from North Miami. This is Grace Sailors, also getting a clearance there at 5 feet on her third attempt. And then here is Charlotte Dudick on her third and final attempt at 5 feet. And then Alana Jordan, who was supposed to be on that 4x200 relay team, but had to have an early scratch there. She gets it done at 5 feet. And then Lexi Hale of Northwestern. Meanwhile, on the boys' side of things here for high jump, as the bar getting past 6 feet now here, as from South Knox.
South Knox Warrior there.
From earlier, that is Tucker Risley, who got a clearance there on his third and final attempt here at 6 feet. So that's where things stand on the field events at the moment, as we get back to the track for the boys 4x200 relay here for the second time final. Hanover Central, Wheeler, Danville Community, Franklin County, Guerin Catholic, and Westview here on this one. Quick look at the long jump here as well.
That's a pretty, for that Norwell athlete, pretty short run through actually.
Clean start here in this second time final of the 4x2. That is Abraham Al-Rashid of Westview. And he is joined on the outside there by Nick Bowman of Guerin Catholic. And through this first exchange, the Golden Eagles have the early lead here, going to the back straight. But on the inside here in lane 2 is Wheeler with Justin Nunez making things up.
The Bearcats up in Northwest Indiana, outside of Valparaiso in the lead. Guerin Catholic second.
So Wheeler holding the lead going to the next exchange. Guerin Catholic right on the hip there, as James Moody will bring things around here for the Golden Eagles. And this is Tyne Venticle for Wheeler, and he surrenders the lead to Guerin Catholic.
I don't know, we can't see him in our picture, but I don't know why, but Westview ran way up the hill, lost some distance there. The Golden Eagles in the lead.
And Guerin Catholic putting some distance between they and Hanover Central, who now moves into second place after an excellent leg by Ben Alvarado. This is Harrison Miller for Guerin Catholic, who will bring it home here for the Golden Eagles. Kyle Perez of Hanover Central unable to bring things back in, and so Guerin Catholic will come home at about 135 or so, 134.88. And that puts them, Coach, second behind Brownstown Central.
Brownstown Central in that first heat ran a 134.61, so they will be in the lead after 2 races, 2 of our time finals here. I mean, it's the only way to do it. It's just when you have time finals, you just got to, it takes out a little bit of the competition knowing, yeah, I need that time, but no one is pushing me. I have the lead in this race. It's just that little extra incentive when you get to the outdoor meets in the state finals where you have your trials and then the time finals.
We'll take a timeout. The next 2 heats of the 4x2 coming up next here on the ISC Sports Network. So you are your athlete or a budding pole vaulter, then you know that you need the right poles to take your ability even higher. That's why Inverted Rentals has partnered with Pole Vault Elite, giving you access to all the poles they use to train state and even national championship winning athletes. When you check out their website, their app-based program will give you access to every Team Pacer pole they have, all geared to help you achieve your goals. And you can choose how long you want to keep it, or swap it out free with a new one as you progress. So scan the QR code today and go higher with Inverted Rentals. Moving right along to the next couple timed finals of the 4x200 meter relay here at the HSR Relays, the Hoosier State Relays as they're known here on the ISC Sports Network. Alongside Pete Smith, I'm Kurt Darling. Coach, moving right here to this next one, Jimtown, Maconaquah, West Lafayette, Manchester, the team you affectionately love, of course. Tri-West and Tia Bowman Academy as well coming in this one.
Yeah, as you made reference to, I coached the Squires in track, my 3rd and final head coaching stop in track before I just went completely into basketball, but track's always been a big passion of mine. Got the Jimtown Jimmies in lane 1, as you said, Maconaquah's Braves in 2. Usually West Lafayette has a pretty good relay team, so this will be a good race. This is the 3rd heat of the 4 timed finals.
And again, the points could be scored right now, so much illustrated by the Brownstown Central Braves. They have the top time so far out of the first heat, which is typically the slower seeded heat, and they just edged Guerin Catholic from the second heat by about 0.2 of a second. They have the lead at 134.61. Indian Creek also 3rd, just eclipsing the 135 mark. As you get a look there of the outside here, that is Reginald Hicks from Tia Bowman Academy. One of the newer schools here in the state.
Well, the whole Gary school system just has changed its identity completely. Gosh, I think they had 9 high schools at one time, I remember.
So we're underway here in this 3rd time final. Pretty even start here amongst the stagger. Making things up a little bit here for Tri-West is Noah Lean out in lane number 5, and he will have the lead coming to the first exchange here for the Bruins. So Lean will now hand things off here to Brock DeBello here of Tri-West. But already making things up here on the outside is Jordan Dorsey of Thea Bowman. And also on the inside from West Lafayette is Brennan Wood challenging there.
Yeah, that curve just makes a big difference coming out of that first exchange and handoff.
And how about Manchester? That is Clayton Kyle.
Yep, Squires in 2nd.
So Tri-West leading Maconaquah here. And in third here, Manchester, excuse me, not Maconaquah. And then Thea Bowman Academy in third. So here is Tri-West here with Logan Anderson, who will hand things off here to Brody Saylor, who was one of the top hurdlers earlier today. He will finish things off here along with Manchester in second. Thea Bowman still holding on in third.
Mesker needs to go into lane 1 for Manchester. He's running out in lane 2 for some reason. He still is running out there in lane 2.
Still holding out in lane 2.
I don't know if he's confused on the way the track is banked, but he lost a lot of room there. Tri-West, great time.
Brody Saylor brings it home for the Bruins. That will undoubtedly be at the top time. It is 1:33.05, and West Lafayette 1:35.33.
Huh.
So you have a lot of teams from that second heat still holding on to the top 3 or 4 positions, as West Lafayette seeded 5th now going to the final heat here, but still, what a run here by Tri-West.
Yeah, they had good handoffs. I watched all their handoffs. Saylor brings the baton home.
That was a 22-9 split there for Saylor. A brisk 200-meter run right there.
So there you see the current standings after the first 3 sections, or heats as I call them. We've got the faster timed heats coming up here, but pretty impressive. Brownstown Central coming from the slower time heat, and currently in second place with 6 more teams having the opportunity to overtake them.
Well, Mac Designs has been the provider for team uniforms, spirit wear, and custom t-shirts and apparel for 35 years. Local to Carmel, you can work directly with Mac Designs' experienced staff to find just the right garments and their on-staff artists to design your look just for you. Mac Designs has uniforms and apparel for all sports and from all major brands, including Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and New Era. With Mac Designs, you work directly with people who make your order happen, not through a broker or middleman. The entire process is managed in-house from design to ordering to production, with the experienced staff making sure your order is perfect. To find out more, be sure to reach out to Mac Designs at Mac Designs Incorporated. That's MacDesignsInc.com.
More than just ink on a shirt.
Absolutely.
Here we are for our final race in this 4x200 meter relay. Heritage Christian in lane 1. Raiders of Cardinal Ritter of Indianapolis in lane 2. The Tippecanoe Valley Vikings will run in lane 3. Leaders of the meet in the team competition, Bishop Chittard running in lane 4. The Panthers of Corydon Central will be running out of lane 5, and a really strong Delta team running in lane 6. They are highlighted by Braden Stanley, who won the 16-meter dash, won the 60 earlier here this morning. Got a good team. Backus always a really good runner. So is Bright.
So you get a lot of these Delta runners here, Stanley, Bright, and Backus in particular.
Stanley will be the lead off, so they should have the lead. Well, I shouldn't say they should have. He won the 60. This is a little bit longer than 60 meters, I know. But
Chittard, though, anchored here by Phoenix Boyer as well as Keaton Couillard. Of course, Boyer was on Chittard's 4x400 state qualifying team last season. Also a big competitor as well in the 60-meter dash. But don't count out Tippy Valley either. As we're underway here, Stanley leading things off here for Delta, and he is hard out of the blocks.
Chase Guthrie also off to a great start in lane 2 from Cardinal Ritter. Wow, is he off to a great start.
Guthrie and Stanley met each other in the 60-meter final, as it is Delta with a slim lead here. A long exchange. They were awfully close on that exchange. We'll have to check. Looks like it was a clean exchange. They can remain in here, but Bishop Chittard flying now here with Keaton Couillard, their second leg.
Came off the bank and just flew after he got the baton.
He's also competing in the long jump at the moment, if it hasn't concluded just yet. He has a huge lead, handing things off here now to Phoenix Boyer. Meanwhile, Delta has a long road to make up here, as Marcus Bright now has it here on the third exchange. Corydon Central was just in second place off of that exchange, but Delta now scored in second, but Bishop Chatard hands it off to their ace, Sam Feeney, who has a huge lead now here, and Bishop Chatard is going to absolutely run away with this one here, but still Gray Backus doing all he can here for Delta in seconds, and it looks like Sam Feeney's running hurt right now. He has a little bit of a limp as he gets across the line here. It looked like he was running hurt here. He looks like he's okay now, I guess. It was just his running style, but either way, 1:30.10. The best time by 3 seconds, and Delta will come in second here on the compiled standings at 1:32. Corydon Central at fourth off of their third place finish here in this particular heat. And it is a new meet record for Bishop Chatard, besting Concordia Lutheran from 2017, 131.89.
Yeah, what a great race. That record was set in 2017 that the Trojans just broke.
And Chatard doubling up their championship from a season ago, and they have a big event here with a meet record time at 1 minute 30 seconds. We'll take another quick timeout. When we come back, we will move on to the girls' distance medley relay right here on the ISC Sports Network.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community.
We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to support our high school track and field athletes, coaches, teachers, and all of the community schools throughout Indiana. Congratulations to all the championship competitors that have paved their way through the local and regional qualifiers to become participants in the 2024 Indoor Hoosier State Relays. This athletic contest showcases the very best in Indiana high school track and field competition, sportsmanship, and excellence found in every community and school throughout our state. We are proud to be gold sponsors of the 2024 Hoosier State Relays. The Hoosier State Relays are more than just a statewide high school track and field championship. It's a winning event for all of Indiana. Globe Asphalt Paving Company has paved the way throughout Indiana since 1931.
Welcome back here on the ISC Sports Network, live coverage of the Hoosier State Relays here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds inside the old swine barn, the Fall Creek Pavilion. Alongside Pete Smith, I'm Kurt Darling. Right now being recognized are the boys champions in the 4x200 meter relay. But before we go any further with that, on the track now is the girls distance medley relay, and also a live look here at the final results of the boys shot put. Luke Himes of Heritage Christian getting some solid 10 points here for his Eagles out of Heritage Christian. A new meet record, 64 feet 5.5 inches, Coach.
That's a heck of a, yeah. He broke his previous record from 2022. He had the record at 63 feet 6 3/4 inches. Last year did not break that. This year he did. As we see some of the competitors, some of their efforts, that was a scratch.
Dane Seibert as well getting in on this as well from Eastside High School, 60 feet 7 inches.
It's Mason Moulton with his.
He had a best throw of 52 5 3/4 there. But lots of competition there over in the shot put ring, and some good results there as Luke Himes comes away with the new meet record in the championship in the boys shot put.
We just saw Evan Lawrence too. Evan is the IU football recruit out of Danville. He's also the starting center in basketball. So a lot of these kids, what I'm alluding to is a lot of these runners that are in track and field that are in a winter sport, particularly basketball, they do their practices also in that, and that's really, really cool that they're getting ready for both their sports. I'm a big multi-sport guy. I love athletes to play all three sports, a fall, a winter, and a spring if they're capable of, if they can help a team out. It's just great for school spirit. You can learn a lot of good lessons from other sports, and it gives you a break too. Sometimes I wanted my basketball players to take a break. You know, they get all this personal training. They never get a chance to be a kid. Now, sometimes you don't want them to be kids. sometimes they don't always make the best decisions off the court or off the track or off the field.
So the timing and scoring getting things set to go here for the girls' distance medley relay, and that is exactly what it is. It is a medley of different events that you will be seeing throughout this competition. You will see the opening leg run 1,200 meters. They will then go to a 400-meter leg, an 800-meter leg, and then a 1,600-meter leg, encompassing 4,000 meters total through this event. And it will be all from by the time we can see here, it's one of 2 timed finals here for the distance medley.
12 teams in this race. That's what I just messed up Kurt's screen here. 12 teams in this race. Randolph Southern, Trinity Greenlawn out of South Bend, Princeton Community. You got the Park Tudor Panthers running in lane 5. Starting out was Hamilton Heights. Eastern Green was in lane 6. Thunderbirds, lane 7, Manchester Squires. Also in this race, the Prairie Heights squad, Mechanicawa Braves, Canterbury out of Fort Wayne, Ileana Christian, who's made their mark a little bit in this meet, and finally the Falcons of Fairfield.
So moving right along here through this one as they settle in this opening heat, and it is Princeton getting out to the early lead in this girls' distance medley relay. Leading things off here for Princeton is Mallory Watt, you see on your screen there.
At least we hope so. That's what's listed on the lineup card. We're only as good as our information, darn it. Sometimes I'm not even that good, but we're only as good as our information.
Mallory Watt was on the Princeton Community Squad in the 4x800 meter relay that made it to the girls' IHSAA state championships a season ago. They ended up 20th overall. She was also the 3rd finisher in the girls' PAC conference out of the Pocket Conference down there in Princeton. As we move right here through the 1,200 meter leg of this distance medley relay. So they'll turn laps in here in this race, just like life is a race as well. And Insurance Management Group is here to champion your dreams on and off the track. Just like those lightning fast track stars, we've got the speed and agility to tailor insurance plans to fit your needs. We understand life's twists and turns so you can focus on breaking records and chasing dreams. From health to home, we've got your back. Insurance Management Group, your journey, our commitment. Get ready to race with confidence.
Again, if you're joining us and you thought, boy, I thought they weren't going to run until 12:25, this first race of the distance medley relay, we went on a rolling schedule rather early, which happens in meets like this to keep the meet going, just in case we have to have a re-race later on. So apologize if you turned on and your race may have already been taking place, but that's just the way the track world runs. Now, state meet, a little bit different because I do the state boys outdoor meet and state girls outdoor meet. If we get ahead, we do not go on a rolling schedule because we want to afford the athletes the time to rest up and recuperate, because we have several athletes as we get along during the season that do more than one event in a state championship. You don't want to penalize those outstanding athletes, not give them the proper time to recover.
Also have to do a rolling schedule because we have another meet coming up after this one. Want to make sure there is plenty of time afforded for the large school meet coming up later on this afternoon at 3 o'clock. You can catch that right here on the ISC Sports Network. It will be a separate broadcast, so you'll have to go back to iscsportsnetwork.com and pull up the large school meet coming up at about 3 o'clock. Meanwhile, we're coming up to the first exchange here as Princeton holds on to the lead here in the distance medley relay. They will hand things off here to Alexis Spohr, who will run the 400-meter leg here. 2 laps around this particular leg here for the DMR.
I love the distance medley. When it moves to indoor, Kurt, it always looks a little oblong and a little out of proportion because of where they get the handoffs and what the current runner on the track is actually running, because they're not always running the same race. So it's kind of strange when you do it indoors, but it's such a cool event to take your best athletes in those specific events and then put them all together and see if they can beat the other schools in it.
Everyone now on the 400-meter leg here as the final exchanges come through off of the 1,200-meter leg. But right now it is still Princeton Community well out in front going through the back straight, and this is the next group coming in here for the final exchange. in just a matter of moments as this group completes their first 200 meters of the 400-meter leg.
Kurt will give you the current standings when they come up on our screen. It's hard to tell just because, again, they're running different events. As Princeton, we still believe, is in the lead. And again, we'll be able to give that to you here momentarily. But
Princeton makes the next exchange to Jenna Wright, who is taking control here for the 800-meter leg so far. Timing and scoring a little bit behind right now on getting us some accurate standings here as they finally update here. It is again a Princeton Community out in front through the 1,200-meter leg. They got through about 3:48, and then it was followed by Trinity Greenlawn and then Mechaniqua. That was after the 1,200-meter standings, and now they'll update things here after the 400 gets shaken out here amongst these competitors.
Again, all these teams running qualified. They had to qualify to get into this championship, hitting some standards.
And there are several meets that take place throughout the state that give these competitors the opportunity to do just that. You have meets at the likes of Trine University. The University of Indianapolis also has one. Indiana State University with their brand new indoor track and field facility is one to watch as well. As the leader comes across with 2 to go here in this 800-meter leg. Again, it is Jenna Wright holding things firm here for Princeton. Trinity Greenlawn in second place. Sophia Lantigua running the 800 leg here for them. So far, it has been all Princeton here from the very beginning here of this first-time final of the girls' DMR.
Well, that first leg was 1,200 meters, so if you've got someone that's a solid mid-distance range runner like that and can get a lead, awfully hard for the other ones to make up for it. So that's a key leg in this relay.
1 lap to go here on this leg for Jenna Wright. So Princeton with a comfortable gap here at the moment, depending on how the pace unfolds behind them.
Yeah.
And they will hand it off to Heidi Bredenbaugh.
They had a 20-second lead after the last exchange that took place. Here's the next exchange.
So Bredenbaugh will pick things up here for Princeton, as it will now be a mile split here. 8 laps around the track here for this final leg of this competition.
And again, it's just hard to pick up where everyone is currently on the track, just because I just saw Randolph Southern, the exchange. The girl came out thinking she was supposed to get the exchange, and her teammate said, "No, I've got one more lap to do." So that's
you got to appreciate the honesty of that of the Randolph Southern right there. That is Gracie Minnis on the third leg here for Randolph Southern, and she'll hand it off here to Allie Black. Bars going higher in the girls and boys high jump as well. A couple clearances on both sides here. We'll keep you apprised of that here after the conclusion of this competition here, as Princeton Community still holding on to the lead here with Bredenbaugh. Now it appears Mechaniqua is being scored as the second place team. We'll make sure we get a confirmation on that.
I concur, yes.
And it looks like Trinity Greenlawn there, though, now moving into the lead on the track. So it looks like Trinity Greenlawn is still scored as the second place team as they now move into the lead. That is Audrey Lee for Trinity now holding it in first place. Awards being presented now in the boys' long jump competition. Also competition now rolling in the boys' pole vault. So there is Trinity Greenlawn out in front here in the DMR with Audrey Lee appearing to be the leader on the track. Timing and scoring has yet to catch up here as they will try and shake this out. Time continuing to wind down through this competition. Again, green lawn of Trinity. Audrey Lee right there. Park Tudor also trying to keep pace. Again, they're running a lap down at the moment. That is Lauren Lowe behind her. Manchester also running a lap down with Ayla Cashdollar.
Can I tell you, these clerks do an awesome job, just do an awesome job keeping track. Kyle Goodwin's one of the clerks today. Dan Cummins, Dan Clements, Steve Kearney, Jack Brake, Steve Sachs, Sarah Reardon, Tammy Lucky. I'm just looking out there to see who's out there. I see David Brake, Greg Tamer, lap counters Larry Henning. Got a big job there. Big job. And this is not an easy race to figure out who's on what lap because of it is a medley. So you have a 1200, you have a 400, you have an 800. What's this one?
This is the
1600
meter leg here of the distance medley relay. So there is the presumptive leader right there in Trinity Green Lawn. That is Audrey Lee. As she lets some competitors from Park Tudor and Manchester go by to get their laps back.
We are perched atop the southeast section of this beautiful pavilion, so we don't have always the best angles to see turns and exchanges and passes. So if we don't have them exactly right, hang in there. We're going to have them right here at the end. But this distance medley is about as challenging as it comes. But it's a great race. Better for the outdoor than the indoor, just because you can tell the exchanges. But on this beautiful oval in here, it's so tough because it's so quick at the start. Princeton jumped out to a big lead after that first 1200. They had a commanding 25-second lead almost after the first exchange. But since then, we've had some changes, and we'll wait to see and update you on where everybody is here towards the end of this race.
So Manchester right now with their final leg in Ayla Cashdollar. Right now running well, as is Trinity's Audrey Lee, who is the presumptive leader at the moment. We have yet to get confirmation on the running order here. And then Park Tudor with Lauren Lowe right there in your screen, also running well.
Well, we've got green lawn in the screen there, as you mentioned.
Laps continuing to wind down here as we get the final 2 laps to go.
There's a look at the Manchester Squire squad. McConaughey behind the Squires there in that frame.
And there's a look again at Manchester.
Coming up on Trinity, getting ready to make a pass. We just don't know exactly what lap they're on.
The clerk's showing 2 laps to go. And I believe they're going to show the bell lap here in just a little bit.
Well, there's McConaughey.
And so that's going to be Manchester coming home in the lead, it appears.
Either Manchester or McConaughey. They're both looking like, are we done or not? The clock.
So a little bit of confusion here, and McConaughey, and so Manchester told to keep running. They had not finished yet.
I don't feel so bad our confusion because we were on it for a while, and then we kind of lost track of what everybody was doing.
So the lap counters kind of going to have to try and sort some things out here on where some of these runners ended up getting sorted out. So with that, we have some runners on the sideline here as they finish. We'll go ahead and take another quick timeout. When we come back, the next section of the girls' DMR right here on the ISC Sports Network.
The reviews are in. Circle City Driving Academy is the preferred choice to help your loved one drive with confidence. Pick your plan and let our instructors lead the journey to independence. Schedule a consultation so you can sit back and enjoy the ride with smiles. Call us at 317-401-8000. Circle City Driving Academy. We're steering you in the right lane.
On the track, on the trails, on the roads. In the rain, in the wind, in the heat and cold. One more mile, one more hill, one more rep. This is where champions are made. Athletic Annex, the ultimate Nike destination.
Well, we're going to move right along here with the girls distance medley relay, but we have a little bit of controversy here unfolding, it appears here, Pete Smith, because it seems that there was some confusion on how many laps were left. We had a couple runners who had not been given the proper laps left to go, and there you see, these are the standings as they sit right now. The trouble is with Princeton. They had been up in the top 3 for a while, but they are scored in 7th. And so there might be a little bit of controversy on where exactly Princeton Community ended up being scored as finishing in that one. But right now, Greenlawn, Mechaniqua, your top time here going into this final heat.
Well, you see the Manchester team. We saw that runner finish, and she thought she was done. And then about 10 seconds later, she started running again. So just a little bit of confusion in that race. I saw one of the starters, John Yantis. There we are, right there, wherever our camera's at. We're perched above here in the southeast corner of the pavilion.
Glad you could be with us here inside the Fall Creek Pavilion here on the ISC Sports Network. Pete Smith, Kurt Darling with you as we've had a lot of great competition here. The first real hiccup today with this girls DMR to see how they can figure that out. But we got a schedule to keep, so we got to keep moving right along.
And we still have 6 more races of that. No, I'm sorry. 3 more races total. 2 boys and 1 more girls race. So it is a very difficult race to keep track of on a 200-meter oval or track.
So hopefully things go a little bit more smoothly here with this next section of the girls distance medley relay. Corydon Central, Garin Catholic, Concordia Lutheran, Bishop Chatard, Indian Creek, Blackhawk Christian, Batesville, West Lafayette, Northwestern, Delta, Seeger, North White, all in this final and quicker seeded heat.
So your first runner is going to run 1,200 meters. At the exchange, then the next runner is going to run a sprint, a 400-meter race, which is 2 laps. Your second exchange, and you're giving the baton to your third runner, they are going to run an 800-meter, and then they finish with a 1,600-meter race. So distance medley relay.
And out to the early lead here is going to be the Delta Eagles. This is Jordan Birch getting things moving here on the first leg here in this 1,200.
You would probably think, as I'm looking on this, is Nikki Sutherland their anchor, I would think. Yep.
That would be correct.
Yep. Nicole Sutherland on the sheet, but yeah, she's already won the 3,200-meter run. So
now Birch ran the 800-meter leg back at the Taylor University qualifier on March 15th. They have now moved her, Delta, to the 1,200-meter spot as Delta now falls back through the field. And taking up the lead now
it's North White
is going to be North White.
The Vikings. Monon, Buffalo, and Reynolds, their school corporations made up of.
So North White with Dalia Moreno, the lead off here in the 1,200, and now we'll have another shakeup in the lead, it appears, as you have Chatard, as expected, right there in the mix here with Grace Leppert. So
yeah, 12 teams. I'm sorry, 12 teams running in this race. Right now, 4 teams are broken out of the pack. Looks like it's Corydon Central. The Panthers in the lead right now, followed by Concordia Lutheran in second.
So Corydon Central now moves into the lead. And then you have Concordia working close as well. But that appears to be Concordia there in second place, wearing the 3 bid number right there. So Concordia with Briley Crass, the lead off here in the 1200. Coming to 2 laps to go here across the line.
Indian Creek in third. North White in 4. Guerin Catholic in 5. As they are headed for their last lap around this track.
Phoebe Dowdy with the baton for Indian Creek. But at the moment, it is still Erica Valdiviso of Corydon Central holding things on here with Briley Crass. And now Crass is going to kick things in here coming to the next exchange. And it will be Concordia having the lead here with 1 more lap to go. Remember, 1 more lap here before we come to the first exchange. The field a little bit more tightly packed here in this quicker heat.
Guerin Catholic has taken third. Indian Creek now in 4th. And again, here is the challenge that we saw in the first race of this distance medley is, okay, you know where they're at. Now we've got the fast ones coming on. The 400 runners, they'll run 2 laps around here. So things are spread out. You'll see people getting lapped, and you just have to keep track of the laps. It's not an easy thing to do. As Lutheran takes the lead, followed by the Panthers of Corydon Central.
Concordia Lutheran now in the hands of Hannah Clark here for this 400-meter leg. Corydon Central with Perry Leghart.
Nice comeback by Chittard. They've worked their way into third now on the exchange. Indian Creek 4, Guerin Catholic 5.
CC Jackson with the baton now for Bishop Chittard, as the quicker runners now will have to navigate some lap traffic here as Concordia has to go right through an exchange. And again, Hannah Clark navigating that very well. So again, this is lap traffic going around Concordia right now here. That runner on her first lap of the 400 leg. It is still Concordia out in front. And now Corydon Central with a lot of ground to make up here, as Hannah Clark with a beautiful 400-meter leg here. She will hand things off now to Sydney Schumann. And Schumann takes control here for Concordia on the 800-meter leg. And here is Corydon Central. Lily Pavey will handle the 800 duties.
Indian Creek now in third at the exchange. Bishop Chittard 4, Guerin Catholic 5, Batesville 6. North White has dropped to 7th now, followed by Northwestern and Black Hawk Christian.
So Concordia completes their first lap. They have 3 to go. And again, we have to start paying attention with where the laps are here, because this is the point of the race where a lot of runners on different parts of the leg and different points of the race start having 3 different laps indicated. So Sydney Schumann now completing 400 meters. She has 2 laps to go. And she also laps Delta's squad here after their good start for Delta. They have now fallen way back in the field. As you look back in the middle of the pack here, Chittard along with Indian Creek trying to settle in and keep things moving. For Chittard, that is Maisie Cheeseborough.
Batesville making a little run now. They passed Guerin Catholic and Indian Creek now.
And there is your leader, Sydney Schumann, coming with 1 lap to go in this 800-meter leg.
Schumann ran on that 4x400 meter relay team the Saints had earlier. or I'm sorry, cadets had earlier. There's cuss words up there. Bishop Dwenger Saints, Concordia Lutheran.
So coming to the final exchange here will be Sydney Schumann. She will hand things off to her teammate Mallory Weller, who qualified for the 1,600 meters in the IHSAAs and finished 8th in the state. She will handle the 1,600 meters on this final leg here for Concordia Lutheran. So while we settle into the final leg here of the girls' DMR, let's take a look at the boys' high jump competition, where we just had a big clearance from Daniel Ernst here at 6 feet 4 inches. This is his third and final attempt at 6 feet 4, and he's just able to get enough. A little bit of a brush from the behind, and you can see how close he was to knocking that bar off and the relief he feels.
Still in a little shock. How did that bar stay on the standard? Well, it was a good jump. He just nicked it a little bit, and now he realizes it is going to stay.
There are 4 competitors left in the high jump competition. The top 3 have cleared 6 feet 4 inches, and Easton Foster will be the next one up for his attempt at 6 foot 4 inches, and he makes his clearance as well. Meanwhile, we're back on the track here for the girls' distance medley relay. This is Mallory Weller of Concordia Lutheran, who is comfortably in the lead here for her squad, running down the laps here on the 1,600 meter leg of this one.
She got second in her earlier individual race today, so a strong Concordia Lutheran team put together for this distance medley.
Nicole Sutherland is on the track right now for Delta, but Delta, unfortunately, because of their earlier legs, they are way back in the standings. So Sutherland, who was the champion in the 3,200 meters earlier today, is well back in the field. And as you mentioned, Coach, Weller second in the 3,200 this morning. Going to be circumventing 3 miles by once the day is over. So a really busy day for Mallory Weller in Concordia.
She had a great finish in that 3,200. But Nikki Sutherland, the champion, the veteran runner, Delta Eagle.
Weller with lots of experience. She was also the Summit Conference runner-up in the 3,200 meters last season. Now looking to try and set her sights on qualifying not only for the mile at the IHSAA Outdoor in June, but also the 3,200 as well. She did not run the 3,200 meters in the postseason last year, focusing solely on the mile. And we'll see what her head coaches decide to have her do as the season unfolds come June time. Another look at the team standings here while we have a moment. On the boys' side, Bishop Chittard is leading Delta by about 14 points. 59 points for Chittard, 45 for Delta, and then Corden Central back in third with 18. And then on the girls' side, Chittard again the leader after 7 men scored. They have 41 points. Heritage Christian still trailing with 30 points. And then Concordia Lutheran with 24 points here. And mind you, Coach, the relay events, if you win, they are worth 20 points, which is double what you would normally have for a relay event on a normal meet. So this could be a really big bump in the points for Concordia Lutheran as far as the team standings are concerned for the girls.
And to that point, that rewards schools that have more athletes than just 2 or 3 outstanding ones. And to that point, then that's why the Hoosier State Relays break it up into small school classes and large schools, because the small schools that have the depth, that have the kids out, that can put together 4 uniquely talented athletes like in this distance medley relay team, it rewards them a great deal, Kurt. So good job pointing that out.
You mentioned that too as well. There are actually some state records from the small school meet that are quicker than the large school meet.
Right.
You'll see a couple of those later on today, and that just is indicative of how they get a little parity amongst the schools with smaller attendance and larger attendance. And again, they break it up based off of the football classification from the IHSAA. Classes 1, 2, and 3 here, and then classes 4, 5, and 6 later on this afternoon, as Weller gets the bell lap here on the distance medley relay for Concordia Lutheran. And Mallory Weller putting in a big day's work today here for her squad.
I don't think we'll see her on their 4x400 meter relay, which will come up later. Now, she's got some time to recover, don't get me wrong, but she's already put in a good 2 races today.
So there is Concordia with Weller coming across with ease. 12 minutes, 20 and some change. And big correction there, 12:17 their final result. And so that is now the top time, outpacing the top time from the previous heat again. And you can see a little bit of the disparity now here, Coach, because it looks like maybe they went one too many laps on the previous DMR, because you can see the top time in this one here from Concordia is 12:17. The next fastest time out of that top one from Princeton Community, 13:27. That is a very big disparity. Either it was that slow of a race or there might be a little bit of a disparity. We'll have to see how the officials look at that one.
Yep. I'm not going to touch that one. Just go with the flow and describe what I see out on the track. I see a lot of runners coming in gassed. There's the Guerin Catholic runner, Camille Morrow, coming in.
And that'll bring us to the end here of the girls' distance medley relay. You see the final results there. And now as they shake out here, it looks like things are a little bit more explained there. So it looks like it is a true race there for Princeton, as they keep falling down a little bit, though, but they still...
Are they going to make it?
It was a very good competitive laps here from both the DMR on both of those heats. With that, we'll take another quick timeout. The boys' distance medley relay coming at you next. We'll also have an update on the field events here on the ISC Sports Network.
It is no surprise that throughout the duration of its use, every vaulting pole goes through a considerable amount of wear and tear. As time goes on, this can become apparent when looking at the outer wrapping of a pole either being torn and frayed, or weathered by the sun. At Fibersport, not only is our equipment on the cutting edge of sport performance, it is also built to maintain a clean, pristine look throughout its lifetime. Our pole wraps are printed in-house on a specialty automotive wrap adhesive printer, with a 3mm UV coating built to last against the elements. The poles pictured here have seen 4+ years of sun almost every day, and the labels are still holding strong and prominent. If you have any questions, please visit the website linked in our profile to chat with a sales representative. Fibersport, where innovation meets longevity.
On to the next event on the docket here. It is the boys distance medley relay here on the ISC Sports Network's live coverage of the Hoosier State Relays. Alongside Pete Smith, I'm Kurt Darling. Let's get now to this boys' first 2 timed finals here for the distance medley relay. Yorktown, Westview, Pioneer, Fort Wayne, Concordia Lutheran, Wabash, Horizon Christian, Heritage Christian will not start in this event today. Illiana Christian, as well as South Central Union Mills, Guerin Catholic, DeMont Christian, and Delta. Certainly of note to look at here, Coach, that it appears Heritage Christian has scratched their team for the distance medley relay, at least on the timing and scoring, and I do not see them out on the track here at the moment.
I only count 11 teams. There were 12, so you're right. Could have had an injury. Didn't have a replacement in maybe one of those races. Again, if you're just joining us, they're running 1,200 meters this first leg of the distance medley. Then they'll run a 400, then they'll run an 800, and then they'll finish up with a 1,600 meter, equivalent of a mile.
So lead shaking out here in the early going. And leading things off here through the first 400 or so, it is Pioneer with Jackson Baker getting things moving here. Baker, of course, the reigning HNAC champion in the 800 meters. You'll also see the likes of a few others here. Leighton Dote will be in on this one as well. Dane Bowditch and Ian Kitchell. Of course, Kitchell will probably be running either the 400 or the 1,600 meters, depending on which one they decide to put him in here. But Kitchell took third place at the Cass County Championships in the 400 meters last season. But it's still Pioneer here with the early lead from Jackson Baker. On the high jump right now, Kaya Crook taking an attempt here as the bar at the girls' high jump right now is now at 5 feet 6 inches. Crook is the only competitor remaining in the competition. So she had the clearance at 5 feet 6 inches. She's now moved the bar a little higher to try and push that winning height. Things still moving along right now here in the boys' distance medley relay. Pioneer still holding on to the lead. And Garin Catholic with Evan Stanky here in second place.
They're in their 5th lap now, the runners are. This is a 1,200 meter race. So when they come across the start-finish area, they'll have 1 lap left. Pioneer's been holding on to this lead. Garin Catholic in second, Concordia Lutheran in third.
Concordia Lutheran right now with Vaughn Hendrickson in the leadoff spot here. He was 20th in the IHSAA cross-country state championships, going 5,000 meters in that one.
Good job by Baker to hold off the Golden Eagle there as he tried to make a pass. That was Evan Stanky.
Things heating up now here as you see a little bit of pressure now coming from Westview here with Ian Bontrager.
What kind of kick do you have? Garin Catholic's going to be in the lead at the exchange if they can get inside, which they do.
Nice finish there by Evan Stanky. He hands things off to John Constantino for this 400 leg.
Pioneer second, Westview third. It was Horizon Christian, but he just got past. It's like Wabash, maybe? Nope, not gonna be Wabash. That is Concordia in fourth. There you go.
And now tightening things up here as they go to the final lap here of the 400. Pioneer back out in front with Dane Bowditch. Keeping things in control here for Pioneer. Westview in second here with Nick Bontrager. And he will go on to Noah Bontrager. There are 3 Bontrager brothers on this Westview squad here for the distance medley relay.
Are you sure they're brothers?
I'm going to assume they are.
Well, you're going to make that assumption. Okay. You never know. Pioneer in the lead. Garin Catholic, Westview, Concordia, Horizon, Yorktown, Wabash. There's your top 7.
And Pioneer stretching things out now here as Leighton Dote will take up the 800-meter baton. And now Concordia Lutheran moves into second place here with Hunter Panning taking the third leg here, followed by Westview with Noah Bontrager. I mentioned Panning. He was the sectional runner-up in the 1,600 meters last season for Concordia.
At least his second race of the day. I remember him running and competing well. He was the anchor for their 4x, I think it was.
Right, their 4x800.
4x800, yep, you got it, yep.
But Pioneer still well in control of this first of 2 time finals. Leighton Dote looking composed as he'll come now to 1 lap to go here in his leg. And so far, no lap traffic yet dealt with by the leaders. Everybody on the lead lap here through 800, but that will likely change here coming to the final leg, which will be 1,600 meters, 1 mile long. So you see them getting ready for the final exchange. Here comes Ian Dote of Pioneer. Leighton Dote of Pioneer will hand off to Ian Kitchell,
Built up a nice lead there. Good race.
But Concordia Lutheran still keeping the kick on here with Hunter Panning handing off to Bryson Kelly. So it is Concordia in second, Pioneer in first through the last exchange coming to the final mile leg.
There you see Westview. Liliana Christian.
And Garin Catholic nearly dropped their baton right there off of that 800 leg.
I wonder if runners have ever given the baton to the wrong teammate before. Just lose track of sight of their lane and like, here you go. Oh gosh, that's not my guy.
That I could not tell you.
I've never seen that. But stranger things have happened, I'm sure, in sports.
Concordia Lutheran coming around again. Pioneers still scored as the leaders with Ian Kitchell now making it into the second turn here and coming down onto the front straight. Battle for second place there, it looks like, as Concordia.
Ileana Christian, right? Took the lead.
And Ileana Christian is really coming on strong here. Either that or South Central. They may be a lap down.
Yeah, that's the last runner is where it's really confusing because of passing and running a different race than the previous runner for the exchange before that. So
right now Pioneer is on the front straight. You're looking at second place right now in Concordia. And right now Pioneer with Ian Kitchell well in control of this one. And so at the last exchange, it was Pioneer, Concordia Lutheran, and Westview, but that order has shifted a little bit here since then. The laps continue to wind down here as Ian Kitchell will come to 4 laps to go. He has completed the halfway point here of his leg. So while we have a moment here through the halfway point of this final leg, let's take a look at the men's shot put. And it was a battle between a couple guys in this competition that certainly ended up in a meet record for Luke Himes, but Dane Siebert of Eastside in a battle here with Luke Himes. In fact, so much so they eclipsed third place Chase Butts by 5 feet. Both of them eclipsing the 60-meter mark here, but Luke Himes, there you see, of Heritage Christian, setting a new top record in the state at 66.08 in the finals here for the men's shot put.
Yeah, nice that Siebert got to 60 feet, the senior from Eastside. He's a Blazer.
But Luke Himes, also a football player in the fall for Heritage Christian. He comes away with a new meet record in the championship for Heritage Christian. On the boys' side, some valuable points there as they just put those points in. That puts Heritage Christian into third place on the boys' team scoring. Laps continuing to wind down here, though, in the boys' distance medley relay. We get back to the track, and there is Pioneers' Ian Kitchell holding the lead now here. And they almost gave the bell lap to the wrong runner here.
Okay, here's your leader coming across, as you mentioned. Pioneer in the lead.
So here is your bell lap here with
He's looking
Ian
tired,
Kitchell.
though.
He is. And Westview now looking to be a little bit of a challenger coming up in second place. Westview has narrowed the gap, and now it looks like Westview is going to at least challenge for the lead here. It is Bentley Ryle. Bentley Ryle going to be going down here with Ian Kitchell. Kitchell trying to hold on, but Bryson Kelly and Bentley Ryle here of Westview is going to come home and give Westview a big win. What a run there.
Great finish.
And that's actually Bontrager.
Yeah,
that's one of the Bontragers. That is Nick Bontrager who comes away there with the win. They changed up the order again on us there at the last minute, and Bontrager gets him across at 10:54.54. That is a blistering time to get things going here in the DMR, but Pioneer across in second at 55 as well. Heck of a valiant effort here by Kitchell in the end, but Westview able to get things done. So that was Noah Bontrager who had the final leg there for Westview and getting the job done there on the 1,600-meter leg. So as we get set for the next heat of the DMR, we'll take another timeout here back in a moment here on the ISC Sports Network.
So you or your athlete are a budding pole vaulter, then you know that you need the right poles to take your ability even higher. That's why Inverted Rentals has partnered with Pole Vault Elite, giving you access to all the poles they use to train state and even national championship winning athletes. When you check out their website, their app-based program will give you access to every Team Pacer pole they have, all geared to help you achieve your goals. And you can choose how long you want to keep it, or swap it out free with a new one as you progress. So scan the QR code today and go higher with Inverted Rentals.
The legend Harry L. Gill, athlete, record holder, champion. Began coaching in 1902, winning 18 national titles. Dissatisfied with the equipment available for his athletes, a world-renowned track and field coach becomes a pioneer. Setting up a small workshop in 1918, he launched the Harry Gill Company. By 1922, his endeavor thrived, offering the only full line of track and field equipment. And by 1954, the name Gill is ubiquitous in track and field, producing 90% of all U.S. track and field equipment. Innovators in the sport of track and field, Gill Athletics continue to lead the industry.
A nice sight here inside of the Fall Creek Pavilion here on the State Fairgrounds in Indianapolis. Live coverage of the Hoosier State Relays here on the ISC Sports Network alongside Pete Smith. I'm Kurt Darling. Boys pole vault competition still well underway here as they keep going through the jumps. We get ready for the final heat of the boys distance medley relay. And a quick update on the boys pole vault right now. They are at 13 feet even. And right now we already have several vaulters through the competition so far and a couple passing as well. We're underway now in the next heat of the boys distance medley relay. This is the quicker of the two qualifying heats, and this will certainly be one to watch here as well with a couple of big teams. Greensburg, Clinton Prairie, Oak Hill, Bishop Chatard, Springs Valley, West Lafayette, Eastern Hancock, Corydon Central, Milan, Bar Reeve, Trinity Greenlawn, and Indian Creek.
Coming in, I think this Oak Hill team's got a shot at breaking the record. Record set at 10 minutes, 28.91 seconds for this distance medley relay. That was set by Westview in 2018. Oak Hill's qualifying time is just 2 seconds slower at that, at 10:30.
Oh. And you mentioned Oak Hill as we're watching some of the pole vault competition shake out as well. Lance Wyrick, as well as Owen Jackson and Trenton Sweet are some veterans of this DMR squad. Wyrick in particular has experience going deep as well, but so does Trenton Sweet, who qualified individually for the 1,600 meters at the IHSAAs last year. But right now it is Bishop Chatard who is out setting the early pace with Ian Kolbus.
Chatard's had a great meet. They're leading the boys' meet and the girls' meet. Having just a wonderful meet here. Maybe this team they put together can challenge this record. We've had several records broke this morning.
Of course, we had a girls pole vault record shattered. by a vaulter from Evansville Christian. Annalise Nolan coming away with a 12-foot jump in that one. Also a new meet record in the boys shot put as well, as we just alluded to. Luke Himes coming away with a 66-foot heave to win the championship on the boys' side there. It's 3 laps to go last time. They're coming to 2 to go here in the 1,200-meter leg of this boys' distance medley relay. And a plethora of competitors just kind of letting things shake out here. And there you see Springs Valley now moving into the lead as Grant Brown has the lead off here for the Hawks.
Yeah, Grant Brown is an outstanding runner. They also have an outstanding anchor in Alan Marshall. If they can keep close, they're going to score some points today. But familiar with Marshall, he placed in the state cross country meet. Grant Brown, his teammate, also did.
So Brown will have the lead here for Springs Valley. And holding on in second place here, it appears, is Oak Hill. They go to the 1 to go here for the 1,200. And now Oak Hill challenging for the lead here. That is Owen Jackson now moving out in front.
Brown's going to try to get back in it here.
So Oak Hill followed by Springs Valley and Greensburg. The Pirates holding on here into third place as they go to the 400-meter leg.
Trenton Sweet gets the baton for the Eagles. Isaiah Irvin for the Blackhawks of Spring Valley. 2 laps. Owen Meadows of Greensburg coming hard at third place. Chittard is in fourth as we see him come out of the curve.
This will be a fast one here. 1 more lap for this 400-meter leg. Isaiah Irvin of Springs Valley trying to chase down Trenton Sweet. As I mentioned, Sweet a qualifier in the 1,600 meters, but the coaches using his stamina here in the 400 here for the second leg. But
here comes Irvin.
As you took the words right out of my mouth, partner, as the speed of Irvin going to try and catch things up here. It'll be even at the exchange as Springs Valley and Oak Hill neck and neck going into the 800-meter leg.
And after the exchange, Carson Brown takes it.
Meanwhile, Lance Wyrick for Oak Hill will take things up for them. So it's Springs Valley, Oak Hill, and Greensburg. And now moving back into third place after the exchange is Chittard.
You knew they were going to get back.
This is Luke Monahan with it right now.
Excuse me, I got choked up there, Kurt. You knew Chittard was going to get back into it somehow. They've got too many good runners here. And there's still time for them to make their move in this race. Again, the distance medley. 1,200, 400, 800, and a 1,600.
A lot of reliable relay runners for Chittard coming back this year. Colbus and Haynes in particular were on Chittard's 4x800 meter state qualifying team at the IHSAAs back in June. Springs Valley, though, with an excellent race so far here. Carson Brown keeping things at bay at the moment, but Oak Hill's Lance Wyrick starting to reel him back in a little bit.
Always get impressed by the Springs Valley program. They do not have a track, but they have a track team. They always run on the road. They've got to use facilities they can practice in, but they do this without having any home track meets ever, the Blackhawks.
Oak Hill now moving into the lead here with Wyrick. 1 lap to go here in the 800.
I don't know if they're on pace to break that record. I thought they could. They came in with a seed time just a little over 2 seconds off the record pace.
But they still have Levi Trexler.
Levi's coming. Remember that song?
Oh, yes.
Oh, you're too young to remember that.
Oh, my mom raised me on some good classic rock, trust me.
Looks like Brown's getting a second win, though. He's going to keep him close. He's going to hand it off to Alan Marshall for Springs Valley.
So here is the last exchange. Oak Hill in front. Springs Valley second. Alan Marshall now wasting no time. He's going to go right on the heel there of Trexler.
Veteran runner. Been in the state cross-country finals several times.
Now here comes the game of cat and mouse.
And it is cat and mouse. Oak Hill's lead runner there, Trexler, looking over both shoulders to see where Marshall is at. It's become a two-team race here. About 70 meters distance between Marshall in second and Haynes in third from Chittard.
It is a fast pace here in this mile split for these two runners. So Oak Hill still holding out in front. Springs Valley, Alan Marshall holding right behind Trexler here. Distance continuing to wind down here. They will come to 5 laps to go. Almost to the halfway point here of this mile.
Both have settled into a good pace, and Marshall just seems to be content staying on that right shoulder of Trexler. Does he have a kick when the kick is necessary? That's what time will tell here with 4 laps to go.
8 minutes gone on the clock. It's going to have to take a pretty brisk pace here, Coach, to try and eclipse that previous record from Westview, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it just seems like Trexler's trying to play, as you said, cat and mouse, and just pace himself to know when he's got what he's got left and when he's got to use it, instead of worrying about going for a record time. Which the object of the game is to win the race. So if a record happens, great.
In some instances, for some teams, it's points that matter.
Right.
Teams like Chittard, Delta, Guerin Catholic, Heritage Christian, all up there. Oak Hill right now is 7th in the team standings. They've only scored 16 team points, so they're well back in the team competition. So at this point for Oak Hill, it may be about pride, but Springs Valley right there with them there. Alan Marshall does not look uncomfortable at all, just sitting back and waiting. 3 laps to go.
Trexler early in this race was looking over his shoulder just to see, did he have someone on his hip or not? Since then, he really hasn't looked back. I think he just has that feel that he knows that Allen's right behind him.
Two laps to go.
And Marshall's going to make his move and takes the lead.
So Marshall now overtakes Levi Trexler. And now Springs Valley going to try to get what could be the team's only win of this meet. But Oak Hill's Trexler sticking right there, not exactly letting him get farther out of reach.
Well, though Marshall is starting to stretch it out a little bit. He is the hunted now by Trexler after the first 6 laps. He was the hunter.
Bell lap here for Alan Marshall.
Trexler doesn't have it in him.
He doesn't.
Blackhawks are going to win this race.
So here is Alan Marshall running a very smart race here over the last half mile. And so the meet record will not be eclipsed here today. But Springs Valley going to come home with a really good time here, just north of 10 minutes 30 seconds as Marshall crosses the line. 10 minutes 34 seconds unofficially. That is good for the top time at 10:33.51. The official time from timing and scoring. Oak Hill comes in with the second best of the 2 heats at 10:37.50.
Brown, Irvin, Brown, and Marshall, the anchor. Good job for the Blackhawks.
And J.D. Haynes there for Bishop Chittard holding on for third.
They're on the board point-wise. Making Larry Bird proud.
There you have it. Good sportsmanship there from those two competitors, and Trexler and Marshall, who had a superb duel. But it is Alan Marshall and Springs Valley coming away with the victory here in the boys' distance medley relay. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, the final running events of the day. The girls 4x4, probably followed by the boys 4x4. Stick with us. More coverage of the Hoosier State Relays here on the ISC Sports Network.
On the track, on the trails, on the roads, in the rain, in the wind, in the heat and cold. One more mile, one more hill, one more rep. This is where champions are made. Athletic Annex, the ultimate Nike destination.
It's the 50th year for the Midwest Meet of Champions. From the honor of being an All-Star selection, to the great new friends you make, to the great competition on All-Star Saturday, to the Midwest Meet Olympian Banquet, this is an experience you will cherish and never forget. Do you have what it takes? For more information, visit iatccc.org.
Well, we've been at a brisk pace all day here ahead of schedule. We are now on to the girls 4x400 meter relay. Welcome back into live coverage of the Hoosier State Relays here on the IASC Sports Network alongside Pete Smith. I'm Kurt Darling. Here we go with the first timed section of the girls 4x400 meter relay, the first of 4 timed finals. Ileana Christian, Park Tudor, Westview, Bar Reeve, Trinity Greenlawn, and Thea Bowman Academy.
As we take a look at that angle, you can see they have 2 beautiful video boards on the backstretch side of the track. On the closest side to our cameras is where the awards have been presented all day today. Done a wonderful job. They've kept this meet flowing without holding it back. We just had one little short controversy on the distance medley. Got that figured out. Just some questions on making sure they had the laps all set and correct, which they did.
And so now, what is, in my opinion, the most exciting race in track and field, the 4x400 meter relay. Regardless of if it's indoor and outdoor, it's always the final running event of a meet, and it is certainly always fun to watch competitors line the track to get their teammates through the finish line in this one.
Yeah, it's truly a sprint nowadays. The 800's become a sprint, quite frankly. When I was a track athlete in the 70s, the 800, you kind of paced yourself. It's become a sprint. I mean, at 205, 204, that was really good. Now, it's got to be a 154, 153, 152 to get a hunt for a state championship in that now.
The world record in the 800 meters, 1 minute 40 seconds. Can you believe it?
Nope. Maybe if I was driving my car.
So it'll be, in particular, Bar Reeve, Ellie Knepp will be leading things off here for her squad. She's had an excellent meet so far. She ran in the 4x2 earlier today. You'll have Memphis Bontrager of Westview leading things off for them as well. Still going through some awards here for the boys distance medley relay. So while we have a moment here as they do the trophy presentations for that, I Want to Race is a full-service timing and scoring company with 50 years of experience. That's right, they've been timing races since 1974. The I Want to Race staff are some of the most experienced and knowledgeable around, and previously were owners of the largest timing company in America. They do it all from the IHSAA high school and middle school cross country all the way up to the D1 to NCAA Division I meets like the Big East Horizon and of course Crossroads Conference Championships, and road races too, big and small, such as the Boston Marathon, for example, or several other local 5Ks. To find out more about what they do, visit iwant2race.com. That is iwant2race.com. So here we go with the first time section of the girls 4x400 meter relay.
Only one using the blocks was Jory Davis from Ileana Christian, so that was not the delay, but that was the hesitant until she was fully set in the blocks.
Certainly a judgment call in the 400 if you want to do a standing start or the blocks.
Right now it's working for her, Kurt. She's in the lead.
I always preferred the blocks myself. As Jory Davis of Ileana Christian, as you mentioned, Pete, out early, but making things up quickly from Thea Bowman Academy. That is Aaliyah Murphy, keeping things moving. And then in second place from Trinity Greenlawn is Audrey Lee.
4 time sections in this, so again, you're running for time. Placing's good, but got to run for time here to get in the final results. Murphy been able to hold this lead the entire time once she got past the cones.
But feeling the burn now as she will hand things off to Efesina Figures.
Lily Harrison second for Park Tudor.
So Thea Bowman Academy holding on to the lead here after an excellent first leg there from Murphy. She came across at 1 minute 5, a 65-second opening leg there for Thea Bowman. And now Figures stretching the lead here.
Got a nice stride if she's got the stamina. She's got a really good stride. Park Tudor in second, Ileana Christian in third.
Figures is primarily a hurdler. She goes about 53 seconds in the 300-meter hurdles in the outdoor variety. She's also a high jumper when the time calls for it.
Well, I like the fact what you said also about the fact this is your favorite race. You usually use maybe some of your good field event people that don't normally run races because they're such good athletes. They just don't want to sometimes do what they're supposed to be doing or what they could do because they love their field event.
Next exchange, this is Zalise Sistrunk of Thea Bowman taking things up here, but keeping things interesting now. In second place,
it's Greenlawn.
Appears to be
Christian.
Trinity.
I'm sorry. It's Ileana Christian. Ileana Christian. Sorry about that. Danielle Dodge. I was getting ready to say she ran a really good split on that second split to keep them in the race compared to the other runners that was running that second leg.
Yes, she did. So that is Ileana Christian. Cadence Kinsley, the third leg. But it is still all Thea Bowman Academy. With one more leg to go here as Sistrunk will hand things off to Andonica McCourty. But right there still is Ileana Christian with Kinsley.
Those schools only about 20 miles apart from each other up in northwest Indiana. Ileana Christian
making the trek down I-65 here to Indianapolis. Thea Bowman, Thea Bowman as well as Ileana Christian now keeping things moving. Andronica McCourty here for Thea Bowman. And then Kyla Mudd here for Ileana Christian.
Okay, now watch in third place. This is Paige Dill.
And she is the one who he mistook earlier. Paige Dill, a heck of an athlete. She is on the soccer team as a goalkeeper, but also the kicker for the football team for Park Tudor in the fall. Now reeling things in here as she is going to chase down Ileana Christian to try and get second place. But still, it is all Thea Bowman here on your screen as it is Andronica McCourty with a fast time here, but she appears to be fading, but just holding on to enough. But look at Paige Dill down this back stretch. She's going to challenge for the lead here. Park Tudor was in third place at the beginning of this, and here is Paige Dill coming into your screen now, and she is going to absolutely fly by to get the win here for Park Tudor. How about that finish from Paige Dill? And she sets a blistering speed at the end there. The final split, 61 seconds from Paige Dill.
I'm laughing, Kurt, because I was with her dad 2 weeks ago, and he said, he's a doctor. He goes, yeah, they got Paige running track now, and she's never run track. She goes to practice, and she goes out there. The first quarter she runs was in 60 seconds, and they said, and she goes, is that good? She had no idea.
Yes, that is good. That is very good.
There she is, daughter of Darren and Catherine Dill. What a race she just had.
4 minutes, 24 seconds, the total time for Park Tudor's team there, anchored by Paige Dill. A 61-second final split from her, and that is going to be hard to beat there, at least from a split standpoint. We'll see how the overall time holds up as we move on to the next section here of the girls' 4x400 meter relay on the track. And you can see just kind of taking it all in there. Let's take a look at this again.
Yeah.
Great camera work here by our ISC Sports Network crew. Park Tudor was in third at the final exchange.
And she, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, when we thought she was going to run in a race and she didn't, she's kicked a 50-yard field goal on the football field. I mean, she's their extra point kicker. She's their field goal kicker. And state champion goalie in soccer, as you mentioned, Kurt. And I'm not sure she knows what she's doing yet, but pretty good indoor meet.
Hey, just run fast until they say stop. And that's exactly what she did.
And you know, to that point, that's when you wonder, what if they were in the faster race? Could she have caught more people? Because once she decided, oh my gosh, I've only got a half left, I better start sprinting, she sprinted. And man, she just kicked it in, a great finish. And they will set the standard after the first race, but we have 3 more heats to go.
We'll see how that 4:24 time holds up. Ileana Christian also had a 4:25 relay right there. But as we move forward, the next heat here, Cascade, Batesville, Franklin County, Hanover Central, Heron, and Shenandoah. First time we get to mention Shenandoah today here at this meet. They will be running from lane number 6 here in the second heat of this girls' 4x400 meters. By the way, the state record in this event set by Bishop Chittard back in 2018, 4 minutes even. Chittard is the previous champion as well with a 4-minute 2-second time a season ago.
You know, that may not sound real fast, but indoors is much tougher because of the shortness of the track.
Another big start here, and Heron out to an early lead here. As you see, it looks like it's Patience Purnell leading things off here for her squad out in lane number 5. So Patience Purnell leading things off here for Heron, and they're going to be followed up here by Shenandoah. That is Linda Wagner. Purnell has had a busy day, competing in both finals of the 60 meters and the 60 hurdles on the girls' side. Also was part of the Heron 4x200 meter relay team earlier today, and now bringing things home here to lead off here in the 4x4. So Heron now going to the services here of Lily Goodson, it appears.
It's like Batesville in second, Franklin County in third.
So Batesville moving up big time there after a beautiful first leg there from Megan Allgaier at 65 seconds. A 63 opening split there by Patience Purnell. Heron still looking comfortable here as Goodson takes things here for her squad. Batesville still holding on in second place.
Well, I just glanced over at the pole vault. Someone just killed that height. It's like they're at 13 something now. You're in charge of the 13-3. Grant Boyd just cleared that with ease there from Pike Central.
That was his first attempt after he missed at 2 lower heights. And also Matthew Schaefer getting a clearance there at 13 feet as well. We'll keep you apprised of the boys' pole vault as we keep moving things along here in the girls' 4x4.
Third exchange has taken place. Again, so far it's been all Heron. Batesville's comfortably been in second, though getting a charge now, looks like, from Franklin County.
Here is Parker Jackson for Heron, holding the lead. And now Franklin County going to take over second place down the back stretch as Taylon Brewer will try and put her squad back in contention here as they'll try to run down Heron. Franklin County holding in second, and Batesville dropping now to third.
Franklin County's really made up some good time on this. Heron's been steady, but Brewer's been super.
Parker Jackson starting to tighten up. Meanwhile, Taylon Brewer surging there for Franklin County as we have a wipeout there from Parker Jackson. She hands things off now to Zeinerman of Heron. And Franklin County will surrender it to Mackenzie Brzezinski, who has a tall task of chasing down now Zeinerman. Jayana Zeinerman looking really good here for Heron through the first 200 meters. Bell lap here in this one. It has been Heron from the start. And they are going to challenge quite nicely here for that top time set by Park Tudor in the previous heat.
Our race is going to be for second. It may not be a race. She may take her on the backstretch before they even come out of the straightaway.
Franklin County now dying in the back straight. Hanover Central, Skylar Ferry, really with a really big run here in this final leg. Not enough to get the top spot from Heron as they'll cross the line. But how about this race here from Skylar Ferry of Hanover Central? We'll check her final split right there. It was blistering. 1 minute exactly. A 60-second final split from Skylar Ferry for Hanover Central to get second. But Zeinerman with a 63-second final leg there for Heron gets them the win. They have the top overall time now at 4 minutes, 17 seconds.
Yeah, really solid race by Heron. You see the finish, but I'll tell you what a great finish there. Yeah, Skylar Ferry, I'm sorry, I just lost her name for a second. Skylar Ferry with a great finish. It's not easy getting a baton third and fourth place and running a 60-second split when you know you're not probably going to make it up for first. A lot of times people just pack it in a little bit. As you see the results posted now on the left side of your screen. Take this opportunity real quick to thank our meet directors, Bob Potter and his son Ryan, along with Terry Lakes, the meet directors here. Done a wonderful job getting this organized. They've kept us updated on all the stats we needed coming into this. I've been a little busy this week, so Kurt, you've done a wonderful job of compiling all this. And
busy for good reason, though, I'd say.
Yeah, our director, producer Jordan, probably is going to be on me for not knowing my numbers here like I should, but you've covered us very, very well here as we look at the Tippecanoe Valley squad runner Chesney Miller there. Outstanding runner. She's going to college to run. She's headed up to Trine, I believe, up in Angola, and is an outstanding basketball player for the Vikings.
While we're on the subject, I'd like to thank our ISC Sports Network crew for their amazing work getting us set up and going through. Today's director, Jordan Shue, alongside with replay, Charlie Hammock, and of course Daryl on the graphics, and then Dalton Cox, Dylan Lax, Greg Sharton, Eric Connect.
Eric Connect's here.
Of course,
right.
Travis Sutton on the cameras as well, running all over the place. Guys, excellent job. We'll do one more here later on this afternoon at about 3 o'clock when we get to the boys section.
Get to our big school section.
Eric Connect, there he is.
There's Big E.
Doing the roving wireless camera work here today on the infield.
Pride of Shelbyville, Indiana. How about that camera? Look at all those buttons. I wouldn't know what button to push. I only know one button to push is with my wife when I want to get her mad at me. I have one button to push.
And there is Travis Sutton on our other wireless camera on the infield.
He looks thrilled, doesn't he?
Of course, who wouldn't be thrilled? Capturing some of the moments in the men's pole vault competition going on right now.
And they have a good competition. Last time I looked, there were six left at 13 feet maybe.
Well, there were a couple that hadn't entered the competition yet as we take a look at some of the jumps in pole vault earlier today. Again, the boys pole vault competition still going on as we speak. We have 4 clearances at 13 feet 3 inches, but we also have a couple other competitors who have yet to come into the competition. They have passed a 14 feet. So we still have a long way to go.
So if you want coverage, stay with us because we're going to get some more coverage here as we see all these clears.
We might be calling just a pole vault meet here when all is said and done.
Well, outstanding level competition in the pole vault this year.
Here's the next section of the 4x400 on the girls' side. Whitko, Tippy Valley, Oak Hill, Delta, Mechaniqua, and Bremen in on this one. And an excellent start here from Delta as well as Bremen on the outside. Leading things off here for Bremen is Sarah Solhoff. And then on the inside as well, Whitko's Emerson Harper keeping pace.
Got a bunch of animals out there. You got the Whitko Wildcats, you got the Mechaniqua Braves, Bremen Lions out there.
And so it is Bremen holding the lead there as they got it out of the break. And coming around the horn now from Whitko is Emerson Harper. And also challenging will be Oak Hill.
Yeah, Whitko in the lead, the Wildcats.
Followed by Oak Hill. They have similar unis, do those two.
Yeah.
In fact, they have the exact same design, just different logos on the front. So Whitko with the lead, going now with Willow Osborne. And then Oak Hill with Lexi Newber. Emerson Harper with a good 64-second opening split. Same thing for Oak Hill's Leah Hiley.
Bremen hanging in there, third place.
Bremen right now has Ellie Leiby.
Leiby's going to probably get her before it's over. We'll see.
Tippy Valley in fourth right now here with Betty Shepard. But still, it has been all Whitko here over the last couple of laps. As Willow Osborne looking quite comfortable going into the final 100 meters. So Osborne will now hand things off here to Kira Sordelet.
Good job by Newber of Oak Hill. She did hold off.
But now it's a three-way race for second place here at the moment with Oak Hill leading Bremen and Tippy Valley. And now Tippy Valley going to start the charge here with Hadley Wise going to the outside, and she will now try to contend for second place with Oak Hill.
Held off though. Audrey Rex did a good job fighting her off, and now Rex stretches her second place lead out. Whitko running away with this right now.
Sordelet right here.
Still got 3 more laps left.
That was a 62-second split there by Willow Osborne of Whitko.
Nice.
And now Audrey Rex stretching out her stride here as she still holds on for second. She has a long, tall stride, it does she, but still all here for Sordelet of Whitko.
Tippecanoe Valley has taken over in third place. They passed Bremen.
That is Hadley Wise now going to try and challenge for second coming into the final exchange.
Okay, this is the tough part. Oak Hill has got the lead. They're running, or I'm sorry, Whitko's got the lead. They're running against the clock now. They've won this race. So mentally as a runner, you've got to tough it out and say, I know I'm ahead, but that doesn't matter. I'm running against time.
And this is Gwen Harper, who is flying in the first 100 meters now. 63-second split there by Sordelet of Whitko. But now Tippy Valley has Chesney Miller, who is an excellent runner in her own right, along with Ellie Campbell of Oak Hill holding in third. One more lap to go, and Gwen Howard just has to hold on here. Bremen now challenging for fourth as well with Emma Kincaid.
Kurt, that's what I mean. You just said she has to hold on. Well, she's got to also run for time. She's got to hold on to win the race, but she's got to also continue to run through the finish line because it's a timed final, and she's done a great job with this.
Chesney Miller closing the real estate just a little bit here, but it is not going to be enough. Howard will bring things home here for Whitko. 4 minutes, 12 seconds. That is the new top time here by Whitko. Tippy Valley going from fourth to second in this race with an excellent closing split there by Chesney Miller. 60 seconds in particular. Also a 60-second split by Ellie Campbell of Oak Hill to get third, and another 60-second for Emma Kincaid. But also, I need to talk about this one here, Coach. Olivia O'Leary, 58 seconds on her final leg for Delta to get fit. That is the fastest split we've seen so far today.
That's tremendous. Great job by the anchors. Hopefully they're going to rewind this and watch this. great job for the anchors. You did a wonderful job kicking it in.
So Whitko now firmly in the lead by 3 seconds over Tippy Valley as we get a look here at Howard just charging in, keeping her knees going, and she gets across the line to hold off on that win and get a solid time to put them 3 seconds to the good in the lead over Tippy Valley and Oak Hill.
She was using her arms and legs very, very well, because I think she was starting to get a little piano on her back there. But she did a good job finishing it off. A nice split for her. About a 62 split for her.
I'm familiar with that piano on my back when running the 400. It's not fun. It's a piano made of lactic acid. But now we get to the fast heat here of the girls 4x400 meter relay. This will include the likes of Couts, Hamilton Heights, Bishop Chatard, West Lafayette, Corydon Central, and Garrett Catholic. Those latter 4 teams, Coach, have certainly all been in the conversation on both the boys and girls side here today. Now they have a chance to try and solidify things here as Chatard, they only have a 4-point lead on Heritage Christian going into the final event.
Well, and Heritage Christian, though, does not have a team in this relay.
So they have the team title all but locked up here, do the Bishop Chatard girls, as do the boys at this point, with 9 out of 11 events scored. Chatard leading Delta 71-45, and then Oak Hill in 3rd place as well. That's kind of how the top 3 shake out here on the boys' side of things here.
I like that, though, Kurt. You're trying to bring up some drama that they're only leading by 4 going into this last race, but we know that Heritage Christian has a goose egg because they do not field a relay team. But they've been, the strength of those 2 sisters, they've been great.
Concordia Lutheran also having 44 points on the girls' side in 3rd place. So here is the final section of the girls 4x400 meter relay.
We've already seen one Hamilton Heights relay team win a championship today. Let's see it, the 4x4. They're kind of a dark horse in this race on their seed time. Chatard's got the fastest seed time coming in. Heights has got the 4th. West Side 2nd, and Corydon Central 3rd.
But right now, West Lafayette has the best start out of this group as they are well out in front, out in lane number 4. Led off here by Jocelyn Jundos. And she sets the pace here for West Lafayette. Now a battle for 2nd place back in the field here between Heights, Chatard, and Corydon Central.
Yeah, Hamilton Heights in 2nd right now.
That's Nora Rieger leading things off here for Heights. And she is going to run down Jundos, who is really tightening up here coming to this first exchange. So it'll be Heights with the lead, followed by West Lafayette, who gets it right back off of the exchange. And that is Henny Shimke saying, no, we're going to keep it here.
Well, Macy Smith kind of backed off. Macy Smith's not running a very good split. Just a little slow in this one, and she's been passed now by 3 girls after the exchange.
And so right back up into it now, Corydon Central.
Couts.
And Couts also now moving into 2nd place.
How about the Mustangs?
This is Jenna Hood now moving them into 2nd place behind West Lafayette.
How about those Mustangs now in 2nd place? Bishop Chatard in 3rd, Heights holding off for 4th. Over Corydon Central.
This is Addison Duncan here for Chatard.
Well, that's Jenna Hood, like it says on our lineup card here. She's run a great split, and she's made up some good time.
But Henny Schminke will go now to Molly Andrew of West Lafayette, who will try to hold on here with 2 minutes down here in this race. Couts across in 2nd so far, and Chatard going to track them down in 3rd.
Red Devils with a big lead now.
It's extending here with Molly Andrew taking the baton now, coming to the final exchange after this next lap.
We're both so ingrained to usually a 400-meter track here instead of this beautiful 200-meter track here.
It is an adjustment.
At the Farm Bureau Pavilion.
And Bella Berkey almost losing her footing going into the first turn there for Couts. She has to be careful. You take one too many steps off of the racing line, you could get disqualified. But still, West Lafayette firmly in the lead here with Molly Andrew going to be handing off to Charlotte Simpson.
Here comes Chittard, though. Going to overtake Couch for second place coming out of the turn.
It was a 60-second split for Schmicke of West Lafayette before. We'll check the split here going into the final exchange here from Molly Andrew. It was 64 seconds, still enough to keep them in the lead. But now here comes Reese McKinney for Bishop Chittard, and she is absolutely flying down the back straight to try and catch Charlotte Simpson.
Simpson looking strong, but McKinney's made up a little bit of time on her. She got one more lap, about 250 meters to catch her.
Final lap here in this final race for the women. And Reese McKinney kind of settling in now to her stride. Meanwhile, Simpson starting to surge. So Charlotte Simpson putting together a really good final leg here. Reese McKinney not quite able to challenge after that blistering start. And it will be West Lafayette who has led this one from the very beginning. They will come across the line just off the meet record time at 4 minutes 4 seconds. And Bishop Chittard will gather in their final points to secure the girls team championship. West Lafayette 4:04.31 the official time. Bishop Chittard 4:09.34.
Corydon third, Couch 4, Hamilton Heights 5.
Excellent race there by West Lafayette. Good exchanges all around and a solid finish here from Simpson, keeping with her race. We'll take another quick timeout. When we come back, we'll have the boys section of the 4x400 meter relay. You're watching the Hoosier State Relays here on the ISC Sports Network. On to the final event here today on the track. As far as we're concerned, we still have the boys pole vault going on the infield. We will keep you apprised of that here at the moment. In fact, as we speak, we still have 6 competitors left in the competition, 3 on the runway. In fact, in particular, we have one right here. Looks like this is Landon Dobbs of Henryville on the runway. Actually, no, that is Grant Boyd of Pike Central, rather. He just makes his next attempt at 13 feet 6 inches and not quite able to get that one, so he's done for the day. So we still move on through here. Landon Dobbs of Henryville with a clearance at 13.6. Caleb Farr as well, but we still have a few other competitors. Peyton McQuinn, as well as Lincoln Holsey and Ethan Smith, all have yet to enter the competition as they've passed to 13 feet 9 inches. We will keep you apprised of that as we go along. But back on the track now here for the boys 4x400 meter relay. Coach, we've got Eastern Green, Jimtown, Norwell, Blackhawk Christian, Westview, and Wapahani coming into this one here for the first of 4-time finals.
Yeah, pretty even times coming in this first one. Again, it's a timed final. Got Lane Stevens going to run first for Eastern Green if the lineup cards that we have are correct. Chase Kokenauer for Jimtown will run. Luke Johnson is the leadoff man for Norwell. You got Jackson Wigan for Blackhawk Christian out of Fort Wayne. Ian Bontrager. And here's another team, Bontrager.
We'll have all of the Bontragers.
Sounds like a law firm, doesn't it?
Nickham as well, yes. for Westview.
Yeah, Westview's running in lane 5 in this first heat. And then the Wapahani Raiders, who are pretty excited about their boys basketball team who will play next weekend. For those that kind of are getting adjusted to this, this is normally the Saturday that the state boys basketball finals are held. But with the NCAA tournament taking place first and second rounds in Indianapolis, I'm blessed to be able to come to a track meet, which I'm so happy about. I'm so happy about it. It's great to have this here. They're kind of isolated. They've got the show today with no state boys basketball finals, and our crowd is pretty indicative of it. We've had a great crowd here as we take a look at John Yantis down on the track.
Fabulous job by our starting crew here today to keep us on track. Awards being presented right now for the girls 4x400 meter relay.
Yeah, it's Jay White with John Yantis. I just want to make sure. I couldn't remember if it was John or Jay. Jay's been on the podium all day for this Hoosier State Relays.
So the first time final here, the boys 4x4 about to get underway. They get into their starting positions. Again, a few choosing blocks, a few not choosing blocks, depending on the preference. Event record set last season by Bishop Chatard, 3 minutes 25 seconds. That'll be a tough time to eclipse here to this afternoon.
Had a few records broke today. Himes in the shot put comes to mind immediately.
2 laps per leg here in the 4x4. And flying out of the gate here is Jimtown. That is Chase Kochenauer, who has already made up the stagger and will most likely have the lead here coming to the pole. But right there, though, coming right back into it was Wapahani out in the lead in front here with Caleb Aber. So Caleb Aber looking really good here for the Raiders as he will hand things off to Preston McCorkle here at the first exchange.
Come through in about a 53, my guess. 53 seconds. Right now they're almost at 50.
Quick pace here.
Yeah,
with
51.5 there.
Wapahani followed by Westview. And now Blackhawk Christian. Jackson Gorey trying to reel it in here for second place. And so the field kind of tightening back up here with Wapahani still out in front. This is Preston McCorkle looking a little too relaxed here now as Bontrager moves out ahead here now for Westview. So Westview
pulling away right
really
now.
Pulling
the second
away
leg
now
out.
Here. So Bontrager will hand off to yet another one here.
Another Bontrager, that is Nick Bontrager. If the lineup card's correct, we have. Has a pretty sizable lead here. Wapahani remains in second. Fort Wayne Blackhawk Christian third. Thunderbirds of Eastern Green stay in fourth. The Jimmies are in fifth. Norwell's Knights.
And according to our PA here, this is Carson Nickum on the track here for Westview, and he will hand off to Noah Bontrager.
who
will be the final leg here. He was the winner of the 3,200 meters earlier. He also took part in the distance medley earlier today. In fact, just the previous race, he ran the 1,600 meter leg. So Noah Bontrager is putting in a lot of mileage today here as we get another big surge coming now to the final exchange from Wapahani.
Yeah, the Raiders in the lead now. I believe that's them, isn't it?
Or no, that's Eastern Green.
No. It is, isn't it?
It is Eastern Green getting a huge third leg right there from Jade Dawes. And he now hands it off now to Hands it off now as Dawes now is on the floor, is on the track now for Eastern Green, and he is absolutely flying in front of Westview here with Noah Bontrager trying to track him down. But how about this from Eastern Green? That was a 52-second split from their third leg for Eastern Green. 51-second split from Jim Towns, who is now in third.
Bontrager's been getting run down on that back stretch.
He has had a long day today.
Oh.
And now tightening up here is Dawes coming to the finish here for Eastern Green.
What a finish here. Is this Blackhawk Christian?
And Blackhawk Christian fighting for second place with Westview.
Wow.
And we'll see what the timing and scoring has. And it looks like it'll be Westview just edging Blackhawk Christian as Eastern Green comes home with the victory. 3:35:17, followed by Westview and Blackhawk Christian. They were separated by about 1/10 of a second there at the line.
Wow, nice race, good finish. We will put the two heats together and get you the final results of that as you take a look at a relay champ there, having their picture taken. Yeah, it's not that I counted Eastern Green out, but after the first leg of this relay, they weren't in the picture. They were not who I even mentioned as fourth or fifth, and what a great finish they had the last three legs.
And so now we'll have the next heat here in the boys 4x400 meter relay. Bremen, Frankton, Garin Catholic, Madison Grant, Heritage Christian, and Seeger making up this one.
It being a time final, this is our second one of the 4x4. So you may win your race, but you may not get in the placing. Again, we've already talked several times during the meet. Bishop Chittard has won the meet team-wise. Had a great day. But now it's all about bragging rights. We got second, we got third. There's some teams that could move up a little bit in the top 5 to top 10 standings there.
Aren't they getting paid right now?
Well, they're waiting for our meet coming up later. That gives us a little promo that we have the boys and girls large state Hoosier State relays coming up. Starting, we're going to join the air about 3:30. That's a separate one?
Yep, they'll come on about 3:30 for the start of that one. Of course, the event will start at 3 o'clock. We'll come on at 3:30 as the field events are progressing at that point. We'll come on with the girls' 60 hurdle prelims in the large school meet here at the Hoosier State Relays. That encompasses football classes 4A, 5A, and 6A. And you can catch all of that right here from start to finish here on the ISC Sports Network. Back to the track we go. The second time final of the boys 4x400 meter relay.
You know, he may have been watching us because you can watch us on your phone. He maybe was watching us.
You can only hope, right?
I wouldn't call it hope, but how about doubt? He's here. He's watching it live.
Clean start.
Bremen Lions in lane 1. It should be Hudson Fox running for them.
Meanwhile, out well here is Ben Palaconda of Heritage Christian. He'll be handing off to his brother Daniel Palaconda here in the first exchange of this one. But Heritage Christian out well here in the early going, followed by Garin Catholic. That's Wesley Street.
Two Circle City Conference schools in the first two positions here.
So Garin Catholic unable to quite reel in Heritage Christian here, but coming up in third place now here is Seeger, and it will be a photo at the exchange, and Heritage Christian will hold the lead, but Seeger will tuck in here in second place. So much so that Connor Brenner rocking the red, white, and blue shorts right there in second place as he tries to chase down here Heritage Christian. This is DJ Green getting the second exchange.
Got Ben Grissom running for Garin Catholic, I think. Looks like Ben. No, it's not Ben. Oh, yeah, it is. That's Ben Grissom. Mentioned earlier in the telecast, he made Sports Center a couple weeks ago with a basketball play for the Golden Eagles. Now he's out running his favorite sport. Well, actually, I think basketball is his favorite sport, but he is very, very good at track and field.
Meanwhile, Connor Brenner going to the outside to take up the lead. Meanwhile, here you have Grissom challenging as well for Garin Catholic. They take up their spots at the exchange. Guerin Catholic has the lead at the handoff. And Seeger holding the line on the inside. And that is just what they do. A little bit of strategy there as Finian McLean holds on here for Seeger.
Wow.
But don't count out Heritage Christian just yet. This is Keegan Seymour.
He shot out of a cannon.
Heritage Christian flying now here on the heels. Guerin Catholic now moves into second place and Seeger falls to third.
Boy, he's really opened it up after they had lost the lead on the second exchange. He got it back.
Heritage Christian holding on to the lead now. Reaching. And now it is down to the Circle City Conference teams. This is the other Palaconda. Daniel Palaconda holding things off now here for Heritage Christian as they come now to the final lap here of this second time final. 1 lap to go. Can Nick Bowman here of Guerin Catholic reel him in? Palaconda really starting to tighten up now here, and you see Bowman reeling him back in now into the final 100. And Guerin Catholic takes over the lead, and this is a heck of an effort here by the Golden Eagles. Run your race and be patient, and the Golden Eagles come home in section number 2. Exuberant finish right there from Bowman. 3:32, a final split of 51 seconds.
Boy, that was a great finish. Good race by the Golden Eagles there to win their heat. Now they just have to sit and see if their time holds for any kind of positions in the top 8. 3:32.76. Writing that down right now. We got it. And you can see the last leg here.
Just tightening up, and then Bowman able to track him down to get the lead here going down the back straight.
And Palaconda barely made it to the finish line. I thought he may was going to cause a wreck down there. He slowed down at the finish line, just started to cut across traffic. And he didn't have the green light. It wasn't even yellow. Yeah, great finish.
Big race run right there. On to the next one here. And before we go any further here with this one, today's meet, brought to you by Insurance Management Group. Life is a race, and Insurance Management Group is here to champion your dreams on and off the track. Just like those lightning-fast track stars, we've got the speed and agility to tailor insurance plans to fit your needs. We understand life's twists and turns, so you can focus on breaking records and chasing dreams. From health to home, we've got your back. Insurance Management Group, your journey, our commitment. Get ready and race with confidence.
Heat 3 of our 4 races in the 4x400 meter relay. Hanover Central will start in lane 1 here. Park Tudor will be in lane 2, the Panthers. Wildcats of Franklin County will be in lane 3, followed by Oak Hill's Golden Eagles in lane 4. The Braves of Mechanicawa High School, only about 20 minutes from Oak Hill, in lane 5. And the Bulldogs round out the field, lane 6, Batesville.
Couple runners to watch here, especially for Park Tudor. Kaysen Ritz has always been good out of the gate. Also from Oak Hill, Trenton Sweet. He just came off of a good performance in the distance medley relay for Oak Hill. He'll be one to watch here as well.
Yes, Oak Hill team's loaded to win this. See if they can live up to what their time coming in. It's pretty good.
Oak Hill with a seed time at 3:37.66. Again, Guerin Catholic at 3:32.76. The top time to try and beat here. Next section here of the 4x4. Solid start in lane 3 from Franklin County. Park Tudor right there on the hip. Meanwhile, Batesville out well here with Gage Pullman. on the outside lane. In fact, so much so Pullman really holding things off now here for Batesville.
He ran that bank very, very well, Kurt. Rewarded with the lead here.
But now, can he hold on to it? Pullman being reeled back in here by a couple of the back competitors now here, Oak Hill among them.
Oh, his stride's getting shorter. Ran a nice one, just ran out of gas there with about 50 meters to go and almost doesn't get the exchange made, barely does.
Hanover Central has the lead at the first exchange after a 54-second opening split. McConaughey right there as well, along with Oak Hill. But McConaughey falling back here as the field shakes out again. And this is Batesville once again here with Cannon Clark holding right on the hip here of Michael Rensney of Hanover Central.
Oak Hill third, Park Tudor 4 as they're in the backstretch.
Now on the outside comes Oak Hill. This is Lance Wyrick. Has had a heck of a day here running some middle distance races and legs as well for Oak Hill, and he will hand things off here to A.J. Austin.
They had a good exchange too, and the 4x4 exchanges sometimes aren't that important. They got a good one there, but here comes Park Tudor.
How about this from Landon Guerra? And he moves around actually. This is actually Hayden Souza now here, outside here for Park Tudor. He gets around to the horn here from Oak Hill's Levi Trexler. So it'll be Park Tudor out in front here for the final leg. And Spencer Hughes will bring things home here for the Panthers.
Oak Hill getting their second wind here.
A.J. Austin bringing it home now here for Oak Hill, but so is Spencer Hughes. Trexler for Oak Hill, a final split there at 52-88. Trexler with A.J. Austin running well here for Oak Hill, but Spencer Hughes with a fabulous stride here to hold on to the lead here for Park Tudor.
Yeah, he's looking real strong. I don't think there's any way Oak Hill's going to catch him on this. The Panthers looking real strong here as they up in the backstretch in the final turn. Again, running for a time, not just for a win of this race, but a time, since they'll be placed with the other three heats time-wise.
Park Tudor across the line first here in section number 3. A 50-second 74 split there for Spencer Hughes at 3:31.67. That is the new top overall time, but Oak Hill only good enough for third at 3:35 even.
Yeah, the 3:32.76 by Guerin Catholic in the second heat will remain in second place overall as we approach the last heat, which is all the best seed times coming in.
Spencer Hughes liking that right there.
So there's your numbers right now as they head into the final race. If there are no more races, Park Tudor would be your champion, but we have one more race, the fast seed race. There's the times that they all have to beat for placings there.
But we still have one more section to go. And this will be the fast qualifying times here for the fourth and final one. Delta, Cordon Central, Bishop Chatard, Churubusco, West Lafayette, and Wabash. All of these teams have been ones we've seen do well all meet long here today, and they can try and do one more here. Of course, for Bishop Chatard, it's about bragging rights at this point, as they have pretty much secured the boys' championship, even though Delta is in second with 45 points. But Chatard is still is still guaranteed, all things considered, the championship, since there aren't enough points for Delta to surpass.
about the job Dennis McNulty does as our PA, along with Brandon Jones?
A former track and field coach himself, Dennis McNulty, doing an excellent job along with the rest of our PA crew.
Brandon became my sidekick partner last year at the IHSA Outdoor State Championships. Always the first weekend in June, May 31st and June 1st this year, actually.
Of course, I had the privilege of getting to see you out there last time for being on the call of the State Unified Track and Field Championships as well for the IHSA Champions Network. That's also a really fun event that they put on.
Great event.
In between the boys and girls meets that weekend in June.
Lane 1 is going to be the Delta Eagles. Running in lane 2, Corydon Central's Panthers. The champions of the meet overall now, the Bishop Chatard Trojans, will run in lane 3. Churubusco's Eagles will run in lane 4. You got West Side, which I call West Side. My dad was a graduate of West Side High School, but better known as West Lafayette. In lane 5, the Red Devils. And in lane 6, Wabash, the Apaches will run. So they are the only athletes from the city of Wabash. No one from Northfield or Southwood in today's competition. But the Apaches have had a good meet. Some nice performances here. Gun is up.
Chatard placed 15th overall in the state finals outdoor for the IHSA last season in this event. Boyer and Kewer on the team here today. They were on that team down in Bloomington last season.
No false starts. They didn't want to jinx them. No false starts today. Excellent job
it
by.
It is a clean slate.
I mean, excellent job by the athletes, but an excellent job by the starting crew also.
Out well here is Chatard, as you have Kalen Sargent leading things off here for the Trojans. So it'll be Chatard at the pole. And Churubusco right there with them, but Wabash filtering into second here with Colson Kugler. Very competitive field right here as they are all staying close together. But still, it is Sargent out in front here for Bishop Chatard. He will hand things off here to J.D. Haynes. So the Trojans looking to put a cherry on top of a boys state championship here for the small schools here at the Hoosier State Relays. Coming around now for second place is going to be Churubusco.
I think it's Corydon Central, isn't it?
Now Corydon Central's back in the pack right now. Churubusco.
Where's Busco?
Wearing the 4th bid number right there in second place. And holding it right now is Jackson Fleetwood here. But still all J.D. Haynes here for Bishop Chatard as Fleetwood tries to track him down here.
Yeah, the B got me on the Churubusco jersey. Busco.
Keaton Kewer now here for Bishop Chatard. Will take over the reins here as Busco tries to track them down. Wabash followed by West Lafayette. And West Lafayette's Brennan Wood is not wasting any time as he puts the pressure moving into third.
Woo. Can he sustain it? Sustainability.
Kewer with one more lap to go here. Churubusco still comfortably in second here with Evan Palmer. But Brennan Wood now going to try and hold things on here. He is already tightening up here with 200 meters to go. And now Delta starting to make their presence known here with Carter Jackson closing in on third place. Final exchange.
Well, it's only fitting, but Bishop Chatard most likely is going to win this race. They've got a huge lead. Unless something happens where disqualification because he steps on the lines or he drops the baton or he throws the baton in disgust and or euphoria after he crosses the finish line. Chatard's going to win this one. Looking real strong here.
Phoenix Boyer capping things off here for Chatard with one more lap to go.
The race is who's going to be second here. We've got a 4-team race for second place.
It's Delta and West Lafayette dueling it out now as Churubusco starts to fall back through the ranks. West Lafayette now anchored by Daniel Schumer, who's in second. But as you can see there, Phoenix Boyer gonna bring it home here for Chittard in a blistering final split. It is going to be sub 50, I believe. That is a fast time at 3:27, just off of their meet record time of 49:52. A final split there by Phoenix Boyer. And then at the line for second place, it is West Lafayette with a 52:89 split from Daniel Schumer. And then Wabash comes home in third place.
Well, I think Spencer Stout, that anchor for Wabash, if we can see that, I think he thought the line was in the middle, because he went to do the stretch at the middle of the line and then realized, oh my gosh, I'm not there yet.
That's the start. That's the start line for one of the college distance races.
I think he got confused because there were a couple of the coaches and/or officials just standing there, and he started to do his lean there, and then he regrouped. But by then he couldn't hold on to second place.
But sheer dominance right there by Bishop Chittard. 3 minutes, 26 seconds even, less than a second off of their meet record time from a season ago at 3:25:20. And that puts a cherry on top of Chittard's win here today.
Interesting little trivia here. The second place team was Park Tudor. They came out of the third heat. And Guerin Catholic won the second heat, and they ended up third overall. So the fast race only had the winner in it. Then it was the fourth place team finally.
So that just goes to show it is timed finals. Best times accrued come away with the victories. Well, we still have one event that has to be scored in the boys' competition. That is the pole vault. But it's not going to matter much what comes of that one, because Bishop Chittard has secured the boys and girls team championships here at the Hoosier State Relays. Bishop Chittard winning back-to-back championships on the boys. Chittard unseating Park Tudor on the girls' side from a season ago, and the boys doing it in dominating fashion. Chittard with 91 points today, Delta 51, Guerin Catholic with 36.5. There you see the final team standings here, or rather the boys' team standings here with one event left to be scored. You still have the pole vault competition, but like we said here, Pete, not going to matter much as far as how these things shake out.
No, just the depth of Bishop Chittard. They had great relay teams. They had someone in each spot in the relay team. They picked up points to some individuals, but you can see they won the 4x200. They won the 4x400. They won the 4x800. Right there, they won the meet. That's 60 points. That's 9 more than Delta right there. Let alone they got 12 in the distance medley relay, 8 in the 60-meter dash, and 5 in the 60-meter hurdles. That's our last category there on the right side of that graphic.
Certainly great to see how they have the breakdown by each event and how dominant it was for Bishop Chittard, winning all 3 of the main relays and then scoring well in the distance medley relay as well. Let's take a look back now at the boys pole vault competition with some latest clearances as we have some more boys entering the competition. And that is Lincoln Hulsey of LaVille, who has a clearance there at 14 feet. Kind of a wild clearance, but a clearance nonetheless. He is now the overall leader as he has no misses on the day. And also seeing things up as well here. Here is Ethan Smith of Churubusco with a clearance on his third attempt at 14 feet.
It's a pressure jump there, third attempt.
And that keeps him in the competition. We now only have 4 competitors remaining, and we still have 1 competitor who has yet to enter the competition. That is Peyton McQuinn of Hamilton Heights, who is coming in, planning to anyway, at 14 feet 3 inches. He's committed to go to Indiana University next year.
Yeah, he can back up anything I'm going to say. The thing I will say is I was always scared when my vaulters, and when I had a few good ones when I was a head track coach, wanted to start at a height that no one can clear anyway, that you're competing against. Quite frankly, that's the way Peyton's situation is, but Peyton is such a high-class vaulter. He's got enough confidence in himself. That's like a layup for me. You know, for the average, for the really good pole vaulters, that's a great leap. But for Peyton, it's just amazing. So you just hope he doesn't have his steps off that one day that he does that, or he doesn't break his pole in his first to try, because it's not the same when you're using your backup pole or your third pole. Not the same. You just don't have the confidence. you know that pole in and out. You want that pole. You need that pole. You want your number one pole when you're in the pole vault competition.
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and take another quick 1-minute timeout. When we come back, we will have some more live coverage of the pole vault competition and a look at the girls' team standings as their final results have just come in. You're watching the Hoosier State Relays here on the ISC Sports Network.
Congratulations to the 2023 Mr. and Miss Track and Field Award winners. Mr. Track and Field, Nair Newish Campbell. Also Mr. Track and Field and Mr. Distance, Cole Mathieson. Miss Track and Field, Rachel Maringer. Sprinter hurdler, Parker Doyle. Miss Field Event, Kaylee Swart. Cody Johnston, Mr. Field Event. Alexa Smith, Miss Sprinter hurdler. And Miss Distance, Gretchen Farley.
Well, you're going to get some bonus coverage here on the ISC Sports Network. Live coverage of the Hoosier State Relays. Alongside Pete Smith, I'm Kurt Darling. The girls' team standings have gone final. Bishop Chatard wins the girls' state championship for indoor track. 73 points for them. Heritage Christian with 53 points. West Lafayette has 43 points, and Concordia Lutheran 44 points. A tighter team competition, to say the least here, Coach, but than it was on the boys' side, but still Bishop Chatard able to double up their state, or rather get their state championship back after Park Tudor won it a season ago.
Yeah, just really good depth. They had a great meet today. Congratulations.
And there is Oak Hill's team from the 4x4 who had a solid running in that one.
Solid day for Oak Hill in general. I think they finished fourth in the boys as a team.
Indeed they did, with 36 points. Meanwhile, you'll get some live coverage of the boys' pole vault competition, which still has yet to conclude here inside the Fall Creek Pavilion. There are 4 competitors remaining in the competition. You have Lincoln Hulsey of LaVille, Blake Longabaugh of Princeton Community, and Ethan Smith of Churubusco. But entering the competition now will be Peyton McQuinn, who has not taken a jump today. He has passed all the way to 14 feet 3 inches, which is where the bar is set right now. And it will be a 4-competitor shootout right now here to see who can go the highest.
Yeah, McQuinn was taking some warm-ups as we went to break there before we returned to the screen on you, or to you, everybody. But he's going to finally get vaulted in, see if he can clear it. Should have pretty good competition. Miss-wise, Hulsey hasn't missed today. You may have mentioned, if he did, I apologize. Long ball has missed at just once at 14 feet. Ethan Smith cleared on his 3rd try, but that was his first start too. So you've got 4 quality pole vaulters, and then Peyton McQuinn.
So they're going to do some final housekeeping here at the boys' pole vault competition, and they'll get things moving here on the runway. And it appears that it'll be Blake Longabaugh who will have the opening attempt here at 14 feet 3 inches.
Certainly a science to the pole vault. I didn't know that till I became head track coach at South Bend Adams, and I had a decent vaulter there back in 1982. Gosh, 1982. 1983? 82-83 school year. But we didn't quite have the equipment or the same kind of poles they use nowadays.
So Longabaugh still awaiting the okay here from the officials. And there you see Blake Longabaugh here on the runway, awaiting the go-ahead here to take his attempt.
Well, and they are so deliberate, Kurt, because safety always comes first. They've got to make sure they got their standards set, the mat's in the right place. Just everything has to be right for a competition like this.
So everything is set here, standard set, and it'll be the opening height here, or rather the opening jump here at 14 feet 3 inches.
There's the Wabash Apache relay team in that last 4x400 meter relay. Good day for the Apaches.
Longabaugh's best height this season, 14 feet 4 inches. And they're going to set the standards here. That is a crank that moves the standard forward and back depending on the preference where they want the bar in the air. You do have the ability to adjust where the bar is, as here is Longabaugh with his first attempt here at 14 feet 3 inches, and he is over easily.
Killed it.
So that is now 1 inch shy of his season best this year, and we will keep things moving to 14.6 assuredly here with that clearance here from Longabaugh. He qualified for the IHSAA State Track and Field Championships last season, where he finished 20th, clearing 14 feet. Of course, remember, this is the small school competition, so we don't have the vaulters from the likes of 4A, 5A, and 6A football schools. But already on the runway here, or rather it looked like they were going through some warm-ups here. It'll next up be Lincoln Halsey. And there is Halsey doing some warm-ups here on the side of the runway. And it appears they may be moving the bar up again here, Coach. They may be passing to 14.6 a couple of these guys.
Meanwhile, on the awards podium, Janie Omer, the assistant commissioner of the IHSA, just presented the Nike Hoosier State Games, Hoosier State Relays trophy to the Trojans. There you see them, a very happy team.
Again, getting 91 points did the Trojans today on the girls, or rather 73 points on the girls' side, 91 on the boys' side, but still a dominating performance by the Trojans today.
And a relatively young-looking team. Scored in a lot of events. That's what it takes to win a championship.
Meanwhile, back at the pole vault, Blake Longabaugh just took his next attempt here at 14 feet 6 inches, and he gets an opening miss, so he will have 2 more attempts here at 14.6 as they move the bar higher up above 14.3. So here we will see Peyton McQuinn for the first time on the runway. He is the top-seeded vaulter in the small school division this season. He has a designated seed height of about 13 feet, but he is well capable of going beyond that. The reason why he's seated so low, Coach, is because he had an ankle injury. As there's the runner-up for the runner-up trophy being given to the Delta Eagles here for the boys' side of things. 51 points for them today, just shy of Chittard's 91. Here is Peyton McQuinn for his opening attempt here at 14.6, and he does it easily.
So no worries. No worries. As I said, I think the coach worries about it more than an athlete, that's good, that something's going to go wrong or you're going to get no points out of you today. But he's in the competition, 1 for 1.
Of course, he is coached by his dad, Mason McQuinn, who is a former track and field athlete at Purdue University. He also competed at Kokomo back in the day. He's also a product of Pole Vault Elite, who you've seen our commercials for here today for Inverted Rentals as well. And of course, another product of Pole Vault Elite would be yours truly, Colin Gady, Joe Herron, and Mason McQuinn, running an excellent outfit teaching the discipline of pole vault to a bunch of youngsters all throughout the Indianapolis area. Here is Lincoln Halsey now here of LaVille. And Halsey a little too close at the top there, has to probably adjust his standards just a little bit or move the pole a little bit more, but he'll have another attempt here at 14.6. As you see, the state champions for the HSR relays, that is the Bishop Chittard Trojans on the boys' side. Celebrating with pizza too, it seems.
Looks like it. It's a nice start as they prepare to go to the outdoor season here come April.
And they will certainly be a factor as the outdoor season rolls along. So that's the presentations for both the girls and boys state championships here at the Hoosier State Relays. The Chittard Trojans dominating both the boys and girls competitions. And they're going to gather for a unified picture here. Meanwhile, back at the pole vault, Ethan Smith, first attempt here at 14.6, and he kills it as well, as you mentioned. In fact, looked like the pole might be a little too small there for him. He's going to have to go up another one to go up the height, as now he and Mason McQuinn are tied in this competition, at least at this height, but McQuinn has the lead on misses because Ethan Smith has 2 misses at the previous height of 14.6. Take a look at this again. And he's behind the bar right there. So he's going to have to go up another pole here throughout the rest of this competition. Either that or move his standards back.
Yep. Comes our Princeton boy.
Here is Longabaugh trying again at 14.6, and he does it. That's a new season best for him, and he is not quite out of it yet.
Nah, he knew it too. After he cleared the bar, before he even got to the mat, he was already putting up his finger towards the sky. Either thanking somebody or saying, I'm number one, or maybe both.
So Peyton McQuinn and Easton Smith will have more competition here as Luke Holsey will come on here for his second attempt at 14 feet 6 inches. Lincoln Holsey, a senior from LaVille. LaVille here, the senior again, was the 3rd place finisher in the boys' state championships for the IHSAA outdoor last year, where he cleared 15 feet 6 inches. He gets up and way too small of a pole right there. He's going to have to go up one there too. He killed it. He'll have one more attempt here at 14 feet 6 inches. And for those of you following along here for the sport of pole vault, when it comes to when I say standards, well, what the apparatus that holds the bar up here are called the standards. They are the 2 pillars that you see on opposite sides of the pole vault pit. So you can move those standards forwards and backwards depending on where you want the bar to clear to try and make it a little bit easier for you to try and clear the bar right there. And you see the hand cranks on the side. Those move those forward and back as well as up and down when they're adjusting the height. And there you see up top there, they move the bar forward and backwards. You can't exceed 50 centimeters, and you cannot exceed 80 centimeters, as you can see. So they have the standards put all the way forward here for these jumps.
Again, they've come a long way.
Indeed they have.
I remember we had a rectangular fiberglass pole on the high jump and the pole vault when I was starting out. And it was metal, and if you missed and came down on it, it would bend. And then the track coach would get upset with you, and you're going to have to buy me a new one. Then we tried to take it into shop class and get it rebent back to the way it should have been. And now look at these. These are beautiful. No sag, nice and straight. They got nice colored plastic on it. Life's good as a pole vaulter and a high jumper.
I will say this, though. I have fallen on top of one of those and broken it on my back.
These kind?
Not fun.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Those fiberglass poles, if you land on them just the right way, they can snap in half.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yep, you are right.
So now Lincoln Holsey back on the runway for his final attempt here at 14 feet 6 inches. If he does not make this one, he is out of the competition.
We can see how high the bar is. We just can't see him. There we can.
Lincoln Holsey. Again, personal best 15 feet at the state championships last year. He's up and nearly over it. He comes down on top of it.
Yeah.
And that is going to be the end of his day. He comes in 4th place here for LaVille.
That's frustrating. He's getting plenty of height. He's just not getting the rest of the body parts. Good coverage there. Flip.
Just over-exaggerated the legs at the top instead of keeping them back. He would have had that one. And so now there are 3. As we move on to the next height, it will be either 14.9 or 15 feet, depending on what the vaulters decide to do. And that's another thing, too. Sometimes the vaulters actually have the power to pick what height they want to compete at, but it has to be agreed upon amongst the rest of the competitors. It is scheduled to go at 14 feet 9 inches. That's probably where they are going to go, but they could go up to 15 feet since we had both McQuinn and Smith pass 14.3, even though Longabaugh decided to take a jump at 14.3 and made it.
Couldn't say it any better myself. You're right on. You are correct.
This is making me miss vaulting again. And so now they have to measure the bar again as they move it higher. They use this device to measure and make sure that it is an official height. And once they get the height confirmed, they can move on with the competition. And so they are now moving the bar all the way up to 15 feet.
And it wouldn't surprise me if we have the same amount of competitors as we do now and after at 15 feet. They are all getting up plenty high. It's just now it's the technique. It's doing the right thing as you're up in the air. The transition from the pole to the mat, not touching that pole.
So Peyton McQuinn has already made the decision to pass to 15 feet, so he will not take a jump here if they put the bar at 14.9. And it looks like that is exactly what they're doing. So the bar is actually at 14.9 here, not 15 feet. And it appears both Ethan Smith and Blake Longabaugh will each take jumps here at 14 feet 9 inches. Ethan Smith has a season best of 15 feet. Set at the Northwest Last Chance Field event qualifier back on March 15th. Meanwhile, Longabaugh has already jumped a new season best here today. And he will jump first. And a little bit out of it at the top, and he'll have another one. So this is Ethan Smith of Churubusco. Again, Ethan Smith was 6th at the IHSAA State Finals last year, going 14 feet 9 inches. That's about 4 meters 49 for those of you who follow along in metric terms. By the way, the winning height at the state championships last year was by Cody Johnston of Hobart at 17 feet. So here is Smith. And he got deep on that plant that time.
So on that subject, the small school Hoosier State Relays record that they're all going for right now, but they're all trying to get the win, is 17 feet 1 3/4 inches by Josh Dispinette. I was not the announcer back then. That was 1997. He was competing for West Vigo High School out of Terre Haute. 17 feet 1 3/4 inches. Dispinette. That's a heck of a leap. In 1997, I mean any year, but 1997, that was really, really good.
Yes, absolutely. So there is Peyton McQuinn, again passing this height here at 14.9. Being sparing with his jumps, of course, nursing that ankle injury, so a little strategy for him here as well to try and limit the amount of jumps he has to take here today, as Longabaugh, again, a little bit tough at the top.
He looks a little spent.
He has...
But he's only taken 6 jumps so far, right? 7?
He's taken 9 jumps
like
now.
I said, he's only
miss.
taken 9 jumps so far. I'm looking at the heights and not the misses and makes. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, he's attempted 6 heights now.
He started at 13.3. And again, you mentioned earlier about how being a little nervous about starting higher, but keep in mind, you start lower, you likely take more jumps. And that is a...
Right. And you only have a certain amount of jumps. You've had a jump coach. I had a jump coach when I was the head coach. I had someone who was in charge of that. And he would say, this is the sweet spot. If he gets past this many jumps, he's not going to do very well. He's only got this many optimal jumps in him. So that's why you pass heights a lot of times.
Ethan Smith hoping that this is an optimal jump here. He has the height, but a little bit too soon on the release up top. And he'll have one more. Meanwhile, Peyton McQuinn just watching on as maybe his only jump of the day at 14 feet 6 inches may just be enough to win a state championship here today. Solid plan, just a little bit soon on the release. One thing that Coach Colin Gady used to tell me when I was vaulting at pole vault elite is patience. Sometimes you have to be a little patient at the top, and that was perfectly illustrated right there.
I would have no patience at the top. I want to get down. Not a real big height guy.
Of course, it also depends on the type of pole you're using, too.
True. Yeah.
You see Ethan Smith using what appears to be a UCS, which is a basic fiberglass pole. Those are usually slower on the release. But Blake Longabaugh here appears to be using a carbon fiber pole, which are a lot quicker. So you don't have to be as patient.
You mean the bend is quicker?
Yes, the flex, the release is quicker.
Actually, I knew that answer. I was trying to lead you into explaining that for those that aren't pole vault aficionados.
Final attempt here for Longabaugh, and he gets it.
Yep.
What a performance right there by Blake Longabaugh, and he keeps himself in the competition with a clearance on his 3rd attempt here at 14.9.
Yeah.
That is a new personal best for him.
I think I challenged him when I said he's starting to look a little gassed and winded. High plant. Nice.
And he just stuck with it that time.
Yeah.
And you saw Peyton McQuinn in the background there of that previous shot saying, well, looks like I got to do another one here.
Yeah, he didn't look very impressed. Like, okay, I got to clear another height.
Although, to be fair, Peyton McQuinn, he is a very mild-mannered kid. So he does not show a lot of emotion. So that is his persona. He certainly enjoys the competition, though, as you start to see some other vaulters now moving into the pole vault area. Those are the large school competitors who are getting ready to come up for the large school meet later today.
Ian Smith.
Up and over, and how about another one? Ethan Smith sticking with it as well. All 3 advance now to 15 feet.
That's pressure when you're on your 3rd and final jump. Got to clear it. But got those legs really inverted well. Straight up.
And they just get it down. So we keep moving on here in the boys pole vault competition. From the small school meet, we will now raise the bar to 15 feet even. This was the top seated height from both Ethan Smith and Lincoln Halsey. Halsey no longer in the competition now.
Okay, now explain to our viewers. Well, Peyton Quinn, if they would have missed, wins. Now what happens?
Well, that is correct. Because the competition goes back on misses. If you have more misses, that means even if you clear the same height, if you miss more bars at the lower bars, then that goes on to your record, basically. So if you both clear 14.6, but you had a miss at 14 feet, but your competitor didn't, that miss puts you in 2nd place.
But Peyton McQuinn did not clear, was that 14.9 they were going for?
That was 14.9, but he passes to 15 feet.
Right.
So that means Peyton McQuinn has to get a jump at 15 feet in order to take the lead back after he had it at 14.6.
Yeah, that's where I was trying to lead you into, or was alluding to, is that, okay, that's the jeopardy of passing that height. Both his competitors have cleared that height, even when he has no misses.
Longabaugh trying now at 15 feet, and he, again, will have 2 more attempts here. You have to give it to Blake Longabaugh now. That was his 10th jump on that make of this competition. That is a lot by a pole vaulter's standards. You usually expect to maybe take about 5 to 8 jumps per competition, depending on where you start in the competition if you're more knowledgeable of it. But he's taken 10 jumps here today, and he's certainly making the most of it. So here is McQuinn back again. You can see he has his left ankle taped up. He sustained that in the preseason doing some training out at the Pole Vault Elite facilities. And now we'll try to get the lead back here on his first attempt at 15. And there you go. So he has a miss at 15 feet and a little bit wide on the plant that time there from the senior.
Yep, spot on. Again, if you're joining us expecting to watch the large school competition, you're at the right place. It's just that will not start. We won't start the broadcast until 3:30 is what our scheduled time is right now. That's the same time as the boys and girls long jump starting, and we'll be starting at that time also. The girls 60-meter hurdle trials will be our first running event. Girls shot put will start that time. And the girls pole vault will start at 3:30, actually. It says boys will follow here on my schedule, but
that's certainly how they did it. They've been vaulting ever since 8:30 this morning continuously, because the girls competition went ahead of the boys competition. And now on the runway here is Ethan Smith of Busco.
He went sideways.
He has the height too, but put the hip right there into the bar. So all 3 competitors here have a miss at 15 feet. Peyton McQuinn now getting ready for his second attempt. It'll be Longabaugh's turn first.
Because right now, the way I read the competition, Ethan Smith is in the lead.
That is correct.
Due to misses, and they both cleared 14.9, while McQuinn has not cleared 14.9. Ethan Smith is in the lead, clearing 14.9, and has the advantage of the least amount of misses at prior heights.
Longabaugh. And he'll have one more here. He just kind of bailed out a little early.
Yeah.
And to explain that further right now, at the moment, now Longabaugh and Smith are tied for first place.
Mm-hmm.
Now you could possibly have a jump off coming up here in a little bit if they remain tied going in to the remaining of this one. But first, we'll have to see what Peyton McQuinn does here as you take a look now at the live scoring here. Of course, those are some of the lower heights. But Smith, Longabaugh, and McQuinn right here in the in-progress standings here for the boys pole vault. McQuinn back on the runway. First attempt here at 15 feet. Second attempt, rather, and that time he's able to get it good. Clears it by a foot. So now McQuinn has taken the overall lead now with only one miss to his credit.
Oh. Third jump of the day, third attempt and jump of the day.
And this now puts pressure on Smith to get a clearance here. So now Peyton McQuinn has the overall lead. Ethan Smith and Longabaugh are now tied for second because they have the same amount of misses.
Come on, Ethan.
Here is Smith from Churubusco. Oh, and he had the height. He just stalled out at the top. And he'll have one more here at 15 feet even. He just stalled.
Yeah.
He just lost it at the top. And that's all about a matter of timing right there. He just mistimed his release at the top. And that forced him to try and push off the top of the pole, and he ended up coming down on top of the bar. So there is Smith getting his advice from his coaches. And an interesting rule here, Pete. Vaulters are allowed to look at replay of their jumps, but they cannot physically touch the replay means that they get it from. So that could be a phone or a tablet. If they get caught touching the replay device, they get disqualified. Meanwhile, on that same shot, here is Longabaugh on his final attempt at 15 feet, and he is done for the day with that one. But an excellent, excellent day for Blake Longabaugh, making it to 14 feet 9 inches. He has a new personal best by 5 inches today, and he is still scored as tied for second place with Ethan Smith. But it all depends on if Smith can get a clearance here at 15 feet on his third attempt.
Because I'm old, I sound old. There you see real quick there, though, you see Annalise Sloan there,
From
who won the girls competition in the small school today. She cleared 12 feet. Really had an impressive day there. She's hanging out with Princeton's not too far from Evansville.
He also gets a high five from Colin Gady there, who is the coach with the hat on backwards right there. He is the creator of Pole Vault Elite.
Oh.
And also Joe Herron, his partner in that endeavor as well, immediately to his right. Two excellent men there teaching the discipline of pole vault to many area pole vaulters.
Ian Smith's going to use his time. Do you remember how much time you get in between jumps?
2 minutes per jump.
Thank you.
Well, you have 2 minutes. Once they call you on the runway, you have 2 minutes to take your jump. Again, Colin Gady and Joe Herron. Of course, Joe Herron, the pole vaulting coach at Pike High School on the regular. Colin Gady used to be the pole vaulting coach at Hamilton Southeastern before going freelance by himself, but instead keeping Pole Vault Elite full-time as an AAU club. So here is Ethan Smith. He has to make this jump to advance to 15 feet. He gets up and gets it over.
No problem.
Let's go higher, everybody.
Let's go!
Ethan Smith now takes sole possession of second place. Again, he is still in second place behind Peyton McQuinn, as McQuinn was able to make this bar in one fewer jumps than Ethan Smith. So McQuinn still has the outright lead, but how about a clutch jump right there from Ethan Smith?
Yeah, that was a great jump.
Getting more coaching there from his coach there, and now we will move the bar just a little bit higher. And once again, it's up to the preference of the vaulters here if they want to go up 3 inches or 6 inches. And now they'll decide where they go from here. As
just ask Ian what height he wanted. Yeah, and he goes, what's he going to go? What's he going to go? That was a great jump.
If I were a betting man, I would expect Peyton McQuinn to pass 15-3. And this would put Ethan Smith on the runway by himself if he chooses to go at 15-3. But in like manner, that's a little bit of a risk if you're Peyton McQuinn, because if you pass to 15-6, and there you see the two are kind of talking to each other here right now just to kind of see where each of them wants to go. And it looks like Peyton McQuinn is going to take an attempt here at 15-3. So he is not going to pass, it appears. So Peyton McQuinn setting his standards here. That'd be 3 minutes. So here is Peyton McQuinn. First attempt here at 15-3. And that time, had the height.
Got a little careless, didn't he? I would say, if I was the coach, I would say he got a little careless. I haven't coached pole vault in a long time.
Didn't quite finish at the top here.
Like, okay, I'm over it. Bring me down, and then
he should have kept a little more extension. Either that or move the standards up a little bit if he can.
Yeah.
But that is now the second miss here for McQuinn on his card. He still has the outright lead. As now Smith will try his hand here at 15-3. Ethan Smith, a senior from Churubusco.
Nope.
That time he got a little too antsy there at the top and bailed out. So back-to-back misses here for both McQuinn and Smith. Two more attempts for that young man. And now McQuinn taking his time as he'll get ready for his second attempt. Calm, cool, and collected, that young man. Again, mild-mannered by nature. Going to be attending Indiana University next year. Of course, I kind of wonder to myself how his dad feels about that, seeing as how Mason McQuinn, his dad, who was a Purdue Boilermaker.
You see some of the girls in the large school competition bringing their poles in. They'll get started at 3:30 today. They're probably wishing that the boys' competition will get done in the small school area.
Here is McQuinn, second attempt. And again, just a little rough at the top. He'll have one more here.
Now the pressure is on that young man since he took the pass. He's got to make it on the third try.
He still has the outright lead, though, in spite of it. And that right there is just maybe misplaced standards a little bit, a little too far back. But he still has the outright lead. But if Ethan Smith is able to get a clearance here, that would change.
Tell our viewers how much a pole costs nowadays, or ballpark. Just one pole, let alone like, I've got this pole or that pole.
One pole, I would say, depending on which brand you're getting, could go for anywhere from $800 to $1,200. You're looking at a pretty hefty price tag to buy a pole. But of course, shameless plug here. You don't have to buy them, though. You can also rent them from Inverted Rentals, who have now a new rental program, which is also run by Colin Gady of Pole Vault Elite. So there are avenues to get the correct poles that you certainly need to have a good competition. Ethan Smith, attempt number 2 at 15-3. Ooh, and really deep that time.
Yeah.
Kind of overplanted a little bit, per se. So McQuinn still has the outright lead. So one more attempt for each vaulter here at this height. And again, another programming note. The small school meet is supposed to start at about 3 o'clock, at least with the girls' pole vault, but that'll likely be delayed going into the afternoon. Our broadcast for the large school meet will begin at roughly 3:30, depending on how they time things out here with the rest of this meet. Of course, you can catch all of that right over on iscsportsnetwork.com. You would have to close out this broadcast for the small school and then open our next broadcast from the large school meet right there on iscsportsnetwork.com. Ethan Smith getting some final counsel here before he goes and gets in the mindset to take his final jump here at 15 feet 3 inches. So here is McQuinn, your current leader, with a clearance at 15 feet at the previous height.
It's not been the height so far in his previous 2 misses. It's just been finishing the jump.
On his final one, and can't quite get it. 3 identical jumps right there at 15.3 for him, just kind of hitting it on the back end. And now McQuinn is out of the competition, but he still has the outright lead. If Ethan Smith can't get a clearance here on this final jump, then McQuinn will come away with the victory. Just coming down on it. So now the pressure all on Ethan Smith here of Churubusco. Still a solid day's work for McQuinn, given his injury, taking only 5 jumps of competition today and still holding the lead. Ethan Smith, what could be his last jump of the competition and of this boys' meet. He needs a clearance to get the win.
Getting some encouragement from the crowd.
Getting some slow clap as well. The signature slow clap of the pole vault meet. This for the victory. He goes and can't quite get the clearance, has the height. And with that, that brings us to the end of the pole vault competition. Peyton McQuinn getting the win over Ethan Smith, and Blake Longabaugh coming up in 3rd place for Princeton Community. And with that, Coach, that does it for the end of our small school coverage. Let's take a break. We have another one coming up here in just a little bit.
Congratulations, Bishop Chittard, winners of the team competition, both in the girls and boys. Delta finished runner-up in the boys. Heritage Christian were the runners-up in the girls. Great meet. I'll let you close it out, Kurt.
Definitely appreciate you, partner. A special thanks to our ISC Sports Network crew as well. From all of us here at the ISC Sports Network, you have been watching the HSR Relays, the Hoosier State Relays Small School Division here on the ISC Sports Network. For Pete Smith, I'm Kurt Darling. We'll see you at the large school meet.
Why Washington Township? Our district families know that from the first steps they take into our elementary schools as kindergarten families until they are seated in the high school graduation grandstand, that they are a part of a special learning community in Washington Township. Situated on the north side of Indianapolis, our 8 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, preschool, career center, and our flagship North Central High School offer a multitude of learning and extracurricular opportunities and experiences. In Washington Township Schools, we believe students thrive in an equitable, affirming, and responsive learning environment. We are committed to creating systems and educational experiences that meet the academic and social-emotional needs of our students. Advancing educational equity requires educators and leaders to reflect on conditions for learning and increase access as well as opportunities for all of our students. Our district strategic plan demonstrates our commitment to building learning and community partnerships to eliminate barriers that yield to disparities. We intend to aim for educational, equitable outcomes for all students where learning measures and achievement are not predicted by race, class, language, gender, or other relevant social factors. We proudly serve a diverse community, one in which 79 different languages are spoken, and one which allows our students to develop empathy as well as a lens of justice to make the world a better place. Our students are afforded many opportunities inside and outside of the classroom. Students in grades pre-kindergarten through 12th grade can choose from our rich academic offerings that include a wide variety of student-centered learning opportunities. From our early childhood and dual language immersion programs to our high ability International Baccalaureate Diploma Program, internships, educational travel opportunities, and our state-approved career technical industry certifications focused on high-wage, high-demand jobs and careers, Washington Township is hearing the call and meeting the needs of all learners. Washington Township schools are the pride of our community, and thanks to the generosity of our residents through the passing of referenda, all of our facilities have or will have major renovations. These renovations are ensuring that we meet the goal of optimal learning access across all age groups and demographics. Washington Township students and families also benefit from our strong relationships with our partner organizations, including the Washington Township Schools Foundation, who support and enhance the unique educational experiences of our Washington Township teachers and students. Learn more about our unique Washington Township learning community. Visit us at msdwt.k12.in.us or schedule a campus visit today.